Just getting December PPI, Producer Price Index data coming through, 6.2% versus 6.8% expected. Better than expected. If we can go to my screen there, Brad, I can show you the actual number here. There we go. 6.2 versus 6.8. So better than expected on the year-over-year number. Again, that's December PPI. We also got this one, December retail sales on a month-over-month basis, down more than expected, 1.1% versus a negative 0.9% expectation there. On the month-over-month basis, negative 0.5 for PPI versus negative 0.1. So better than expected right across the board. Again, negative obviously being a positive in this case. Good morning. We're dealing with a bit of a positive move, to say the least, here for the market overall. Let's maybe jump right over to Neil and Sean. Guys, nice move back to the upside here on that.
Oh, yeah, welcome. So PPI comes out better than expected. Some names that were turning red are now to the green side. So the market's about a 0.7% to the upside. I like that sweater. I still love that sweater. But I'm looking at NVIDIA here. I'm already in AMC, but I was sitting in that one for a bit of a breakout anyways. But you're getting some strong movement in here to the upside. I don't necessarily want to chase this move because I'm looking at Tesla. I still like the longs in Tesla off that 135 level. We'll see if we can even get those. It's not a huge, we're about 30 to 40 points up on this break, right? So less than 1%. This is what it looks like on the NASDAQ futures here. So you are breaking out a new territory, but the acceleration, like, it's okay, is the best way I'd put it. So maybe we get an opportunity to get some deep pullbacks. We have some earnings that we're going to get to. As I said, the only position I'm in is a top break on AMC, like yesterday's top. Double top in yesterday's trade, took a breakout trade, scalped it, then reloaded it, was just sitting in front of 620. So that's the only trade I'm in because I just like that level. But this market looks like it's going to be another good one. Guess we're not changing it from the bull anytime soon, at least the way this is going. You got the VIX at lows, you got a good PPI number here, and you have the market trying to break out once again.
Yep. I don't have positions, so yes, they are correct, Brad, for right now. Look what's happening to Bitcoin. Bitcoin also making a move to the upside right now as well. Huge move for crypto, 21.2 up to 21.5 right now. It's a nice straight line to the upside here, Brad, on this chart here. Thank you so much for that. 21.5 right there. Bitcoin starting to go upside as well. Just came back in, but nice little spike up right there. The only name that I'm going to be looking short today is Coinbase. Oops, I have AMD on there. I was just looking at that. It's another name that I like, but Coinbase up here to 55. We're going to look to short that one on crypto, making a nice move once again. You know, Bitcoin's up 30% this year. Bed Bath & Beyond, 60%. Some of these names are just up absolutely monstrous. Tesla up 35% in 2 weeks, you know. To say that the bull market is here, I don't know about an overall market, but some of these bad stocks that have turned good all of a sudden. We had a lot of tax loss selling heading into January, end of December there. So there is a huge rally happening right now in a lot of these beat up names. What was bad in 2022 seems to be great so far here in 2023. So let's just continue to watch them out here. Market is fading out a little bit back right now. So whatever, we still have our levels. Coinbase, we didn't get short. We were waiting at 54.50. We didn't get it. It went to 54.25. We'll see if Coinbase wants to bounce up there, especially if the market continues to go. But yeah, lots of names on board. I'm just looking long one more time. It's a rinse and repeat day for this guy here. There it goes. Now the market's coming down. We do have some bids on Apple, 136 if that gets filled here coming in right now. So that could be filled very soon. We have Microsoft down to 240 as the market pulls back a little bit as well. So a couple dips here in the market. Maybe good news is bad news. Remember, we went through a phase where that was the case. But, you know, the market's going to get reminded of the Fed's, you know, ability to continue to raise rates come February, as they will raise again. So, you know, let's just continue to trade the market that we see. Be very, very patient, wait for key levels, and we'll be fine.
Yeah, just another data point that we can work off of. Sharif with me as always here. It's going to be interesting to see if we can hold some of these levels again. I can show you the numbers here just to run through them one more time maybe. Brad, we can go back to that just so everyone who is joining a little late can get caught up. Core, the PPI year over year, 5.5 versus 5.6. So 0.1 to the downside on that one year over year. PPI 6.2% versus 6.8, better than expected. We also get retail sales there, negative 1.1 versus negative 0.5 to the downside. I was going to bring this up so we can have a look at what that did. 92% now, guys, on the quarter point versus the half point for February. So all but locked in here.
Well, the market's obviously digesting the move. We had a big move up. We had a big move down. Personally, I see it as another stat showing that, you know, at least we're in what I called yesterday transitory disinflation, at least for the moment.
Love that.
Let's see, right? Let's see where we're going. I see all the right signals. We look like we're breaking out on the S&P and the Russell as well. So a number of things pointing in the right direction.
Well, that should be a hashtag on a t-shirt. I'm sure somebody already has that somewhere. Here's a look at, I just went out to March as well. Still 75% chance of a quarter point in March. So the market, at least, still pricing in both the quarter point coming up February 1 at 92% and then 75% for the March move as well in favor of the quarter point. So no change on that. Market back to the downside, as we said. Lots to discuss as far as individual names are concerned. We mentioned early on, I think it was last week, Party City, little tiny penny stock, PRTY, officially declaring bankruptcy. So there was rumors around this floating around last week. The stock's halted right now anyways, but PRTY no longer might get shipped down to the pink sheets. So we can talk about that going forward if we do get Jeff Mendel maybe coming up in a week or so. I wanted to mention as well, UAL, guys, we've talked about the strength right across the entire travel sector going back to the beginning of the year, really. All of the airlines really pointing to back to pre-2019 levels as far as demand is concerned, as far as bookings are concerned. UAL joining that with a nice forecast here up this morning.
Yeah, like so everyone talks about the airlines with reference to pre-pandemic, right? So you look at those 2019 numbers. What's crazy, and I like UAL for longs today. What's crazy about UAL is you look at the fact that their input costs were up, right? So they're spending more money. And fuel costs obviously have been a big part of that. Yet they managed to do better in terms of actual sales and profits than 2019. So you're spending more and then doing more with it. What's fantastic about that is they've been able to pass on the prices. The demand is so high that people are paying high fares, and they've been able to show that good growth. Now, it's been a pretty big run for UAL in the last couple of weeks, so I can understand that. Like, you've already gone 40 into 50, and now you're looking at, you know, consolidate break out of this 50 level. But I'm going to buy the dip in front of that breakout. The numbers are impressive, A. B, you throw back in on the daily chart what it looks like, getting sort of out of this malaise of the 50 level and breaking out from 52. There's just room to run. Maybe we can get back to the January 2021 highs, like that $60 level. It looks like it's primed for a bit of a breakout here. And, you know, when we've had these earnings, like these strong earnings numbers, and then look for these long trades and maybe stocks that we don't always go into, I found that being a little bit too tentative at the open has cost me a couple of misses here or there. So I'm in front of 52s right now, but I'm willing to step that one up. If at 9:30 I have to grab 52.5, maybe a little something in front of 53, even if it has to be smaller size, just to get the long in front of that 52 level. I like the opportunity for this to break out. If you get back beneath like 51, I think you're in trouble on this stock. Market now starting to really come back in here. So the NASDAQ's almost like, it's now 0.2. The ES is about to turn red. So some of these bids might start coming in. Watching Tesla 135, that could come in here. NVIDIA could start to come back as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some softy here and Apple, as you guys know. Maybe we'll get some Microsoft or some Apple in a second. Okay, so yesterday, I just want to talk about Goldman Sachs. We had a great trade yesterday. We'll hit the alert yesterday for that one. We waited until we broke the 200 period, which I don't think wasn't at 2 o'clock. It was more down here. Anyways, it's changed now, but can't remember the trade we had. It was down here. We let it bottom out yesterday and then picked up the long at, 47. Yeah, so it was right here, 347. So we just were patient with Goldman Sachs. But look what happened in the morning. Remember, Goldman was down 6%. Well, if you took the trade early and you were short like right now, or in the pre-market, it did bump up. There we go. We do have an Apple. There it is. So, yep, our Apple long just popped in there. But right now, 366.70, right? So what I'm getting at is we went from 362, we bumped up about $4 or $5 before making a huge move down $20 and then getting some back here at the open or at the close, right? If you cop up Morgan Stanley as well, that was a tale of another story going the other way. So here's Morgan Stanley yesterday. A good report off the open, just kept on climbing, right? So if the market's going to be positive today, and I know it's bank versus airline, they're going to be completely different, blah, blah, blah. But I just feel like this pulled back at the end of the day. day. Meanwhile, Goldman Sachs went up a little bit at the end of the day. So if we're going to use that for UAL, and that's going to be a NASDAQ name, you know, it's up today in an up, well, which was an up market, still up 0.3. So I like it. We're trying to take out some levels. The only thing is UAL has been just performing so well. It was built for this beat right now. Just 2 weeks ago, you were at $36, $37 down here, right? Boom, 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 boom. Huge moves to the upside now for UAL. I think it's a little bit too far, too fast, but again, their numbers are supporting it. So I would say any kind of a dip, maybe to this 52.50 level, something like that off the open, probably needs to get bought, and then you'll look to see what happens at this level of $54. So, you know, UAL so far so good, up 4%. I won't, you know, butter my bread with this stock. We're already right now, I mean, we just took this trade on Apple. We talked about that. Like, we're already 60 cents in the money right now on Apple. So, I mean, you know, or 30 cents in the money. So it's going to be a good trade here today. We went long Apple at that bottom. Let's see if it is the bottom indeed as this market digests those PPI numbers, which were better than expected, 6.2 versus 6.4. So there it is. We got Apple already. So there's already one trade on. Right back down to the 200 period. Let's see if Apple holds 136.
All right, a few other interesting notes to mention here this morning. That VLTA Volta, which is an EV charging company, getting bought out by Shell, or a unit of Shell. Here's a few others. Teladoc, 6%. Workforce cut coming through this morning. There's also this, GPS, as far as we just got retail sales. Here's Gap, Morgan Stanley upgrading to equal weight, calling Gap recession-proof, essentially. And then this, an interesting note, Netflix has been just a monster over the past week or so, expanding their partnership with Nielsen. We were just trying to figure out, Sharif and I were just trying to figure out exactly what this will entail. It looks like just real-time data as far as audience and watchers.
Yeah, you and I were just talking about this off camera. Like I was telling Brendo, they're expanding heavily into the MENA region, Middle East, North Africa. They're hiring all the top actors and they're getting them to do series on their platforms, and it's really making waves. If they're doing that there, I suspect they're doing it elsewhere, and they're looking for data.
Yeah, I wonder, guys, if this is going to also point to further live type content coming as well, as you know, Nielsen gives real-time data as far as who is watching what, you know, either after the fact or in real time. So a minor note for Netflix, but so strong the past week or so.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that partnership, whether it's really want to read too much into it, to be honest with you. But it's certainly interesting. You know, Nielsen's definitely a bit of a beast. What's interesting about Netflix is it's been super strong, but the last couple of days, it's kind of been pulling back a little bit. So look at the daily chart, right? Like this has been on an absolute tear. I'll zoom in so you don't have to deal with that nonsense. You're bouncing off to 50. You're trying to break out and hold new highs. And then once we got above that 330 level, filling in the gap on the daily, it just started rejecting it again. So that 330 level has turned from resistance that it seemed like we're breaking out in front of, and then we're going to run. It looked like maybe 350 was going to be in play, along with this impressive rally the market's been putting in, and now you got a lower high at that same 330 level. So that's the obvious sort of line in the sand. If we get back above there, I think we go get pretty bullish on the stock. But if you make that lower end channel, get that little head and shoulders and break it below, on a red day, like this is one of these stocks where if we have like a reversal day and the market goes negative, you know, this breaking down here at like a 22, 23 probably has one of the bigger opportunities to the downside. Now, I'm still kind of bullish on Netflix playing this pattern, so I much rather look at the longs above that 330 level and continue with that channel until the market tells me that we're actually giving something back here. If that happens, Netflix does have one of the more generous gaps to be filled. But you started with Gap, and I was going to talk retail, and then you kind of came to Netflix, because GPS in particular, it's got a nice, great glide to the upside here. It's just broken 13. The only downside to this move, everything's great about it. It's that there's no volume on this pre-market. So, I mean, look, upgrades and positive comments sometimes are not the greatest catalyst in the world, but this breaking out from this 13 level does set up pretty well. We like trading sometimes Macy's a little bit better just because it tends to have maybe a little bit more volatility. But when I look at the two, Macy's needs to get to that 24 and then it can have its own break, whereas Gap, that 13 level is pretty solid. But, you know, Netflix, that 330, if the market stays strong, I think that's set up for a decent break. Unfortunately, we started to reverse that move, and the breakout doesn't seem as likely.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think Netflix, you're going to continue to work, but I like that 332 level for some support or some resistance to get back to the downside. If the market does rally, Netflix has been huge. We do like that name for sure. Yesterday, we did trade Amazon. You want to talk a little bit about retail here? Yeah, it wasn't good, man. Yesterday, Amazon really got faded pretty much the whole day. We had some great shorts, man. We had these 97 shorts. So I'm looking at that again. It's coming back up to 97 right now. Maybe let it go up to 97.50, 98 in case we get really excited here off the open. But yesterday we identified Amazon as being weak in the morning, right? It hit that 99 and then just dropped pretty much all day down to $96. So $3 straight down, that's 3%. So that was a huge move until it found a base at that 96 and then get going again. So for me, there's two trades here. One is going to be a short up here, which we're waiting for right now. So, and I just want to say, someone, what's up to the real Jay Con right now, messaging me here on Twitter, right? And it was just response to my sticky note, which is out. And he said he's in the camp that he's too far too fast here. So am I. That's why I'm trying to buy dips. And that's what I responded to him here. I do not disagree with him that I'm looking to buy dips in some of these names that are here on the sticky note. Apple, Tesla, like some of these levels, Apple 136, Tesla 140. That's a break. So that's the level. We'll wait for 135 if that comes in. But like right now, we're 50 cents in the money on Apple waiting for a dip and buying it, right? So it's not that I think this market is super strong. It's just if we buy the right names, we're going to get rewarded from that. And I think the same thing is true on the short side of things. Amazon yesterday was weak. Why would it be strong today? Let's wait to see. If we're going to be wrong, let's be wrong. But, you know, we're going to short it anyways if it comes up to this 98 level, and we're going to watch out for that. Here's that Apple trade that we're talking about right now. Like, there's the dip, right? We let it come into us, fills us right there. Actually, I was waiting at 136.25. We missed that. I don't know how, but we missed that by a little bit. So I had to buy 30s, and now look at it. It's 88 right now. So right now we've got, wake up, guys. It's 70 cents now in the money to the upside here for Apple trade. So we might already have the best trade right now on board. Hopefully we have some more bangers, which we will do. I know Neil's got AMC. We're going to watch Bed Bath & Beyond. There's going to be a lot of names moving around today. But right now, Apple, right now, is a good one. It's a banger to start off the day here with Apple. I'm going to hold it, though, to see where we can go. I mean, we could get out here at 130, maybe the top, 137.20 or so. But for now, we're going to hold on to this one. But I do like Amazon short if we're going to talk about retail.
First segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, forex, crypto, whatever you want. Simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Link on the bottom of the screen there. TTV, get you 30% off as well. We were just discussing bank earnings. We got Goldman, Morgan Stanley yesterday. A ton, typical for the day after. Brad, if we can just quickly show that, my screen here. There we go. Typical for the day after earnings, a ton of analyst moves. This is just Goldman Sachs, so 4 or 5 price target cuts in this case. Morgan Stanley, there's a bit of a mix, I think, both directions as far as analysts are concerned. But the guys were just talking a little bit about possible short opportunities and short ideas. We saw a ton of weakness in this group yesterday.
Yeah, well, you know, some of them have been plagued by their deal-making business going awry. Obviously, IPOs and SPACs, direct listings, you name it, they were kind of non-existent in 2022, and that suffered. But some of their investment banking divisions did quite well, Brendo. I think that buoyed some of them. Morgan Stanley being upgraded today by Oppenheimer Jefferies, but guess what? Citi downgraded.
Yeah, so we saw, if you missed it yesterday, Morgan going up, Goldman down about the same amount at the end of the session, offsetting each other. Here's JP Morgan, another one that was negative out of the gate yesterday. We did claw back a little bit of that, but some weakness across the board yesterday, guys, for the banks. What do we do today?
So, okay, so yes, you did have earnings was part of it. The other part of it was just the general sort of weakness overall. You saw the Dow down 1% into a market that was, not too bad. The NASDAQ actually did pretty well, holding in positive territory. So you've got this rotation that's coming out of banks and healthcare and whatnot, and going into more risk. And then you throw on top of that I think everyone was caught off guard by Goldman Sachs having a bad quarter. I didn't think that it was going to be that diversion from Morgan Stanley, who did pretty well. So that was mostly the story here. But I mean, JPM's chart in particular, I mean, the trend has been your friend, and I don't know you've seen like a short-term trend break till if we come to the daily on JPM here, until you get past this 138. Here we go. Until you get past like 138 or so, this is still very firmly a pretty strong stock. It's got that head and shoulders I was just sort of talking about on Netflix as well, where you had the monster rally. off of earnings. You've now given it back. And as long as it manages to hold this channel, I think it can be tradable down here. But it's got overhead resistance on it. So if the market gets frisky, usually with a head and shoulders, you kind of look at that left shoulder or the right shoulder, depending on your perspective, and say, can you get past the 141? I just tend to think that Goldman, that just had the earnings, which is teetering right at that 350 level, like this could be the lower hanging fruit, in that if it can't get back above and get past this 350, that was that first level I like for support, it could be headed down to 340. And 340 was a level I was looking at for the second dip buy, and it's been basically a wall where this all started from on Goldman Sachs. So it's a pretty big flat bottom at 340. I think that 52 gives you some room down to the 340 level. Want to see it open up, obviously. And I just made a bit of a change here because I know I said yesterday in the afternoon that I was going to be all over shorting the pop in Silvergate if it came right back into this level. It doesn't have enough liquidity for me to just, I don't want to, I would normally just be like, if the market was open, just sit 1390s in front of this 14, maybe give it to 1420. But it's done not a lot of shares. There's a bit of a spread at times and not a lot of volume in here. So I want to see this open up before I actually short this down in front of that 14 quarter level. I do want the short on Silvergate today. I know the crypto is absolutely booming here, but this is one name that's shown it can kind of buck that trend. Just not willing to get completely run over. I want to be very, very patient and let it come to me.
All right. Someone just messaged me, what's up don't forget about Roblox. What's up, Tim, on the sticky note. So thanks, Tim. I just responded to that as well. I'm not too worried. Apple right now, 70 cents and still going. I want to talk about JP Morgan a little bit because Brendan talked about that. Look, I'm probably going to sell my shares. I mean, I'm long $100, something like that. I mean, this is a pre-pandemic play, so we were able to get, or during, coming out of pandemic, not pre-pandemic, coming out of the pandemic. So post-pandemic play, we did have that bottom again of $100. We had a huge move up here where we topped out at 160, 170. We're not too far away from there right now. So as bank earnings come in and they report little mixed earnings, we heard that, Neil mentioned that yesterday, but look at this 140 right there, goes back to January, goes right back there to a bump up in March. We're back a year now, we're talking. So there it is, 140 again. There's 140 again, basically. And we made our way all the way back again there. So, we're kind of high up right now. Maybe if we take 140 to the downside, which we're doing right now, that could be a good out. If you want to hold it all the way back to 130. I mean, it's just, the market just looks so crazy. Like to get JP Morgan to go from October, where it was 102 up to that's 40%. Right, in 3 months. That's a lot for a bank, right? And we're not used to those kind of moves. So, we're in a different area right now. I'm thinking that a 140 break, maybe if you want to get to 139.50 or so, as maybe even a better break area right there to get to the short side. I just think these banks are a little overcooked here. Earnings were good though. JP Morgan had a great move. You can see 134 all the way up to this 143 on Friday. A monster move for sure. Gave some back yesterday. That's per usual. We'll see now. Now you're at the third day. We're going to have the 3-day rule here come into effect tonight, and we'll just see where it goes from there. But I'm looking at a 139 break to the downside, especially if Goldman can't hold. Like Goldman yesterday, huge move down, held 345. Let's see if it holds that level again. If it does, then I think it does give a little bit of a springboard for some of these banks, right? But again, the same story of Goldman. Huge move up to 400 again. From a bottom of 280, just shot up $100 from those bottoms and pretty much got right back to those highs of 420 again. So yeah, you know what? Goldman Sachs still remains to be a puzzle from yesterday's earnings. We'll see what happens today. That 345, very, very key.
Just noticed Uber here doing more volume than it typically does in the pre-market, but it appears it was just all maybe D prints there, not really doing much. Up 1%, but you can see all of the volume basically in 1 3-minute candle. There was this note, they reached a deal with the union in France that's going to cost them $8 per trip to pay drivers in France. That's a 27% increase per ride if you're a rider using Uber in France. So that definitely doesn't seem like a positive for Uber today, but higher than normal volume anyways. Let's talk about some analyst moves. We mentioned a few already. There's the list officially. Upgrades GoDaddy. That was actually, I read that note from Evercore. That was a very positive note on GoDaddy, pointing to further web demand going into the new year, essentially. GPS here, as we mentioned, Nestle, Seagate, IBM, Levi, Morgan Stanley, both directions, as we said, there's moves both directions, and that's Signature Bank. Haven't heard of them.
No, Aaron Rodgers' girlfriend.
It's
she used
killing
to be
me.
No, she used to, we're talking about
GoDaddy.
the race car driver.
The race car driver from GoDaddy, because I haven't thought about GoDaddy in forever. Danica Patrick.
Yeah,
thank
Aaron
you.
Rodgers.
There
Aaron
you go.
Rodgers left her on the side of the road there.
But then he went to Olivia Munn. Who
Oh,
was,
he's been everywhere.
But
Yeah,
now
he has somebody else, and he's hopefully on his way to the Las Vegas Raiders.
or just as long as he doesn't go to the AFC East, I'll be happy. But yeah, GoDaddy.
I think he's going to go to the
haven't thought about this
Jets,
stock in a
to be
while.
honest with you.
He's not going.
Him
to,
or Brady.
Don't do this to me, man. I don't want
Are
that.
gonna go
I
to
don't
the
want
Jets.
Brady.
The
I
Jets
don't
are
want,
ready, man.
I do not want Brady or Aaron Rodgers anywhere near my Buffalo Bills in that division. Look, you deal with Tom Brady for
Miami.
that long. It's like I don't need that in my life, man. There's no volume
Maybe
on
he
GoDaddy.
goes back to New England. Wouldn't that
Oh,
be wild?
stop.
Wouldn't that be wild?
Stop. He's never going back to New England. I never speak in certainties, but Tom Brady's never going back to New England. That's
That
not
sounds
gonna
like a
happen.
certainty there.
It is. That was a certainty. I was going to say something about GoDaddy, but it's actually not doing any volume, and it's not incredibly interesting. The one on that upgrade list that I was actually looking at, we already talked about GPS here. So, holding above that 13, it is set up for a decent break. Obviously, that retail sales number, that could be a bit of a. Maybe that holds us back a little bit, but we'll see. I mean, it looks like an incredibly strong stock from here. If it can start breaking out, make it that secondary move. You do have the 50 period at 12.75. So at the open, I'm just kind of looking above 13. Volume comes in and holds 13, 12.75 stop. You've got all kinds of area up above. So that's my general take on Gap here. Don't really have anything else on that board I wasn't too interested in. Although surprised Morgan Stanley after that quarter they catch a downgrade. They had such a strong quarter, relatively speaking. It's interesting to see a downgrade.
Yeah, I didn't really look at anything on that board there for upgrades or downgrades. That Uber news is pretty interesting around that $30. We'll have a look at Uber around there. And then I did want to look, a name that's been talked a little bit here on this chat, Carvana up to $8 one more time. So CVNA just continues to sort of outshine itself here every single day. This has been a huge, every day it seems to give you a couple bumps into this 850 area, and it feels like it wants to do it one more time here today. So just gathering some steam here at $7.57 is Carvana. The daily chart, obviously an absolute disaster. As cars being sold in vending machines might not be the greatest idea, but it's not a bankrupt idea apparently. There was a note from Morgan Stanley a while ago that this name was going down to $1. That was when it was here, 7 or 8. It did flush down to $3.50. I remember trading that name, and now you're bumping up again into some support. There's no surprise that we keep on getting hit off 850 there. It doesn't want to break. That's 850 right there. That 850 level goes all the way back now. Not way back, but back into middle of December where we were down at 5. And then right now you're just trying to get through here, which is about late November, early December. So if you can climb through 850, then I think it's a go spot, right? I don't know if you want to mess with it on an 8 break, because how far are we actually going to get? Might be better just to wait for this top of 850 for Carvana, or wait for a 7 low. So 7 low or 850 top. I think Carvana can go again today. As some of the names, like I said, I know you're in that AMC and Bed Bath & Beyond today as well. Not so much volume here, 1.36 million, and kind of doing not a heck of a lot, but again, Bed Bath & Beyond up that 300% in just a couple days. So still trying to go, watch out. That's not going to get to that 550. I would say you just want to buy dips, but remember, Bed Bath & Beyond is basically bankrupt. Without reporting the news, that hasn't maybe happened yet. I don't think they've declared, but there's a lot of talk there about what Bed Bath & Beyond's future looks like. So for me, I like the short a little bit better here. Carvana, they're both at 50. Let me just double check. They were both 57, 58%. So here's Bed Bath & Beyond. Shout out to Trade Ideas here. 58.75 right now. We have 25% off Trade Ideas right now. So you can, I don't think there's not a better discount on the street than that. That's Bed Bath & Beyond, and the other name was CVNA. We do have Float Checker, which gives us a good, move out of the way. So they're both 58. So that's another 58%er right there. So if you're looking for names that could start to go, even right now, Bed Bath & Beyond starting to tick up a little bit here. Maybe 450 is a good little take there. We can push the button at 450. 450 doesn't look so bad. We topped out at 450 last week before blasting to 550. And then right there, was that yesterday or on Friday, we touched 450 again. So I think that could get taken. Then you're on yourself a little march to the high side right now for Bed Bath & Beyond. But a lot of names looking juicy. I just see someone there in the chat talking about Ford as well. Like, yeah, man, Ford at 13. That's been up there a couple times. That could be something to look at here again. You know, here's Ford trying to get to 13, which is right there, bouncing its head off of 1280. Looks pretty good. 1250 bottom looks great for Ford right there as well. Look, this is why Neil and I miss names, man. There's over 7,800 tradable names in both the NASDAQ and the NYSE. And yeah, we are going to miss names, which is why it's important to check out our sticky note, check out the watch list, Neil. I know you keep notes as well.
Yes,
like,
sir.
make sure that there's names that you trust and that you have setups for. It's called homework and research. Do them the night before, do them the day before, but you can't be over-prepared for this market.
Downside move here for Charles Schwab, just out with earnings. Not a lot of volume here, but 3.25% back to $80 for SCHW. Active trades in the quarter, much lower than expected, down about 12%. 5.39 million versus 5.5 million from the prior year. So that seemed to be the negative note there for Charles Schwab. Still, 7 trillion. Seems high. Assets.
7 trillion, and they added to that, Brendo, apparently, and they added 4 million new brokerage accounts, but user engagement was down, trades netting down. So it looks like some positive, some negative for this stock. It's going to be a stock picker's market.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like, I was checking to see if Robinhood would be hit by that, but it doesn't seem like it wasn't doing anything. Here's a look quickly at what's happening over in Europe before we bring in Arun here for a check of North America. Negative for England, everything else positive, along with North American futures here to kick things off. Or at least we're trying to hold on to positive territory. Arun, let's bring in Arun, there he is. To kick things off for Wednesday, what do we need to know today?
Well, I mean, nothing's really changed. Pretty much what we did yesterday is the same kind of situation we're in today, which is range bound. This market has refused to break out of a range. Every time we go into a range, the last one was a while. If I have my chart here, it was for a while, and then we kind of just broke down, and then we went into another range, and now we're breaking up, and now we're kind of going sideways again. So until we actually get some momentum moving, we're going to have to respect the ranges and trade within the ranges. And the bands that we're going to work with is the same 39.95 yesterday. I marked that off. It's still held overnight, so we're still going to keep that one there. The upside is starting to move a little bit here. Yesterday was 40.30. It snapped up to 40.35. I'm starting to think that 40.40 might be in play. The upside is going to be a little bit tricky because the highs are getting pushed a little bit higher each time, but it's not sticking. So I would prefer, if we're going to play the ranges, to catch a bid near the bottom and then kind of protect near the top until we actually get some solid action up there and we actually can stay above these highs. Right now it looks like 30 to 35 seems to be a problem. I would like to see it across 40 to be like, you know what, okay, yeah, we're gonna probably take off here, but for now we're gonna use 40.40 and 39.95 as the top and bottom bands, and we're just gonna try to range trade this until we get some traction either direction. Obviously the downside is faster and easier. Upside in this situation is going to be a little bit trickier. Be more patient with it. But those are the bands we're going to work with, and we'll see if this market can't actually make a breakout at some point.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's get into everything else you need to know heading towards the open this morning. Make sure you grab that every single day. It has everything you need to know in the pre-market. Use that QR code, enter your email address. You can have the watch list absolutely for free every single day. Let's talk about UAL, up on a better than expected forecast primarily. Numbers were kind of in line or thereabouts with expectations. The airlines, as we said, though, to kick things off this morning, have been among the strongest of this entire group. If you include them with the rest of travel here, casinos, airlines, some of the hotels, these have been pretty impressive over the past week or so.
And it hasn't been an easy road for them, Brendan. They're dealing with cost increases, they're dealing with labor shortages, so it's kind of been a headwind for them. But demand has been so strong, it's trumped everything else, and they're reaping the rewards of that. And you and I were talking off camera, as opposed to perhaps Southwest, which is more no frilly. This one has a lot more business upgrades that where the margins are. Essentially.
Yeah. Nevertheless, here's a pretty impressive headline. They're set to, or they expect to, quadruple profits in the full year 2023. Nothing negative about that, guys.
Quadruple profits? Nah, I don't want to be invested in that name. But wow, I mean, first of all, Apple right now up $1 and still ripping up through 137 right now. But UAL, well cooked, man. I mean, this name here, we're missing some data here, but it's a straight upside move, taking out this $52 that was really going to be in question. This is the daily chart, so there it is right there. Shout out to Vanilla Ice, Ice baby. I got to be Vanilla Ice in our chat.
I was about to say,
I have a shirt that says Vanilla Ice invented rap. Maybe I'll wear that one day there. So shout out to you, Vanilla Ice, right there. But yeah, we're taking it out. So we're up here. It's a nice beat. It's a huge beat to the upside there, up 3%. Nice move for oil or for the airlines. And I was leading into oil because oil right here still up 1.68%, but still down near $81. So I feel like if they've hedged things like that, I feel like there's been some good oil prices recently that have probably helped the airlines get to these levels. Because again, when oil's up at 120, that's going to be a much greater expense. And I know it's all hedged and all that kind of stuff, so don't at me for that. But the lower the price in oil, the differing that this can affect their forward outlooks. I always want to say that you can just get into Jets ETF. This is going to hold wow, this is now. So I'm actually in this Jets ETF down near I think it was 16 or 17. This is a while ago. I've been talking about Jets ETF for a hell of a long time, and I haven't even looked at it in forever. We bought this name. This is even before all this happened, which I'm going to say was probably. It's probably here in the summer, so we don't have this dip. But down in the summer there, where we were looking at airlines a little bit, I've already rolled this up to 19 and back down, and now it's back up here. So I'll probably just let this continue to fly. But I like this name because it is 10% in on all of the top 4 ETFs. So if I type in here Jets ETF holdings, and we'll see what comes up right now. So here it is right now, right? So AAL, UAL, Delta, and Southwest, all right there. So if you think that airlines are about to rally a little bit, you can grab that Jets ETF, which is a nice little upside move here, and not really worry too much. So you're up 1.58% with more airlines coming. I feel like you do have a good opportunity for that. So let's see if the Jets continue to make flight here and continue its nice little upside move, which, by the way, this Apple is just taking out 137.20 right now. So we've already got the banger on. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Hit the subscribe, hit the like, as our chat loving this here as well. So far, so good here today, as we're going to go 1 for 1 on this take. And we still have Tesla to talk about. UAL right now, great day for them. They might be top heavy here. I'm going to watch it, though.
Yeah, look, we talked about this one already, so I'll reiterate. I like buying the dip on this breakout. If he gets 52s, I want to take 52s, give it back to the previous highs. That's about 51.5. If at the open it wicks me out, then I want to jump back in. It was an impressive quarter, and nothing but that. And until it breaks the channel to the downside, I just want to favor the longs. If you're looking at something else in the space that's interesting, Boeing has been on a bit of a run. I think Boeing looks at least a little bit relatively weak today. That kind of scares me. So kind of like that Netflix head and shoulders, Boeing needs to get back above 215. And I think that if it gets above there, that daily kind of missing some data. Then it has some room to continue going to the upside. But if this market were to reverse, Boeing sort of holding that head and shoulders does look like a decent look for a bit of reversal. But I like that UAL. I'm going to be on that bid at the open, just trying to catch that long and ride the wave.
The information.com just reporting more job cuts on the way from Meta. Anyone looking at Meta today? Here's a pretty impressive chart as well. Tesla, 3 days in a row, or setting up anyways to be 3 days in a row with this very, very clean trend to the upside, already 4%. So Reuters, the first out with this, suggesting that retail sales in China have surged since they cut prices. Remember, I think it was 2 days after they came out with North American cuts as well to the tune of 20%. EV-focused website Electrek this morning saying record sales in North America since that 20% cut as well. So all things seem to be well in Tesla land.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some of the demand, the destruction basically that caused by Elon Musk over his acquisition of Twitter. But it looks like if the price is right, the buyers will come, and I guess that's what's happening here. Of note, the LPC batteries are used in China, so increased margins out there, and those were being exported to Europe, Brendo.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the espresso machine at the Twitter HQ being auctioned off along with a whole bunch of other stuff. So Elon at least trying to change the culture a little bit at Twitter, it would seem, guys. But I mean, we talked about it from a negative PR stance when it first came out, in the sense that anyone who bought a Tesla before the 20% cut, probably not too happy. But here's the result now. Apparently record sales since then.
Yeah, first of all, it was the kegerator that was the more interesting thing that they were auctioning off there out of the Twitter offices, because quite frankly, I know Brendan and I were looking up those bad boys. You can get a decent one with 2 taps for like $7 here at Best Buy. Like, that's pretty cool to have around the office. I'm just going to throw that out there, but no one's probably going to care. Tesla, yesterday, it was all about the fact that it was breaking out of the channel. That's all we cared about. 125, 126 was the break. Those were the 2 areas long. And then you got to that 130 mark. Now that you're gapping above and going 135, I'm just thinking 135, 140. Come on, zoom out, baby. There we go. If this comes back far enough, I probably mentioned exactly the same thing, that the next level up on this potential move gets you to a very significant price level of 140. So I'm just looking for longs in front of 135 into 140 today. Going to keep it very simple. It has to break 135 or get to 140 for me to think about any shorts, and I only want longs in front of those prices. So I just want to ride this wave at 140. I think it can run into some chop up there. That $1 to $5 above was a bit of a problem. It just kind of sat there for a couple of days. So big levels coming in on Tesla. I just want to continue with the trend. The trend is your friend. If we're talking EVs, I don't want to ignore Rivian, because that made a significant move. It has an opportunity on its own to get to some resistance levels. And this has been following along the last couple of days, but it's nowhere near the bounce off the lows that you've seen in some of these other names. And until it does that, I think you want to put it in that bucket where it can be shorted at some of these levels. 18 stands out, 19 stands out. Tesla goes on that run. These levels in Rivian can come into play. As I say that, I'm pretty sure I didn't go and pay for shorts. I'm going to do that now. I like both those even dollar levels for potential rollovers. First at 18, at 19. Don't want to be trading it short at any other price, though.
Yeah, I love all these names kind of short right now because of the levels that's sort of been at. But the only name I don't really like short is Tesla. I mean, Tesla's been an absolute monster here to the upside. And I mean, you could fade it off 140. I don't have a problem doing that. You could see what happened yesterday off the open here, where we kind of danced around and we had that 125 bid hold, and then it just ripped up. Like, we hit. So first of all, the open happens 125 to 128. That's a little scary if you're short. You have to hold that $3 against you. It comes right back, tests that same level again, 125, and then absolutely takes off there, almost $5 straight up, $6 straight up to the upside, stops there at 130.50, pulls back, hits that 200 period, and then just continues to go. And you can see it kind of respected VWAP there, respected it here, the 200 period there and there. So for now, the 200 period's at 135. I think that's a good long, but not a long that I want to step in front of right now. So let's wait to see what happens. I actually prefer, and this top is 137. Remember, we had PPI come out today. I'm thinking of just about a 140 break. This is the 20-minute. It's just so excited to the upside here, like 114 3 days ago, now up to 140. Why can't we just break this level out right now? At 130, we saw what happened yesterday. We took it out and continue to go up to the upside a little bit. But here's 140. It's not like it's that key. We were back into 140 before, back in December here, right before Christmas, and then we had some huge sell-off. And I believe a lot of that was tax loss selling, and then people just getting rid of the crap to buy it back. And you can see that's basically what's happened. So they dumped Tesla here at 140. It gets down to 100. You're now up 35% in 5 trading days or whatever it is, and you're right back to this level. So I would say this top right here, 140, 150. You break that, then you probably get to 150. I don't know if it happens today, but I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if this market rallies, you're up 1%. Why can't Tesla take out 140 and go to 145? So I'm going to watch out for that at 140. The more aggressive trade for Tesla, for sure, is this break right here, 137, 138. I know there's been some traders on the floor here behind us that have done really well on Tesla lately. So let's see if we can't hit that again. I'd rather wait for 140, but I really like the long, man. You're up 4% here today. Let's see if anything dips. Off the open, I'm trying to trade dips here. So that's what I have. I have Microsoft, Apple. We already have the Apple long. That could come into play. The position board is right or wrong?
Wrong.
Wrong. What do you have? You still have AMC. Okay, maybe just get in and out. Just Well, I don't know if you want
Yeah, I
to.
might have to. Well, I think
maybe
they have to
in and out of
reset it,
something
though.
else, or maybe they're resetting. Okay, so Neil's. So I still have that position. But real quick here, I just want to look at this. We haven't looked at it yet, and I'm only calling this up. Neil is in AMC, so that is a bid right now. We'll get the position board fixed out. Nike is a sell. I was looking on here for banks. There's JP Morgan, a small sell. Let me just see here. I want to look at the 1 minute chart to see if it's doing anything. Nah, not doing anything. What was the other banks today? Morgan's there. No, the one that no
Oh,
banks.
Goldman?
Yeah, they didn't. No, I was gonna say, did any banks report? It was the regionals, so it wasn't nothing big there. Yeah, what I was looking for was Delta, but Delta is a NASDAQ name, so I don't see any other airlines on here at all. So yeah, so we'll wait there. What is VLTA? That's 88
That's a
cents.
buyout, by the way.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
A buyout sub $1, so that's on there.
86-cent deal. It's not.
All right, so right now, your boy Archer's on here, ACHR. And then there's Party. This is halted. So if you guys are stuck in PRTY, unfortunately, it's just going to go. The room, I mean, we don't want to say anything. We could have Jeff Mendel on here and ask him. But as soon as we find out what the symbol is and if this is going down to the pink sheets, then we'll bring that symbol to you ASAP. But when a stock goes, this is just a little update here. When a stock goes down from the pink sheets, that's already 36 cents. Like, it's going to go down there and trade at like 20 or 30 cents anyways. So if you do like penny names, you'll still be able to trade this. Let's just watch out for the volume. Generally speaking, the 1 or 2 days when it goes down to the pink sheets, then it will really pick up volume. The one that I'll never forget about is Rev RQ. Let me see, pink sheets. Yes, that is what it was. Wow, good guess there. So we're now short Coinbase. That just popped in. There, that should update the position board. Maybe that'll fix yours. No, it does not. It fixes mine only. But here's Rev RQ. Just quickly on this one. This came to the pink sheets right here at $2, right, back in October. And then it just kept going down all the way to 40 cents. So this is Revlon. So you guys remember that was $8, $6, $5, things like that when it was a stock. It comes down to pink sheets, hits $2, then down to 40 cents. So, hard to trade sometimes these names when they're already sub $1. There you go. Now you're
No. So I just
because you
I just covered some AMC at 44, and now it's saying I'm short because I just sold some.
Before we go back to Brendan, just real quick here, because we do have lots to go. We're only on Moderna right now, and I'm just going to skip right to Coinbase just quickly. We can go back to Coinbase at some point, but $55 right there is going to be my stop. I do have another short a little bit higher than this, so we'll see if we get anything in the 80s. But yeah, Coinbase an absolute monster. I just wanted to test it at 55. Probably takes it out early. It's a huge move up here. You can see Bitcoin is just ticking higher, man. It's 21.5 there. Bitcoin's up 35% in a week. So yeah, for all those that put the fork in Bitcoin, it's done nepa on that one. The thing about equities and asset classes, it's all about timing, right? It's about where you bought it. If you're able to buy this name at 16, 17,000, then you're laughing because you're at 21.6 right now. If you bought Bitcoin at 60,000, you're upset. If you bought Facebook at 380, you're upset. If you bought Tesla, like, you could just go on and on and on. If you bought Tesla at $100, and Tesla's a great long, so it's all about timing on these markets. So I would still stay with crypto, but I wouldn't be surprised if crypto does fade a little bit. But here's Coinbase taking out the highs. My stop's just going to be 55.50. And honestly, man, when these imbalances come out at 925 on the NASDAQ, I wouldn't be surprised if I get stopped out of Coinbase. So I'm actually going to cancel my 54.20 and go, or 54.80 and go a little bit higher, more near 55 flat, because this name is really ripping here.
Cuts we learned about from Microsoft late in the day yesterday. 5% of the workforce could come as soon as today, being reported right now. So heads up on Softy. mRNA back to the downside here. Nice move after the close yesterday, first off, and then this morning as well. Tough to see on here, but if you zoom in a little bit, this move right here came on some comments from the CEO in Davos, talking about negotiations still underway with China on the possibility of supplying China with more COVID vaccines. So 2 different positive stories. This RSV vaccine showing 84% efficacy for Moderna. So nice pop here. It's been a while since we've talked about this one.
Yeah, and Wall Street was looking for 70 to 80% efficacy, so this beat. And the expansion to China, that's just one of the first things. They want to get some cancer stuff. They want to get some melanoma, which was the study that they had earlier. So far in China has only allowed BioNTech's outside-made virus. vaccine to help out with German citizens living there. But yeah, let's see what this one does. It's a tradable stock, Brendo.
Yeah, coming back down a little bit here, back to 200. Guys, worth noting as well, Bed Bath & Beyond just took out yesterday's high.
Obviously, you guys can BBBY is going. That means AMC has kind of gone with it at the same time. My last out was at 44. That's why it's going to show that. But I'm now holding for a break of 650. I'm looking for like the 675 for the next level up. Maybe it's one of these days. We'll see if that ends up happening. But I just like that double top break. We kind of talked about this in the afternoon show. You know, you get these big levels and they start getting taken out there, and it's a sort of an obvious jump off point. I've moved my stop a little bit tighter up here. I don't want this now getting past $6. You know, I'll probably hold to like a 610 area. So AMC starting to go. Moderna, okay, that was set up that maybe there could have been something if it could have continued the move. 213 was a big level on the daily chart. Now it's a matter of, now that they're sort of selling past support at 203, where can you pick it up? And when I was writing my notes down here, I did have like a 197 written down. I'll have to go back to see why I like 197 so much. I hope it wasn't like a Fibonacci thing. But we actually could see that. So they're starting to come back in. You've already taken out support. I was more interested in whether or not this could have broken out on the daily and gotten past like this 215 area. That would have been a heck of a lot more interesting if it could have been breaking out here. Like I like the 213 long if we had been taking out the top and then take that into 13 and there's room to run. Unfortunately, Moderna just took out the pre-market lows, so that trade no longer sets up.
Wow, Microsoft. When that PPI number came out, man, we were down here to 240, and it's like I should have just picked this one instead of Apple because Microsoft went to 243, like a huge move up there for Sophie. They just did confirm. Brennan mentioned this as well. 10,000 jobs slashed through the end of Q3 of this year. So, you know, a couple more months to go here as they continue to slash. You know, I hate to. I mean, I don't know why it says that word on there, but yeah, it sucks when people lose their jobs for sure. So I'm not, you know, never happy about that. But the stock seems to like it a little bit here, up 0.9, more than the market, but not by much. So the NASDAQ and Microsoft continue to be nice trades. I'm looking for this one to get down to 240. My bid is literally 240.50, and we just missed it there. Went to 240.70 on that PPI release right there, so we just missed it. But back down here to 241. I'm actually going to adjust this and put it to 241. But I like Microsoft. I haven't really traded Moderna for a while, so I'm going to stay off of that and just continue with Apple and some of these names that we have on board right now, and up my Microsoft trade here into 241 just to get a dip if that does happen. We're only a couple minutes away from the NASDAQ imbalances.
All right, as mentioned, Coinbase just basically confirming what we learned about last week on the Japan front, that they are in fact going to shutter their Japan offices. So bit of a non-event, I think, for Coin outside of the fact that Bitcoin is moving all over the place. Kathy Wood still liking Coin as well.
And Kathy went shopping yesterday, Brendo. One of her pickups was Coin in addition to Roku and Tesla. These are already some of her biggest positions in the ARK Invest. So yeah, she's sticking to her guns.
Yeah, which is, I mean, why not? If you're already there, you might as well continue. Here is a look at, I mean, we've mentioned a few of these already, but pretty impressive. Since the beginning of the year, these things up, you know, double digits across the board, 24% for AMC, 11%, 50% for Carvana. Anything with something that resembles a high short interest has to be on watch today, guys, after what's happened the past couple of days.
Yeah, I think that's just kind of been true. I'm just on the Coinbase front there, I'm now on the offer of not Coinbase, but SI, so Silvergate, that 14-quarter mark. You know, it's volume's picking up here, and I don't want to miss out completely. If it takes out that 30 level, I'll probably just get out. But I want to grab something here around that 40. I'm in AMC. Everyone's talking about Bed Bath & Beyond there because it's made a pretty strong move. This is a squeeze-type play. Obviously, this is not necessarily fundamental, but it's just broken that 450. I haven't paid for locates. I did say I like the shorts at 6. I don't necessarily want to buy a dip in AMC and Bed Bath & Beyond. So if it does come back to 420 at the open and sort of fail that 450 break and I still like the long, I might decide to maybe diversify, for lack of a better term, go like with BBBY with a dip buy and not reload on AMC. For now, I am bidding AMC because that's where I started. It just had the breakout going that I liked, getting into new territory. And I'm on the bid of this one to try and pick it up in front of 610 if it does dip. So it's kind of gone a little bit further on in terms of where it's come from in the breakout. So I might not favor that dip buy as aggressively. If it takes out 50, then I don't want to be buying a dip at 610, 620. As long as we're still kind of hovering beneath that level, I think there's still room to run, buy that long into that 650 level. But yeah, I could get that short any second now on Silvergate. It's been a bit of a dog, but got to be careful. Ether took 1,600, kind of just came back there a little bit. Bitcoin's been trying to break out. You don't want to get into these things, those shorts, without having a bit of a stop in the crypto names. It's the same thing with the memes as well.
Just looking to get out of, I mean, Coinbase is starting, I mean, I know we were talking a little bit about Coinbase and then the meme rally, but I don't have too much. We talked about that 450 level on Bed Bath & Beyond. It went right there, so that's no surprise. But still aggressive, needless to say, as memes are back and hot once again. I'm going to get a little bit out here on Coinbase. You know, we canceled our 80. Looks like we wouldn't have got filled anyways, but it's coming back in a little bit. 54 is right here. I think we're going to take a piece out at 54 just to make that 50 cents. If we're lucky enough to get that, I don't know. And then we'll wait to see a bottom break. I don't even have any bids out here or anything like that, so we'll wait to see if it does come down. That job cut, by the way, is less than 5% of Microsoft's total. So, all right, there it is. We've got 70 cents in the money right now on Apple. We can get rid of the board probably if we want to go back to Brenda. We can at any time. Let's just double check here the imbalance locator because that just came out, right? So let's see if there's anything on here that was interesting. Okay, we already know about Party, AMC on there. I don't see any NASDAQ. That's not Tesla. Ooh, tried to get me. TSLS right there. You can see there, not Tesla. TSLS. Right now, Teva, Delta there as an airline with a bid. We talked about maybe buying the Jets ETF as an option for that. JP and Morgan both still has sells as that's now sub. So this watch out for this name. So JP Morgan today could puke. JP Morgan now sub 140 here. That was a level that I was pretty concerned about. What about a 139 break? I think we're going to go short 139 JP Morgan. I mean, I was looking at this level anyways, 140, a 139 break to the low side here for JP Morgan. Maybe gets this thing back down to the downside as we're done with some of these big banks. Let's see if it can hold. Watch. I mean, here it's coming in right now. Pretty good. 9:26. Like still 4 minutes to go. So let's see what happens here to the downside for JP Morgan. I like that 139 break, but again, like all we can really do is write them down and then try to remember to go back to them because I've got Coinbase short and I've got Apple long right now. Let's not try to forget too much about some of these banks that have been dancing around the last couple of days.
Yeah, and with only maybe 3 minutes to go here, you're going to see me in and out of this one probably a few times here today. So I'm going to get it out of the way. VLTA, you saw it on the imbalance locator. It's done like 4 million shares of volume. They're being bought at 86 cents in cash. But the reason why it's trading above the price, we're likely looking a little bit more bullish than that deal, is because of an 18% short interest. So there are some shorts that probably have to cover. I'm going to scalp it. If it gets beneath that buyout price, I'm probably going to build into a long position and then trying to hold it for that top. So I'm kind of bidding it every penny down, just looking to grab spread when I can. I already took a cent out of it. I just feel like this is going to be, it might show up from time to time and it'll do decent volume. Just not going to do like a 20% move on top of what it already has because it's a cash deal. Brendo.
Just seeing a downgrade on Snapchat, guys. OTR Global downgrading to mixed. Their rating, mixed from positive. So heads up on Snap. This one, not a lot to discuss outside of the meme stocks in small cap world today, but TCBP just popping back up on more volume there, getting back above 650. This one still has a ton of room. If you go back to last week, there was that huge day it halted a number of times on its way to 950. What are you looking at today?
I'm looking at two things, Brendo. I'm looking at OTRK and I'm looking at Carvana. OTRK looks kind of good. It's holding VWAP at these levels. I like that little bounce that it just did off VWAP here. Was sub $1, so just showed up on my scanner. I'll keep my eye on that. You guys know I'll probably be trading that during the midday show. And then, oh, this is Tesla. I mean, Carvana here. There we go. We're near day's highs. I'm looking for a possible dip off that 730. It's been a level that's come into play a lot. I'm not going to take this one long at through high day.
All right, there was a downtick there on Snapchat on that downgrade. Still positive on the day, though. Worth noting for Microsoft as well, 1.1 billion charge going to be taken by the company for those job cuts in this quarter, guys.
Yeah, I was just looking at Snap. Not too much happening. There was a bit of a downtick, but yeah, not too much of a move or too gigantic volume. Probably going to stay away from that. Just sort of stick to the list of names that we are planning on taking at the open, because you want to have a plan of action at the open. You don't want to get too many positions in there. I do have a bid on NVIDIA. This is, oddly enough, NVIDIA is not really following the market today in terms of percentage move because it's actually down on the session, but that's mostly because it held these highs so well. I'm looking right at that dip from the morning. Right at noon, it got down into 173, and I just want to be buying the dip in front of 173 if we can catch it. I do still want to get some Silvergate. Tesla, we already went over. I don't think I mentioned this on NIO, but it's exactly the same as yesterday's trade. Sitting on the bid in front of 11, now it's starting to run away from me on NIO. So I might not get a trade on NIO given the market strength, but I've liked that 11 for a couple of days, and I'll just continue to sit there. With about 40 seconds until we get the open, Bed Bath & Beyond, I have to watch that out of the corner of my eye because I think it'll probably move at least a little bit related to AMC, which I'm sitting in, looking for the dip buy currently on AMC. Both of these have an opportunity to get, if they get going, there's some room to run to the upside. And if you're trading party, halted, potential bankruptcy happening there, and because it's news-based, we do not have an indicated open time. If for some reason, which I don't think it's going to, if for some reason we get an update on it, that it could be going to the pink sheets, we'll let you guys know. But I'm not sure you're going to see that stock again. With 5,
There
4,
he is. There he is.
Brad,
There he is. What's up,
2,
Brad? There's Brad. What's up, Bradley? What's up, Bradley? He gone.
In the Houston Rockets gear.
Yes. Can he name one player on the Houston Rockets?
Of course he can. Give the man some credit.
My bet would be no.
Whoa.
On that one. All right, here we go.
Silvergate just
Coinbase
tanked.
starting to go back up to the upside, so no surprise there. As we've talked about where Coinbase probably goes today as Bitcoin and crypto continues to rock and roll here. So right now, there's Coinbase up to the upside. We do not have that long yet on that, and we are going to watch out for Apple making some moves right now as our eyes are sort of peeled everywhere. Apple, Meta starting to go back up to the upside. Let's see if Tesla's taking out that 140 right now. Just got to woo-saw-woo and just relax a little bit here as we get into some of our positions.
I mean, almost immediately I got the dip on AMC there, so it comes right back in. I'm getting dipped at 21 and then out at 31. So in the initial 10 cents, but that's a big candle into the downside that I got to respect. I'm not going to reload it another time. Uber broke that 30 level, so got engaged into Uber. That's a huge move on Uber, right? You don't always like buying those tops. When you get a trade, it matters how you get into it. I might not give this all the way back into that 75 initially. I might just give it like a 15-cent stop, but we're long on it. We just got the Tesla dip as well. I'm going to get a quarters offer out there on Uber, but here comes Tesla. Every single time we just sort of say, okay, let's weather the storm. Yesterday it dipped to 125 before going. This time it dips to 135, and we'll see if it starts going once again.
We like that one. $1 in the money right now for Apple, looking to get at some more dip buys possibly right here. As Roblox, we talked about looking at that one early. Let's have a quick look to see what's going on as the market right now still up 0.7, so still bouncing around a little bit. Yeah, Roblox, wow. Nice move to the downside for sure on RBLX. That one's really making a move downside right now. So Roblox continuing its move down. Moderna, you just mentioned, downside. Where do we want Roblox here? It's a pretty good move. That's a 36. Oh, we talked about JP Morgan breaking lower as well, 139. That went to 138.80. That could be another level to look at.
Yeah, and Silvergate just tanked like 70 pennies there. Oh, come on. UAL is on the NASDAQ. Silvergate tanking about 70 pennies, but UAL starting to come down. I got my first leg in. It's got a wick bottom through 52. That's a level I want to defend. It's all about holding this 52 at the open. So as long as it can manage to support this, I want that long. I thought it was a strong quarter. Was only looking for the dip buy in this particular stock. And then going back over to AMC here, that one trying to hold up. So this is looking like it could be like a failed breakout. And if we do not hold this 610, I want out of Dodge, and it's about 609. Well, 609 will give it just a couple of shekels there. Tesla, we did ring the register on that initial bounce trade, and I am looking for another place to get it, but it just took out the pre-market lows. And this is what I want it to look like. I want to have the win versus the loss be risk to reward positive. So that's what we have so far in Tesla. We are reversing here pretty heavily, however, as the market is now starting to come in.
All right, so let's watch out, man. There goes Microsoft to the downside as well. So we're watching out for that 240 level. Some of these levels are definitely falling out. We still have Coinbase. That was a nice little short there. Microsoft coming in pretty decently right now. The market's still up, so let's still, not go too crazy here on everything. But it's a nice upside market still as Microsoft falling in. I feel like we could buy more of this, so let's do that right now. Coinbase going to the upside, man. That short's not going to be right. But there goes Microsoft right back to 241. We missed that 240.50, so we should have sat there. Let's take another bid right now if we can. There we are on Microsoft and just see where we go. So right now we are on this name here, Softy, possibly looking like an upside move coming through, but we're going to watch out for that 240 level to respect.
Yeah, and level to respect is the dip buy on AMC. I got to ring the register. Got to take some of this out as it continues to go up. We just got 640s again, really only buying in one price area. Yesterday's double top. Someone asked in the chat, why am I long it? Yesterday's double top, the break. We're only buying it off of that level and then playing it back into 650. So that rinse and repeat is going to work out. If we get any more strength here in Silvergate, like this is me trying to get Silvergate shorts on that pop, and this is Silvergate deciding it wants to die a fast death. On this last pop to the upside, I'm going to start shorting this into the high of the day. I just want to be reversing on this stock. It's entirely too weak not to take that short. We did talk about Uber getting into the long. It hasn't really done anything. It's still holding around that 30 area, but not really continuing just yet. UAL bouncing nicely, however, as we go to Brendo.
A couple things. Bullard speaking right now, so heads up on the overall market. I'll let you know if there's any significant comments. This one, just mentioned before the open there, halted upside now, guys. That's 750 there on volatility.
All right. Yeah, no, I was just going to talk. So we did get stopped out. We sort of figured that would happen with our Coinbase trade as it just got going, man. So we take a little bit of an L on that one and flush ourselves down the toilet. But we do have a nice trade here in Apple, as that's still from the morning and still taking out new highs right now. We got to watch out for our Microsoft. It's going to, well, we did. Yeah, there it is. We did take an out right there, as we failed on the early long, but we got it again. So there we go. So nice little out there, up at 241.50. You can see our long is 241.10. So let's see if that wants to still remain intact here for that play. But right now, Microsoft on the long side of things. Let's see if it wants to continue to make a little bit of a move here. So there goes Microsoft. We still have Apple. I don't know. We're trying to get into some shorts for sure. I mean, you don't want to just sit only on longs. But right now, into today, we have to look out for AMD. Like, what is weaker than the market right now? AMD stronger than the market, up huge, right? Up 1%. What about Amazon? Was an area that we looked to get short. Where's my 98? Oh, we're at 9. Okay, we're at 99. Yeah, so watch out for Amazon there at 98. That's a level for sure, guys.
Yeah, I just got a short in Silvergate there. We reloaded on Tesla, so we'll get to that in a second. But finally short in some SI here, as it looks like it's trying to come back into the upside. I get it. Bitcoin's been strong, but this has been bucking that trend. If I can get more in front of 14, I'll go ahead and do that. This is one I want to be all over. AMC just pulled back on me here. So we got to 650, double tap 650, and trying to hold that 610. This could be the last time I take a reload on AMC the way it's coming back in here. It does not seem to want to break out from that 650 level. And if you're watching Bed Bath & Beyond, I think that's a pretty solid proxy as well. So let's go to BBBY here. Whoops, that's 3 Bs, not 2. Bed Bath & Beyond, it's also pulled back from 450, probably why you're running into some trouble on that AMC following through. Tesla, we just got a scalp trade. Why did I get out of all of it? I reloaded on a wick bottom at 135, but I did not want to get out of all of it for only 70 pennies. I'm going to get right back on the bid here. It's holding that 135 level pretty decently, so I want to make sure we're taking advantage of it.
All right, guys. Yeah, good talk. Let's just keep this momentum going here to the upside. Microsoft is absolutely blasting. We got another reload down there, so let's just keep going on it, man. Microsoft blasting to the upside. Oh, we didn't get that out. Oh, sorry, that's AMD still. We did not get that out there. Maybe we can take another out here on Softy. It's still going, so we still have lots of opportunity here, but we need to make sure we take advantage of said opportunity. Right now, Microsoft trying to blast. Damn it, we just missed. Damn it. That was just up there at 241.80. I was very distracted there and missed that opportunity to get some out. The market just taking lower right now. We said we got to find some shorts, man. I'm got to look for them. Is there any names out there that you guys might want to get? We're talking about, some people talking about Veru there moving around a little bit, but there goes Apple right back up to the upside. So that sucks, man. Apple even went to 137.50 on that move. Let's just keep buying these dips in Softy, but we did a bad job there. We should have got out at that top and we didn't. So yeah, Softy's going to probably haunt me a little bit because that was a great winner. My P&L was blasting there and we missed it. So Apple,
Tesla just reversed hard.
Okay, Tesla. Yeah, the market's getting hit here pretty good.
So Tesla just put on a pretty big reverse for me there. We reloaded a third time, so we get a good scalp stop, scalp back in it, tries to go that dollar, and then it just reversed heavy off that 135 level into the downside. I added to Silvergate because I know I like that one to the short side. I'm going to go back over to NVIDIA here because I haven't made a single trade in this bad boy, and it's starting to get back up toward those tops. So if we do not get through the high on NVIDIA with this market rolling over, I hate shorting that stock because you know how it can run with crypto sometimes. However, there is a name that I like on relative weakness, and you know it's going to be Intel. So I'm going to short this off the highs on Intel as a proxy for NVIDIA here, just because I see some relative weakness. I still have that stupid wick, so I can't really zoom out for you guys. But I want to short in the 75 range in front of 85s. Intel, if something is going to be weak in this space, I kind of always bet on it, as long as it's not taking out those tops. So just watch out NVIDIA, because that looks pretty strong.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we're still, honestly, guys, we're still on Microsoft, and we're trying to buy some more down here. Let's, excuse me again. Let's just see what happens here at 240 flat. So there it is. We are now long Microsoft at 240.40 as I got to clear this frog. What's up, Brando?
Oil back to day highs here, 2.08% for crude. Just notice this one, OXY, huge volume through 66 there, guys. Not a red candle yet for Oxy.
Ooh.
Oxy's that strong.
Yeah, oil up 2% right now as well. So, all right, you know, we are now long at 40. So 240.40 here on Softy. We have that bottom of 240 that we're going to see if it wants to dance with. So that's going to be our out, but it's a quick trade here so far on Microsoft. Let's just see how it goes. Let's just see if it works. We're now huge on this trade. So let's start to get some out as this has really blasted us up here. Let's go. Holy shit. Bang right there for Microsoft. What a trade that was. Let's spin it for you. I hope you guys have that, man. I told you yesterday we were on one. Rinse and repeat, baby. There's a nice trade for Softy. You got anything going on over there?
Sorry a second. There's just I was getting some orders out there because I realized I had nothing out on Silvergate. I just wanted to make sure I got these out. I want to get these bids down because this is starting to come in. I did not get Intel there. I just missed a punch on Intel, but I want to go over to UAL because it just spiked. We got a last bid in front of, this is still a NASDAQ stock. We got our last bid in front of 51.5. It does now hold out that breakout price. This is it. This is that line in the sand. If it takes it out, we're gonzo. I want this stock getting up to 55 even. I did forget to talk about GPS here. Gap does not really maintain that breakout, but it's also not, like, this isn't incredibly weak. I still think it's pretty strong here. I just needed getting back above the top and taking out the high at that open, so it's inside the channel. Even in that pullback in the market, it didn't do too much to dissuade me from the break. It just has to break out the highs on Gap.
All right, good. Yeah, thanks for that. All right, so, yeah. I mean, what are we going to do with Microsoft? It's now $1 in the money. We have a lot of shares. It's a good trade for us. So absolutely nothing to fret about here for Softy, except for the fact that we got to make sure that we take profit every time this happens, right? We didn't do it last time, and we kind of screwed that up. So honestly, guys, I mean, I hope you sort of understand that. Like, I'm getting excited here because, A, it's not for my P&L. It has really nothing to do with that. It just has to do with the fact that, you know, when I'm trying to, like, tout Sticky Note and I'm trying to tell you guys all about, you know, how hard we all work here on the show, it's really nice when a trade actually works out. Like, I told you, we flushed ourselves down the toilet there on Coinbase. That was a nightmare, right? So we've talked about that. There are some plays that aren't going to work, but when they do work and they start to go back up to the upside, yeah, hell yeah, we're going to celebrate those victories. And not only that, it's about learning. I'm learning more every single day. So when things do work out for me, yeah, I'm pretty happy, you know, with that. And I like to celebrate those wins. So we'll see if it comes back in. But right now, Microsoft is a decent long for me, and so is Apple, both $1 in the money right now.
So you're going to see me in and out of that VLT. I don't want to ignore it, but I'm going to continue to take it. It just gives you a penny every single time you take 86s. But what a crazy move I'm seeing happen in AMC. I just missed this reload by 2 cents, and we're right back up to the high of the day. You can rinse and repeat off these 20s pretty much at will, and then it's just giving you like 20 to 30 cents almost every single time. At some point, 650 goes, and when 650 goes, I want to be a part of that party. Part of the issue, I think, why we haven't gone just yet, is Bed Bath & Beyond is still in the midst of a little bit of a dip. So this needs to get back up toward those highs, and I think we can really start going. Brendo?
Another little one moving this morning, NRGV, Energy Vault Holdings. They are, it looks like anyways, a clean energy holding company. So they create batteries. Revises full year 2022 revenue range to the upside. Nice look here. 25% just took out the highs there for NRGV.
There was that one, and then we were talking about that. It was TCBP, what you were mentioning, that was the other halt. It opened back up. I'm paying for locates on this thing because I'm kind of seeing this. If it gets to $10, it's sort of an obvious, I don't want to say it's an obvious line in the sand, but it's a pretty obvious line in the sand. If it gets to 10, I'm going to be all over trying to grab the short on this thing. It's not there yet, but I think it's a matter of time. If it halts a couple more times, you'll definitely have a level I want. It's not going all in on a stock. It's just saying everybody's looking at the same chart. It would be a failed break on the higher time frame, and then I want to have it for sure. But I got to pay for locates on TCPB after that reopen.
All right, so Microsoft, we just got another piece out at 30 right there. That's a pretty high take for us on Softy, as Apple's still nicely done there. We had Snapchat with a downgrade, right? So that name, once again here, let's see what that's doing. Up. Is it? It's up 0.26% right now. That is Snapchat. So yeah, that name, we'll see, man. We can see how Meta's going to react with this as well. What about UAL as that continues to? I'm going to say Nasdaq. Yes, 51. Ooh, where was the dropping off spot on that one? UAL. We talked about that getting back down to 50 maybe. The thing about UAL is it's at that level again where you're high up here, 54, 56, 58, so on and so forth there for UAL. So that could be something that we look at again as a possible top. So what's JP Morgan doing? That was a 139. 139 break to the downside. Okay, Microsoft just come right back in now. So yeah, let's take a little. So first of all, we only have like 20% left, but let's take a little bit more down here and average into this price if we can. It just dropped down. That was a good take, man. We just got that at 241.30. So as long as the market remains high up here, it's a pretty good take for us, but it's not in the area right now. So nice move upside for Microsoft. We took advantage of it.
Wow, SI's.
Let's try to. Is Coinbase still flying? You're talking about SI. Yeah,
SI's
Coinbase.
flying on me.
Good thing we got into that one, guys. That's
yeah,
disastrous.
SI's starting to fly. It just gave me a fill up at 14 even. So this is starting to get pretty aggressive here on this move. I do like it to that 14.25 mark, so it's not quite gone just yet, but it's getting pretty darn close to it. I'm going to have to take that one out. If the market reverses here, I think this one is pretty well poised. NVIDIA, it's a good thing I didn't short that one because NVIDIA right back up to that top. I still have not gotten the trade short into Intel. I think that's only a matter of time now that NVIDIA is taking out these highs. I just don't want to be taking top break on NVIDIA here. Not when the market looks like it's going to be reversing on me. I still want to favor the opportunity to go short. Look how weak Intel is. It just doesn't even want to go even a dime here. I might just, I'm just going to short Intel right here. Forget it. It can't even get off the schneid. You're trying to break out highs on NVIDIA. I'm not waiting around for this. I think if the market goes red, this is 100% going to be a red stock today. So we're going to grab that.
All right. Yeah. Oh, man. Let's take another piece out here on Softy 78, 77s if we can. That's going to be a good out for us for sure there as we watch out for Mike. I don't know if it's going to be, I shouldn't say for sure. Like Neil said, man, never talk uncertainties, especially in this stupid market right now. But yeah, nice move to the upside here for sure in this market. So let's take advantage of that. There goes Softy. Beautifully done here to the upside for Microsoft as it continues to go. So yeah, all right, let's go. We took some more out. Apple is the one that I'm sort of debating a clean out for right now. It's really, I don't know, man. It's up a dollar. It just keeps on dancing like this, up to 137.50. We're long right here at 136 and change. That 137.50 definitely something to look out for. So we'll play that for what it's worth, 137.50, and then we are now out of more of these names here as Microsoft. We've just been trading, very very simply put, man, like one simple name here today. Microsoft has been the biggest winner for me. Pretty happy, obviously, with the way it's been trading. So let's just continue with it and buy the dips, man. Every time we get down to 240, let's just continue to buy it. It's been working. Let's not change the wheel here.
Reinvent the wheel is not something that you want to do, guys. It's all about just understanding what's going to work. Moderna is now coming into play here, so I thought it was dipping a little bit too far. I wanted this on a breakout style trade, and you got a huge volume wick low on Moderna. You got a higher low. We've seen this setup before. And then you could be breaking out the top here. So first things first, can it hold that 203 level, which oddly enough, that was a Fibonacci retracement. I'm not making that one up. So 203 looks like a pretty good zone to work into the high of the day. 213, a monster level here on Moderna. It is something that could, if the market wants to go down, because it has its own catalyst and because it's in a sector which sometimes goes its own way, I think it can continue to show strength even if the market dips. So now it's starting to set up pretty nicely for me here. Intel, which we did jump into, we're a little bit early on Intel. I'm willing to acknowledge that. But what I saw, relative weakness-wise, it was all the more reason to be just sort of sitting in this. And if it flushes, it flushes. Silvergate's still going to work here. Just got to that top, but it's not really breaking out anymore. So slow down at 14 even. I did start to position in the 80s. I feel like I'm not going to be aggressive enough up at those tops because I got in too early. But overall, this could definitely head southbound relatively quickly. Look, I'm going to be trading that VLTA, so you'll see me in and out of that one. It just keeps on giving me the spread.
Yeah, good, man. That's good. So if you see that on there, that's what it is. Sometimes we do get questions like, yeah, what are you guys doing with that stock or this stock or this stock or that stock? Okay. Square up to 75. So Apple's right back to that level right now again where it was like, okay, what do we want to do here? So let's just see. We have to make a decision now on Apple. It's right back to the day's high. My decision is to hold it. So we're going to do that for Apple as it's continuing to make a move upside. We did have this as our #1 idea on the sticky note. So let's just keep that strong, man. We had it written right down here. Apple, 136 long. It's what we have. So anyone could have had it. And now it's $1 plus in the money for AAPL and still trying to go. So hopefully, like I said, man, we will try to hold this name as long as we can. It's going to be Apple to the long side. I'm a little bit more nervous about Microsoft as it's, I mean, I'm not nervous about it. Let's first of all get that straightened out. But it's just that it's made moves down to the downside a little more here than the rest. So, you know, we could definitely have a look here on Softy if it does come back in. Let's have a look at something else. What about Amazon on any kind of a rip? We know we want to short that. That's not going to be in the play right now. DraftKings. Let's check out Palantir, another name. I'm just trying to find names that are dancing around here for us. Maybe the banks, man. Apple's still such a good one. Alibaba we can look at as well. Palantir doing nothing. JP Morgan back up to 140, so that 139 held. We talked about that as a breaking spot low, which worked, but now it's going right back up to the upside. So I don't know, man. I don't really have anything other than what I'm working on. Bed Bath & Beyond still 450.
Yeah, this Moderna might be getting away from me here a little bit. Intel just broke the low of the day, but 29.50 is going to stand in the way of any kind of bigger move there. But I want to get some Moderna into this party. I might step up to 204. I just want to join the trend if I can. I don't really want to bucket too much. Silvergate might run me out here. So the squeeze names are coming to the upside. Like AMC's going, which is great, but Silvergate might take out that 14.25 level. AMC's trying to go again. I still favor a 650 break, but I just got to reload at 620. How many times can we rinse and repeat this before it stops working? That's going to be an interesting question, but it's one I'm going to find the answer to because I'm just going to keep sitting on the bid here. And every time I get 20s, I'm just going to take it. I'll take 10 cents. I'll take 15 to 20. I'll hold for the high of the day and hopefully still be in this one when it gets to said high of the day. But Moderna is really the name. If I'm looking at something that can be really explosive, Moderna's the one. It's like every time I pull back to it and start bidding for a higher dip buy, it just goes another $1 on me. So I'm going to have to get really patient. Like at this point, it either breaks the top or gives me the dip buy. I don't want to chase this one too far. There's always a price you're not willing to pay on a move because the risk reward's not going to be there. Brendo?
Things moving here. YPF in New York up 7%. All I'm seeing on this is heavier than usual call volume going through. So this is an ADR from Europe. So just be careful. YPF in New York up 7%. Heavy volume. OTRK just halted to the upside as it took out 120 as well.
ADRs. Yeah, that actually reminds me because I was going to go over to Alibaba in a minute as well and check out to see what's flying around with that name there for Alibaba. As yeah, Microsoft right back to the upside. I mean, I'm not going to keep talking about this, but we did. I mean, I will. But Apple as well. We said to hold it. That one's going to turn out to be a banger of a trade right there on that Apple hold. So let's just continue to do that and hold it and see what else is going on. There was a name I wanted to look at when we came back, and now I can't remember what it is. We could check out Meta, but that wasn't what it was. Oh, it was Alibaba. That's what it was. Okay, so Alibaba right now today. Let's go have a quick look at that 115 and still holding maybe here at 115. So huge move to the downside this morning for Alibaba. I guess you guys aren't really supporting this Ryan Cohen dude too much on this play so far. So it's a nice move to the downside there for Alibaba. Just trying to get 115, maybe down to 113. I like this 115 break. We were there yesterday on this name. Came right back in. So that's 115 there. That ultimate bottom is 114 and change. 114.80. Alibaba downside right now. What is the market doing? The market's flying upside right now. Apple and Microsoft both dollar winners right now. So yeah, maybe there is something to this Alibaba short, and we should try to take it if it does bounce up. So maybe up to 116, we'll look to short Alibaba.
Yeah, just a new one here. It's not a new one. It's Morgan Stanley that yesterday was so incredibly strong. It's breaking out. It just took out 97s, and I'm looking at the African afternoon range that it put in here. It's back to green territory, by the way. But this afternoon top of 97.50. I just looked over. When you said the banks, I heard people talking about JPM. I went straight to Morgan Stanley. I'm like, is this going to be a long that sets up? It's definitely an interesting level at 97.5. There's room back into 97. 99 was yesterday's high, so I like the risk to reward here. I just dipped in front of 97.5. I'll give it to 97 even, which means that first out is going to be in front of 98 even. See if we can get to 100 on that stock. AMC, we'll talk about that in a second, but I wanted to go back over to Intel. The other short that I'm in here, it is trying to get through 29.50. If anything, I'm probably going to have to get some out in front of that 50 level on Intel. It just seems like it always wants to respect the 50s, the quarters, etc. And I did wait patiently for Moderna. Instead of chasing it, I just got in front of 204 here. Now I can scalp some out in front of the high of the day, have about $1 stop on this and see how far it can go. And if it breaks the highs, the good thing about Moderna is if it breaks out the highs, I can be holding the position on that break. So I can get some out at 5s, I can get some out at 6s, and then still be in position if it does want to go to 213, which I did think was a big level on mRNA. So going to ring the register on this. We didn't chase it too far, but there was at least a little bit of chasing that move up. But that big volume wick is down is a setup I like. Big volume wick selling off at the open, higher low, bull flag into a breakout. I prefer to be long in the flag as opposed to taking the break.
Oh no. Okay, yeah, good call there. I mean, again, guys, technical analysis, use it. Okay, Microsoft. Went a nice move there, back up and went right to its 50 period, and we just learned a lesson right there that we should have got out. So I'm gonna put one at 241.40 again. Hopefully we can get that out. I was gonna wait for a higher high up to excuse me. I don't know today, up to 240 and change there, but that didn't seem to want to work. 241.50 or so I wanted to get upside to 242, so we didn't take that 241.50. Mistake, they're not doing that. So we'll wait on it. Alibaba is the short that I like. If there's anything else that's relatively weak that I should maybe know about, let me know right now. Is AMD. So Baba, again, just needed to fly upside a little bit here. That was pretty close though, 115.40. I don't know if you're on the chips or not. I don't think
Intel short.
Intel short. That's right. You kept talking about Intel. So right now we do have AMD, which is stronger than the market. I guess maybe your Intel might be the best one. We wanted to look at is Intel down today?
Well,
not so much.
Enough.
Yeah, because Shopify right there just bouncing off $40
it's
as well.
Quarter%
right now. Is it okay? Alibaba's straight to the downside. That should probably be faded, guys. Damn it.
Yeah, like I just got Intel in front of 29.50, but that's like round number picking. Like there was nothing significant about that. It's yesterday's low, but taking some out, when you're scalping, you're going to take some out somewhere. I'll short pops in this probably continually, but if the market rolls over, like I said, this is when I thought would do this yesterday. Now it's happening today. Silvergate's still threatening those highs. Moderna, that's been a nice little banger to finally get involved with. If you got 200s long on Moderna, congratulations to you. I don't have it till 204, but it just gave 206s up here. And now if it breaks out the top, we're holding in the money. We don't have to buy the top. We kind of have this on our own terms and can hold through a top break. It looks like the answer to my question on AMC, how many times were we going to be able to buy this dip and it continued to give us all the way to 650, was
unlimited.
This is the last one.
Oh, okay.
Well, potentially. This might be the last time. Lower highs all the way through. We're able to get like 45s. Then this top here was 40s, and then we just got 30s. So I'm not reloading AMC again. If it takes out 10s, I'll just give it up. It looks like the party might be over on this. Pun intended. Well, I guess it's not that funny if you're holding party shares.
Yeah, Party City. Yeah, no pun intended there. Sorry for everybody that's in that name. It's been obviously a disaster there.
It's not a good look.
No, not a good look unless, of course, you somehow magically bought the bottoms, which, of course, is a very tough thing to do. Okay, so there we go. New position alert. We talked about it. We said this name was failing. We'll stamp a fail on Alibaba and hope that we're right on that. So right now, Alibaba to the downside. Let's see if it continues, man. We're bidding flats. So we're bidding, when I say that, what I mean by that when I say that is that I'm bidding 50s. So let's wait to see if 50 comes into play here for Alibaba. I do want to be short again this name, of course, as we've talked about that to the upside there for Alibaba. 115.40. I just put an offer there. So if that comes in, good on us. If not, that's fine. But that is something that we're waiting to get hit on here. 114.50 there for Alibaba. Hopefully it can come in. We'll get that fill. It just went as low as 60 there for them. I mean, look at how disaster this name's sort of been today, just straight down to the downside. So if the market wants to continue this move, then fine, we'll be there for it and hit that short. I don't know how. I mean, what was I doing there? That went down to 27 on Microsoft. I'm bidding 18s, so missed that reload on Microsoft. Damn it.
Speaking of missed opportunities, it looks like we just barely missed on getting filled on the offer here at Morgan Stanley. I'm not going to move it. It just got to 80s. I think it's getting to 98. So that's kind of the thing. Like, I think it's going to get to 98. I still want to go 1-to-1 for that first out. So I'm going to give it some more room to continue this trend. The market is trying to press here, and this is kind of what I'm looking at. Like, the ES is trying to press back into some overnight highs, and obviously, in the morning we got to 40.35. So if we do make a breakout, like, where do you like your strength? The banks were pretty weak, but Morgan was an absolute beast. So if they can catch some steam, I think it's going to be Morgan Stanley on the good quarter that's going to lead the way. Moderna's got its own reasons for going into the upside. Silvergate is finally starting to roll over, so Intel's working. When Silvergate failed to 14, it got up to like 14.20 here, which is what I'm trading off of. That's when I finally reloaded some right in front of the 90s. My average price is 86 here, so I'm kind of bidding 1-to-1 down in front of 50s. And if this gets down to 13 even, I want to get some out probably in front of the quarters as well. So this is what happened in Silvergate, sort of like most of the time, except for it was a bigger move to the upside yesterday. But it's sort of the same kind of thing where it essentially popped, gave you like a double tap, and then just fell for the rest of the day. It's not as big of a move, but you have a drop, you got a double top, and now I think you can roll over back into those lows. As I said, I'm not going to reload AMC. Then that one could be done. Bed Bath & Beyond, I think, stalled out the AMC move. And now what I'm seeing is Bed Bath & Beyond breaking the top. AMC was stalling because Bed Bath & Beyond was coming back. BBBY breaks the top, and AMC's not going. So I got to accept the fact that Bed Bath & Beyond's the one I should have been in, and I'll slap a fail for not going and dip buying Bed Bath & Beyond and dip buying AMC. Even if it's a profitable trade, clearly BBBY was the better meme stock to be in.
All right, guys, hit the subscribe, man. Hit the like button. I'm going to tweet out this Apple trade. I hope you guys, see this. We did call 136 as a long on Apple today, and that's exactly where we're long, as this is now $2 in the money, and Microsoft's $1 in the money as this market continues to go to the upside. So let's go over to Brendan. There's always more happening than what's happening right here. Let's go find out what's happening now.
Hey guys, if you haven't done so already, take a second, smash the like and subscribe as we get ever so close to 375,000 subscribers. If you haven't done so already, make sure you do that. Brought to you by Chart Prime. They make useful tools for both day and swing traders. New features for the new year, including multi-time frame support and resistance indicator, and so much more. For more info, check out the link below for 30% off. We just got some housing market data, higher than expected, 35 versus 31. U.S. business inventories month over month in line, 0.4 versus 0.4. They just announced this as well. The DOJ going to talk a little bit about it coming up at 12 o'clock. Some crypto action. So the Justice Department announcing crypto action. That's going to come up at 12 o'clock, and then we get more Fed speakers later on this afternoon as well. Bullard has wrapped up, it would appear. Bullard not a voting member anymore, so didn't really do much as far as the market is concerned. There's the green board to show you so far. 0.5% right now for the S&P, Dow 0.13. The Russell strong as well, 0.5% for the Russell 2000. All about the tech sector. Once again, 2 days in a row here, 1% for the NASDAQ Composite and the 100, both having a nice day. If you were with us early, we talked about United off a good report. Yeah, they're going to quadruple their earnings in 2023, apparently. Coinbase and Microsoft on watch as well. There's UAL, gives it all back in a second there, right back to where we ended the day yesterday. Coinbase, meanwhile, day highs, guys.
Wow, this market.
Coin is, well, we're back at 135 on Tesla.
Oh, right now. Back to 135 on Tesla. I mean, look at Alibaba, man. We talked about this name as being one of the names that could be possibly weak here to one side. So there it is, Alibaba. We have it, man. And wow, what a good trade that was. 115 short. Now it's still going to the downside as the market's ripping. So Apple just touching 138. Let's see how far this one can go. So that's $2 in the money. And Microsoft right now off that 240 is monstrous. I'm going to just hold these in case this move is extended to the upside right now. What's up, Brendan?
NBC reporting Donald Trump in the final stages of plans for a return to Twitter. So this just happened to DWAC there. Huge volume spike, downside move for DWAC.
I will get to that in a second because that might be very low-hanging fruit. But Disney broke 101. I was mentioning that this morning, and for anyone that was sort of paying attention, no big catalyst there. There was some Marvel returning to China or whatnot, but this is an obvious flat top breakout. So I want to give this one room to rally on Disney. You can see on the daily chart, you break 101, there is room to 105 to 107 and that the 200 period moving average after holding the 50 period. So I'm going to give this one some room to breathe, definitely. But DWAC, oh my goodness, I'm sure we have to pay for locates on this. This is not even a done, the SPAC never even, they never even had the SPAC conversion. They got that, not the delay, sorry. They got the extension to be able to go another year, however long it was, on this actually rolling over and the deal actually closing. But it's just, I feel like it's going to get to $10 at this point, unless something changes here. So I want to respect that fact, and I want to short any pop I can get. First thing I have to do is pay for locates, because I didn't really see this news coming.
No, I didn't either. So that's going to be bad for DWAC. And, of course, we're going to go long on Twitter, right? So, no, just playing around. Yeah, we do not.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, we don't have Twitter shares to do that. Maybe go long on Tesla. I always thought that he'd bring Tesla or bring Twitter back to market at some point at a ridiculous valuation. So let's see if that does come into play. I don't know, man. I mean, I know a lot of you guys are in on this Apple with me and everything, and it's just like, I mean, where do we get it out? It just keeps on going. So we'll have to see. Oh, have we finally hit bottoms? Yes. So that's going to be not popular. I just hit that instantly, only because the market's going to have to retrace back down about, what are we up, 20%? I have to find out what we're up from the bottoms before I actually answer that question. So there's still so many more things to happen. I guess that's a tough one because of time frame, right? So what are we talking about here? Have we hit bottoms for this quarter? Can we revisit this after subpar earnings, if we even get those subpar earnings? As so far it's been pretty good. Delta was pretty good. The bank's pretty mixed, but let's see are they thinking that tech is going to blast and beat? Here we go, man. Apple just continues its march, right? I mean, this is a big move here for Apple. So yeah, really respected this play here, and I don't really know where we're going to go with it, but Apple right now continues to climb. If this is like a sort of a bellwether for what's to come here, then yeah, we do have a lot of tech upside. Yesterday, Wedbush came out and talked a little bit about the tech upside as well, that could be coming through, and then maybe a little bit better than expected earnings from the tech names. So yeah, lots of stuff to come through here. We're really excited about what's to come. So I hope you guys are too. Like I said, you've now found the best trading spot in the world, so good for that, and we look to be here to continue to support you guys. As Alibaba right now, an absolute monster here to the downside, as that's still going, a big time movement here for Alibaba downside, now 70 cents in the money.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get my first leg out here in a second on SI, because it's starting to stall out here at VWAP, and I want to respect how strong this market is. Oh, I didn't hit confirm on my DWAC. So when we pay for locates, it's like two form. You have to hit accept, and you have to make sure you actually want to pay for the damn thing. So I just made sure I got those. But I want to get something out here on SI. This market is super strong. Morgan Stanley's still going, but I just missed those 98s. Look, I was sitting there. It got to 98.90. I threw an offer at 87s or something like that. After it happened, I might just step up and just sort of take 85s or 84s. Or actually, I'm sitting here at 83. I'll just take that fill. That's a wick top in front of the level I wanted to get out in front of anyway. So let's just take in front of that top. If it breaks 98, I'm holding to 99, and then I think 100 can definitely be in play for Morgan Stanley. It's a clean breakout on a relatively strong name that had good earnings. There's every reason to give this one room to go and just see how far we can head to the upside on a Morgan Stanley. Just want to make sure you guys got the bigger picture there. Disney, I want to give some breath to. Moderna, I think this is one still holding pretty strong. It's back into the top. I now want to hold through a top end break and just see how far this bad boy can go. Going back over to Intel. So this is sort of the thing. And I'm long Intel in my personal account. Let's not get this twisted for a split second. But the market is at the high of the day and breaking higher. Checks notes, Nvidia is at the high of the day and breaking higher. Intel is literally making fresh lows as we speak. It's just relatively weak for whatever reason, and then you throw on top of it when the big tech and risk goes back on, then the dividend type of more cyclical names, they can have relative weakness. All of that is against Intel today. And if the market rolls over, that doesn't help either. So this one's going to continue to flush itself down the toilet, and I'm going to be here for it every single chance I get.
Yeah, good one. We are just, you want to talk about getting flushed down the toilet. We've got Alibaba right now, $1 in the money as we flipped over to that short, right? We like that short call here on Alibaba. So let's remain short, man. We're still $1 in the money on that one. Our other names are still blasting off. So I do like some of that talk there about some different names. Let's check out Carvana, CVNA. CVNA right now. Right up to 850. So that's a nice level that we've talked about a couple times here on the show before that. We've liked 850 here on Carvana. Could definitely be one of those levels. So we'll see about a short. We just got into the Amazon short. So Amazon flying right now, as is the market. This just came up to a level that we liked. We had talked again and again about 98. So there's the first little area there. We're already I've scratched the itch with the short already on whatever that stock was, Alibaba, which is now $1 in the money, so we've itched that. But let's go back into Amazon right now. There it is right here, up to $98, $99 there for AMZN. Just hitting some of those levels that we talked about the other couple days. So if this does break out, there is really no levels here. 99 is a good take for that. So nicely to the downside right here, or upside for Amazon. It's cooking up to 99. I'm gonna give this one to 99.50 and see what we can do. So right now we're short 75s. We're going to give this a little bit more room.
Yeah, it's all about, look, you have to give almost everything a little bit more breath here today because these markets are absolutely screaming. Speaking of giving more breath, I don't want to give too much room on this it's Silvergate here because it's like the market is screaming to the upside. And in the back of my mind, it's not a fear of this stock. It's just knowing what it can do when it gets going. Right? And it's not breaking down. Like the short's been good off this level, but it's not making that second move into the downside. I've taken almost nothing off here. So I want to respect that. Like you look at what Coinbase is doing here, and it's just flying. So yes, it's relatively weak. I love the fact that this is relatively weak here, but Silvergate needs to start going at some point.
All right, there it is, guys. I mean, wow, there goes Amazon, like we just right now taking 40 cents on that dump. I mean, this is another one given to you today. It's actually not on the sticky note. I thought it was, but Amazon right now absolutely flying to the downside. So far so good on that take here for Amazon. But yeah, let's go, man. We like this level there. Amazon coming back down now into the 30s. Wow, nice move here for AMZN as we continue this party to the downside there on that short, man. Right there, 40 cents in the money, just about as fast as you can think about right there for Amazon. So far so good on that. Let's make sure we take more out. I mean, everything's flying. Everything is flying here for me right now. Microsoft is $1.20. Apple's $1.80. Baba's $1. Like, what in the hell are we doing? Prad, go buy more lottery tickets. I'm just going to give this guy money to go get it right now. Look what we have on. Apple, $1.80. Amazon, 50 cents. Baba, 130. Microsoft, huge. Coinbase, see you later. That name we failed on drastically as that goes to the upside. So we'll only lose on one trade today. But man, are we on one right there. There, Amazon again, lower, lower, lower. I'll take a bid down there in the 20s, see if we can get that, and then we'll see where we go from here. But right now, Amazon cooking.
Oh, guess what just came right back up to 650? You can't stop it. You can't stop it. It doesn't break 620. This might be like the best level that I've seen in a long time because whoever's buying at 620, like I've done it twice, but somebody's buying a ton of shares on AMC. It just gave you 40s and 50s again. This, if it keeps on holding, this is a 650 clean break. I'm getting my order in right now. If 650 goes on AMC, I'm just going to have to take it. And again, sometimes you average down. And other times you want to average up. And the 650 goes, I'm going to be averaging up and buying more as it goes into the money. But the rinse and repeat has just been absolutely free cash. The market made another little bit of a turn down there. I finally am starting to get filled here on Silvergate. It's taken a while. Now I think the party to low of the day is going to happen. Our initial entry is in the 75-80 range. Then we added up in there in the 90s. I think we're going to be holding down to 13 even on this bad boy. And Moderna, yep. Moderna just loves breaking highs. So we're now through the high of the day at 207. Once we get to 208, I'll be looking for a trailing stop, and then we're just going to hold on for dodge there. mRNA, they had the positive catalyst, flushed at the open. We kind of just allowed it to make that flush when it put in the bull flag, or whatever the heck you like to call it. I just like that wick bottom, higher low, play the consolidation, hold it through the high of the day. Brendo?
I was late to the party, but only a matter of time before this one popped up. HKD just did that, 1060 to 1180. Essentially one print there, not even a million shares yet on HKD.
All right, we got to
goodness.
regroup a little bit there.
That's got to be a fade.
Wow, that's a huge trade. I mean, HKD is a monster, as we know. Apple out. So we got out of Apple there. I was just looking at the futures here, thinking that, you know, there was a chance that we were coming back to the 50 period. I wanted to get out of Apple there. It bounced around 138. The high was 138.50. We'll take that one right there for $1.70 and cash it out. Well, we did cash it out. We don't have any more shares. But we got to watch out for Alibaba because Alibaba was really tanking down there, and then it stopped. So right now, Alibaba, for the downside move, for sure, we had that, but it just basically bounced off 114, pretty clean there, 113.60. So we still got shares on board on this one. I still want to hold it, but again, we only took 50 cents. We should have taken that 90 cents when it was there, but you know, we didn't take it, so it wasn't there for us. But you know, that was something that we could have looked at. Of course, we were looking at so many other things here as this day continues to go. So many different names to look at, right? So I hope that you guys are, like I said, over 7,000 names, so many to go. Just make sure that you stay in your lane, trade what you guys know and what's good. Don't copy us for reasons if you don't know, right? Like make sure that you're in with us here and trading, hopefully aggressive with us and getting some of these fills. So yeah, again, thanks for watching. It's been a great morning. I think we've got a lot of good trades to show you guys.
Yeah, we're now 40 in the money on look, on SI, I think that's only halfway. I think he goes the full buck and gets to that 13 even area. But I just took DWAC in there. I'll go over that like silly VLTA. It's not really doing a heck of a lot. It just keeps giving me the spread. But DWAC here goes right back into 17 on that Trump news that he's going back into Twitter. Or at least he's going to go back on Twitter, so he says. I haven't seen that myself in terms of any tweets or anything. But I just think that's negative. I want to be short in front of that 17.15 or 17.20 top that it just put in. So I just got the first short in there at like 70s or so, and then I want to be adding to this position if I can in front of 17.50. DWAC, always have an out when you trade a stock like this. I feel like it's reckless not to. Morgan Stanley, which is that long, this is like an easier position to work with, right? Because it's a 75 break. Once it breaks 98, sorry, 97.50 break. Once it breaks 98, I'm just slapping a trail, putting my stop from 97 back into this 97.50 range, so close to break even, and then I let it ride. It's the same thing I've done with Moderna, only Moderna hasn't really held that high just yet. NVIDIA just rolled over, so that makes the Intel trade a heck of a lot easier, like it rolled over off the top. That makes it really easy to now just sit around and manage the Intel trade. We got the short as it was taking out the pre-market lows. Everything else was strong. I think it's on the way to 29 even. 29 is a monster level on Intel. I will be going long at 29. It's a great double bottom here. I think it gets to 29 and probably makes a bit of a curl. I know the market's pretty strong, but this one's been a bit of a dog. Down 1% now almost. But that 29 is an obvious reversal point for me. Gonna get a bid out here because I'm not sitting there already in front of the 20s just to make sure that I'm locked and loaded. I want to be flat on this if it gets to 29.
Locked and loaded. Yeah, it's a nice run up for that stock, of course. Intel, recently, Prad was telling me today, long near that 25 mark. Great long. I know you picked some up there as well. So yeah, Intel with those dividends still pouring in there. A little bit of a different name, of course, than an NVIDIA or an AMD. But yeah, if you like the names, time to buy. I don't know time to buy right now, but we had a nice little move upside there. It's a good thing we got out of some of our Apple as it dipped. Well, now it's back. It did dip down to 30s and 50s there. So that looks like it was temporarily a good out there as it just battles right back upside. And what's really been really crappy is Alibaba came all the way back. So it's a good thing we put in 50 cents in our pocket because right now we ain't got that 50 cent. I know 50 cent, I think is Fahad's favorite rapper. Is that correct?
One of.
Yep, one of, so right there. So shout out to that. We did put 50 cents in our pocket. Wish we would have put a little bit more as it went to the downside. I am looking to reload the trade though there. So let's watch out to see if that does come into fruition there, a reload.
There goes AMC.
There goes AMC as well. Are you on that name?
Oh yeah, we just got to the upside. So 650 has finally broken here on AMC. Look, I've been scalping it in front of that level. You guys kind of know that, but now we're looking at the breakout style trade. So it's through 650. I do still have some shares left over from the 20s, so my average price is going to be 42. You'll see that change because I just got to fill there. I think I got 53s on that break of the level. So you'll see my price change. It's now a completely different ball game. I'm going to get some orders out there in case it goes to 75 on a monster pop, as I love when these start going because the volume is pretty solid around these levels. I should scalp the last of these out. I still have some of those 20s here, and I should take something in front of 60s, and every 10 cents sort of rinse and repeat. Bed Bath & Beyond is still strong, but that's actually, so AMC breaks out when this is dip buying back at that 450 level. But remember, what was 450? 450 was yesterday's high, so that's your strength area there. If we can hold this on Bed Bath & Beyond, I think they all have a chance to go. Not really looking at Carvana per se. These are the two that I've been focused on, although I haven't traded Bed Bath & Beyond. AMC has been a bit of a solid one, but you want to make sure you ring the register. As fast as these go up, they can go down. I think we all know this story, so make sure you pay yourselves out. No one ever went broke taking profit. DWAC, look, it's holding sideways, which I think is a good thing. The longer it goes sideways, it's hard to imagine it breaks out given that news. I haven't added to it just yet, but I am looking for places to add.
Yeah, same thing here. Looking at places to add on all of these trades. What else we want to look at here? Let's look at Tesla right now quickly just to see what's going on that name. I'm just still resting on a lot of these positions. I don't really see too much happening. We didn't get the best position for Alibaba to reload it. We've already out of our Amazon. We're out of 60% of our Amazon. There goes Tesla, that 135 area. It's starting to break down lower as well. Look at the 50 period getting taken right now on this market. So yeah, man, I really favor the shorts now in here, especially as we take this out. Amazon really printing, man. You guys want to talk about being patient and really waiting for a level to come through. That's exactly what we did on Amazon. You guys saw me get into the position, and look at this. Holy crap. There goes Amazon. We got it. We have to take something out. So we take something out at 09 there as it just falls down. That's $1, or 75 cents in the money there for Amazon. So yeah, good take there to the downside. AMZN continuing to print lower. And we have that trade, right? We've been looking at it. Neil brought up the retail actually earlier, and that made me think, what about Amazon? What about Amazon? What levels are we looking for? And bang, there it is right now. Nice little win to the downside. And like I said, man, I'm a changed man. We sit here, we get out when stocks give us opportunities to get out, right? They rip up, we try to hold something for the winner. If it comes back in and we get faded, that's fine. But we're trying to hold on to some of these names. Microsoft coming in for a possible reload again. I want to look at Meta. Here comes Microsoft. I'm still waiting at 240.20. Maybe that needs to be a little bit higher.
So now the market's really starting to flush. I just added to DWAC because I want to have more short of something that I think can roll over. Intel's just flush, and SI is now 70 pennies in the money. But it does mean AMC over here does make that pullback. Death, almost like a death candle. I grabbed half out when it could not hold this at that 40. Now this is a tale of two trades, right? Like obviously I'm going to have those 50s and be out, but the 20s that I have, I'm still holding on to because it's almost like this is a dip buy. This is a breakout trade. I'm out of the breakout, but I still believe in that 420 level or 620 level down there. So I'll hold these. It's going to look like I'm holding the 650s, which technically I guess I am, but it was an entry here, an exit there, and then the original long we're going to hold down into 620. SI just continues its plunge. I just got 1330s. Now I'm looking for the evens all the way down at the bottom. I might take another leg out here in the 20s as well, but that's a short that we had to hold on to. You know, like this is one that was threatening us the whole way, but it never broke afternoon resistance, right? Like all kinds of resistance in the afternoon at that 1420, then again at 1375. Those have held up pretty nicely as it continues to flush. My only new short is actually DWAC here. And got to watch out for Moderna because this is the value of not taking the break, but taking the consolidation, right? As it goes to the breakout at 207, I don't have to go long at 207. I can just have that long from 04s. I had a break-even stop the entire way. It'll be a positive trade even if it doesn't follow through, which in this case it didn't follow through.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys are checking out on Twitter yesterday, but I picked up some new kicks, but I'm not wearing them today as it was too rainy. And the Italian trader there, Luca, was like, man, I saw your nice kicks. But I was like, yeah, unfortunately today, not wearing them. They're actually a brand new drop from Foot Locker. They're the Obsidian Jordans right there. So they're really sweet. I would wear them one day there as they're all laced up. My kids came down. We're like, oh, new shoes. And they were like, they're too big. So yeah, good opportunity there. We take a little bit of our wins and our losses, but we spend our money for sure. Although you got to spend it on your kids for sure. But I got to treat myself every once in a while. So there it is. New kicks on. Today we just got on the other Jordans, but good luck, right? You got to we got on our sweater today. Everything's kicking it right now. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 6 today. The only losing trade, of course, is going to be that initial Coinbase. But look at HKD. A lot of talk there on HKD on the chat. A lot of people love this name. What a great move off that $10 again, man. Straight fire to the upside. I mean, whether or not this name goes back to 2,500 or not, I don't know. But yeah, I wouldn't put my money on that's going to happen. But HKD right now, looking at some more tops. I mean, just looking at this, that's 17. So if there was anything that you were looking at, maybe a 17 top, something like that for HKD. But yeah, what a great move to the upside today. I would say ring the old register, man. There's a lot of names, and my guy over here, Neil's been, really on AMC, Bed Bath & Beyond, looking at some of these names as they continue to fly. Look at Amazon. Amazon right back. Unfreaking believable that we only have 20% left. 4 outs all the way to the downside. Let's reload this guy, Amazon, straight back up to the upside. Alibaba as well, looking for some reloads, but Amazon, well cooked, man. What an out at 98 there. Remember, we guys took that. We got 98.08 not too long ago. As my phone's blowing up here.
HKD's going to be a short.
Yeah, all right. HKD, you're in that short?
Not
I guess
yet.
we had to pay for it.
Really close.
Was it expensive?
I'm literally paying for it right now. Depends on how expensive it is, but I'm trying to get a cost on it because it's look, 14 is a big level. 16 is the next one in there. 2 cents a share. That's really cheap.
Yeah. The spread is like 4 cents or something.
That's really cheap.
Really cheap right there. All right, we reload our
really
Amazon trade
cheap.
and we reload some more with Brendan over at the big desk.
Hey guys, as always, take a second, smash the like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Small Cap Recap brought to you by Seeking Alpha, the world's largest investing community, your one-stop shop for all your investing needs. Subscribe today to unlock all of Seeking Alpha's premium features, including access to exclusive quant rating system. You can now receive a 1-year subscription for 50% off. Check it out. There's a pinned link in the chat right now for Seeking Alpha. We want to take advantage of that. Shout out to them. A busy, busy morning in small cap land. ATLX, still watching this one, although I don't think it's going to get to where it needs to, which is 14. So 13 up to 14. There's an area anyways on the daily chart. Kind of running out of steam here. It did make that last push above the high, but really wanted this one up here. 28% for ATLX, kind of dying off now. If it makes a lower high, might be worth a visit. AMC, tried this one on the short side when it broke down initially back below the pre-market high. So 635 was that pre-market high. It's not doing anything though, just kind of chopping around, going sideways. So a bit of a flat trade there for me on that one. TCBP, on the other hand, came into the pre-market high after breaking it to the upside, held 650 nicely, gave you a nice long up to $8. This one, very expensive for us anyways on the locate side, but breaking back downside now further for TCBP. Guys.
I mean, watching my trades or not, but I mean, Merry Christmas. Microsoft again, straight down there. I mean, thank you, Microsoft. It's the Merry Christmas, not me. I could be Santa Claus, but we can only give you the ideas. You guys have to pull the trigger. We did it on Microsoft there. It just came back in again. So we got 14s. We said we were waiting there, or 18s, sorry. And now it's right back. I mean, look at this. Look at this move right back up to the upside. So let's take another piece out at 60 if we can. So the nervous Nancy trade for me right now is Amazon. Yeah, I'm going to give this up to 99. If it breaks 99, we'll give it a little bit of love back to the upside there, but not much, man, as Amazon right now, it's not making those moves that we'd wanted it to, right? So what I mean by that is it made a move down, but when the futures just cracked lower there, they stayed up. So Amazon's actually staying up right now, and that's not, for me, not the right recipe for success. So I'm going to hold off on reshorting this one until we get into the 90s, and when we do, we'll take that, and that way, we can sort of massage this trade a little bit better than what we've been doing on this. So hopefully Amazon can come up. Well, we've been doing great on it, but let's not just keep digging into the short. We have a position here at 73s on the short side of things. We've already hit it really great, man. Amazon's one of my top stocks, as you guys just saw. But for right now, will it continue this move higher? It looks like it's just relatively strong. I mean, up 3% today. We gotta remember that. I don't want to get too carried away in what I'm doing because there's other names out there. Don't be married to one idea if it's not working. working, right? So hopefully this can come back down to the downside. We'll take some more outs at 50, and then if we get this in the 20s and 30s, then we definitely ring the register on that one. But watch out for 99. No more shorting Amazon. It's up 3% today. I feel lucky that we've been able to take advantage of this so far. Man, I don't know. I wish I would have saw. I actually didn't realize how strong it was, how like more strong it was than the market, relatively strong there, as opposed to, you know, a name like Microsoft or Apple. So let's watch out for Amazon, still up that 3%. No more shorting it, guys, until we get into the 90s, and then that's finite. After that, we'll get away from it.
Well, what goes up must come down, and sometimes it goes to the gates of hell.
Yeah.
We just talked about HKD there. Quickly, only 2 cents a share for the locates, and it put a failed break at 14 even. We quickly went over it. As soon as we paid for it, wick top 14, short beneath it at 1380, right back into VWAP. It's basically textbook. Now I'm just going to hold on to the last piece. Actually, I have to adjust my stop at the top there. I'm going to give it, look, I'm not going to give it all the way to the high of the day. That's a little bit reckless at this point. If it goes back to the high, I think you're just throwing away a little bit of extra money. I'll probably stop it out at 14 even, which risked about 25 cents on the last bid, to try and get something down in the 12 range. So if it breaks VWAP, let's go for another $1 to the downside on HKD. I just got another bid on Silvergate, and just to go back over AMC, we're back to like square one on AMC because the breakout trade, that stopped out on a tight stop, and now I'm looking for that 620 level to come back in. So I'm going to buy in front of 620 and see if that holds. The way our system is going to work, which is the right way to do it, is kind of first in, first out. So when I get out of my last 62s, my last 20s, and then into 50s, it's going to show me long 50, which is fine. To me, I got out of these when it took that 10-cent move out, and then I want to be reloading in front of that 620 level if we can get it, which is always a big if. It's not a guarantee that it comes all the way into that downside. Just going back over to DWAC, it is still, even on that Trump news, not really doing a heck of a lot. I think it's only a matter of time. Like, if the volume doesn't pick up, I think this thing rolls over. And if it rolls over, no reason why it can't get back down into 16, if not even that 15 low. So if you weren't following along, Brendan bringing the news that Trump bringing plans to go back onto Twitter, not necessarily a good thing for DWAC.
Yeah. No, not a very bad thing.
Well,
But
it's a bad
I
thing.
thought that they had
Yeah,
some
it's a
sort
bad
of an agreement there. So I am interested.
There was something there.
Yeah, I am interested to see what that's all about for sure there for DWAC and company. Okay, there goes Amazon, man. We talked about having that out. You can see this is strong. I mean, it doesn't take, it's not rocket science to see how strong this name is. So there's the break. Let's take a little piece out there at O's and see if that's going to solve anything. If it does pull back down off that level, good for us. But I'm not in love with this trade, so I'm going to now edit the script order and get out of a little bit less shares now. Hey, if it falls now, I mean, we're short at 85. It's not the end of the world. Maybe we get an 80 bid or something, and we'll be able to get some out on a potential flush there. But for right now, it is upside for Amazon, kind of as expected. So we'll take an L on this position. There it is now. Yeah, it's going to break out right now. There it is. So we are now out of Amazon, thankfully. We sort of, again, as the spidey senses get better, we sort of thought that was going to be, wow, holy shoot, Amazon to the upside. You got news on this thing here, Brendan, or what, something?
Not on Amazon, just hearing guys, BAC to freeze hiring. So Bank of America to freeze hiring if you're watching the banks. This one as well, ATXI, remember, went late in the day. I mean, it was up all day yesterday, but a big ramp up into the close yesterday, just popping up, you can see, on huge volume. So ATXI trying to go again.
Yeah, just adjusting my orders here on Morgan Stanley on that news. So I want to buy the dip again in front of 97s. We got that first leg, and I want to make sure we give it a chance on that pullback to 97 to get some out what we got in, sort of get in what we got out of this on Morgan Stanley. But I want to tighten up my stop and not give it too many pennies past that breakout level. The one that I want to be in all day long is almost at 13. Silvergate continues to flush. It was the first thing we're shorting. I think it's the last short we're going to get out of. But 13 even is yesterday's bottom. I didn't zoom out far enough. Yesterday held like an absolute champion at that 13 level. And if that happens again, then I want to make sure I'm doing the right thing, which is paying myself out in case it holds, but holding on to that last 20% of the trade for an even bigger flush. This has gone green to red. The stock has gone from, well, bad to worse recently, but it's still got room to that post, I guess, disaster bottom, which is at $10. I think at some point it gets there, but it's not there yet. We're going to take advantage of this downward move. But if it breaks 13, there's way more room to the downside of this, which is why I'm holding some for the big, big move.
All right, Microsoft finally breaks, so the last little bit flushed down the toilet. It doesn't matter. It's by far my number one stock today is Microsoft, but the market looks like it is trying to give something up right now. Look at Amazon. Amazon just should have. Should have shorted that, man. I didn't know where to step in there. It really ramped up. Like, it got going on a lot of volume there and just took us out, which kind of, now I got to cancel. Oh, my bids are going to get filled now, because this is really starting to break lower right now. Amazon back through that 99 again, but it's not that. It's Microsoft that's really starting to go. We said we should always reverse into the short when key levels are broken, and there's one right there on Microsoft breaking that 240 to the downside. And of course, our Coinbase is back in the money as this one continues to tanker back to 55, which would put us in the money. But this name definitely making moves to the downside. There goes Coinbase as well. So yeah, wow. All right, so some levels did not hold there. We should have done a little bit better on that, but we didn't. Coinbase, 55.10, big level right there. Let's watch it as it's starting to get lower as well. But all right, man, wow. It's already 10:30. This day seems like it's going by pretty quickly here. Let's go over to the big screen. I'm going to look for some more trades here. Let's go over to Brendan. We only got Alibaba on right now.
All right, we did make a new high for cryptocurrencies. I'll show you Bitcoin coming up here in a sec. The biggest headline, though, might still be to come. This came out early on this morning. The Justice Department, quote, "We are about to announce a global cryptocurrency enforcement action." So at 12 p.m. Eastern today, the U.S. Justice Department going to announce that. So heads up on crypto stocks, especially coming up here at lunch hour today. As I said, took out the highs. That's Ethereum. This is Bitcoin. 21,600 got broken there. We're back down, obviously, below on both, but still positive on the 24-hour period for Bitcoin and Ethereum. You can see 0.76, 0.81, 1590, 21,397 for Bitcoin and Ethereum. A bit of a mixed board, though, guys. Again, 12 p.m. Mark that down. Could be an interesting announcement to come from the DOJ.
So just a quick update here on a couple of things. Support just got broken on HKD. So that's now through 13. I'm sitting there on the bid, and I'm like, why do I want to take 12s? This is free falling. If this ends up being the high of the day, that 14 even on HKD, you could easily see it back into those 11s. So I'm probably going to put a trailing stop on this when it breaks 12. Once you're beneath that level, I think I'll probably start respecting it for like a 50 to like 75 cent trail and just see how far this one can fall, because what goes up must come down. There's no real catalyst to this. You guys know the drill. I did make a keystroke error on Silvergate, so I ended up getting all out. I put a new order in front of 13 and ended up getting all out. That was on me. I used a different stock window with a different default, ended up getting an accidental long. I got out of it right away. I'm going to re-enter in one of two ways: on the next pop or on a simple break of the 13 even. I still want to be net short this name. It did give you that first move. I don't necessarily think this is done for the day, and I want to go back and rinse and repeat on it. But we're not quite there yet in terms of getting that entry. Going back over to Intel, this has been sort of the one that we've been hanging on to. It's got a bit of a double bottom here, which is quite close to 29 even. Market's rolling over. I just want to give it another push right down into 29 before I get out of it. This has been relatively clean. Like, there were so many opportunities at the open once you were noticing the trend. Like, I'm going to have to do it this way because this is the best way for me to bring up the NVIDIA chart for you guys. As NVIDIA was absolutely ripping, higher lows, breaking tops, all you had to do was observe Intel breaking down, consolidating lower, breaking down, consolidating lower. Like, that's an obvious place to be short. Like, if you're looking for a short, don't look any further, but you got to know where to look for, and you have to be actively watching. So that's why I always want to have something in the space that I like relatively strong or weak if it's a space I know I'm going to trade. And that's what Intel provided for me. Didn't get an NVIDIA long, but the Intel short was not that difficult to pick out. Morgan Stanley, it was good initially. I'm going to buy one time in front of 97 here and see if it can continue the trend. But the market really starting to come back. If a bank is going to hold up, I do like MS here, but I'm not willing to get too stubborn about it. If 97 goes, got to get out of Dodge here on MS.
All right, new position alert. Yeah, good call there. Remember, Neil and I will always have outs, right? I mean, that's the one thing. Like, no matter what sort of happens, you can hold something forever. I mean, if your out is something way higher, that's fine. I mean, it doesn't really matter where your out is. Just make sure that you have one and that you understand the risk and reward profile on all of your trades. Because honestly, man, it's very, very dangerous and very hard to trade these markets, let alone sort of be misguided by where you want to get out of some of your trades. So definitely be careful with all of that. And new position alert, though. So right now, pretty obvious right here. Let's hit the siren there. As I heard the professor just go right there with the siren as well. So, all right, and it's AMD, right? And I mean, look, AMD again, up, more than the market here. Flush down. We're trying to bounce. I told you I was trying to find something near this 200 period. So we found something here with AMD. Let's just see if it continues to work. Don't know what's going to happen now, but I'm going to try to get something out in the 40s for 13, 15 cents right now as we put on our scalp hat. It doesn't look like the market really wants to dance too much now, so we're not going to be its dancing partner. If it's just going to do this, back and forth, hit it, back down, then we do have to find some names that we can trade very similar to that, right? And go back into scalping. Today, it hasn't been really that great. There was one great move, and then now the move back down, and now you flatten out to basically where we were in the pre-market again. The volume started to pick up right here. That's where we opened. So we opened at 11,700. That's basically where we are right now again. So yeah, as this market continues to fly around, you'd have to look back and sort of zoom back out and say, hey, we're still kind of flat right now on this market. So yeah, you know, something to look at there. AMD again, we're getting longer against 72. So right there, where's my bid, man? Oh, it's at 11. So we do have an 11 bid now for AMD, hoping that that can fly in now as well. So we're going to watch out for 72 bottom, but it's a new trade idea here. Whether or not it works or not, there it is. We are now long on AMD. Cancel our offer and see if this one can climb back. See our average price 13. So despite it falling down, we still got a nice little average here. If it goes back up, we will take something out in the 20s. But right now, there it comes right back into 72. That's going to be our out if it does take that.
So I'm now out of Morgan Stanley. Had to give up the ghost eventually on this one. It did come back into that 97, but the market's a little bit too weak to get stubborn about it. If there's still a long forming, you know, it's trying to put in some higher lows. And I have the higher time frame up just to remind myself of the bigger picture here. If you hold the bottom, there's always a chance this can make a secondary move. It's not a guarantee, but it can happen. This is why I was like, look, if you accidentally get out of a position, one of the things, if you accidentally get into a position, the first thing you should do is get out. Because if you didn't mean to be in there, there's no reason to hold on to it. So I accidentally got out of Silvergate. I just jumped right back in. Now I end up paying or not paying. I end up losing out on about 15 cents worth of the move, but 13 broke and I got 99 short. I would have shorted a pop if it had come back up to 13.20 where I exited, so I give up about 20 cents on that move, and I just want to see how far this thing can go. But I'm going to be getting out on the way down to what I think could be another dollar here on Silvergate. Been a relatively easy short there. This is in the face of,
wow, the market
we're still relatively strong in something like a Coinbase. We're just checking out what crypto was doing. Like Coin was breaking and going higher, higher, higher. It's still above its lows. So like, which short do you want to have? It's like ultimately, it's why I was in Intel over NVIDIA. It's just like take the name that's weak and then sort of mess with that if you have to. HKD still working. DWAC, oddly enough, is the only short that's not giving me a move. So I'm still short in this nice consolidation after the news. It's not going anywhere. At some point, I'm not going to add to this anymore because obviously it's not moving. But if it breaks, this is now a flat bottom break that could see a flush. Just disappointing that this is going absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, we unfortunately will flush ourselves on the toilet again, and we keep trying to catch some of these bottoms that aren't existing. So, yeah, right now it's a nice move to the downside for sure. But there it goes again, man. AMD, we just put this on at 93. Again, we lose a little bit of money. Well, we didn't lose a little bit. We lost a decent amount there on the way up as it was coming back in. We tried to take that long here. You guys saw it 30s. But our average price was 13s, and we got out at 90. We got out at a great price, actually. Our price was pretty good there. Yeah, 93 on the out. So now we're reloading it back in. So we take that as exactly 20 penny hit. Let's see if this one can give us that now back to the downside here. 20 pennies is what we're looking for at least. And I'm just going to say, hey, if the market wants to get red today, maybe it does, then yeah, we can trade AMD to the short side for sure. Down 0.46 here. It's kind of led the way upside. As we try to bounce off this market here, what was the, yeah, so that's the level right there that I'm a little bit concerned with, this pre-market bottom. We're going to hold on to AMD short and get some more, but I don't, you know, I'm going to hold it until we break above here, like 72.20, something like that, back up to the upside. So we will be able to average into it. I'd hate to get double mistakes here on AMD possibly, especially if we don't get to the downside. Mistake long and then possibly a mistake short. So let's get down. We do have a bid at 80. Hopefully that can hit. Oh, huge move to the upside right there. Just filled us at 99s. Don't know what that was all about, but a nice move up. We just got short. That went to 09s there on AMD. I'm going to take a piece out. All right, Brendan over there at the big desk with some news.
All right, brought to you by Stock Odds. Want an easy way to learn relationship trading? Try the top 10 odds from Stock Odds. Get 10 of the highest probability stock ideas from the S&P 500 straight to your inbox every morning. Check the link below for 10% off. Shout out to Stock Odds. Here we go. A bit of a mixed board once again today. It is a green day, but only just 0.1 for the S&P, back to almost flat already on the overall market. A few notable areas here of red. Consumer staples, notably weak. All of them, really. Food names, household names, even food and staples, all downside today for consumer staples. Utilities as well, notably weak on the day. There are a few names within the financial group popping out. PNC and Schwab, both earnings names, both down more than 4% at this point. FITB, SBNY trying to offset that, but overall the financials are red now on the day. It's all about this group, tech stocks, trying to lead the market out of negative territory overall. Apple having a nice day, 1.5%. STX there, 3.8%. ON, the top semiconductor right now, 3.7 to the upside for ON Semi. 2.8 for Qualcomm, a notable name as well. Software names also, for the most part, outside of IBM. I saw a negative note on them today, down 1%. Industrials as well are positive on the day, even with some negativity coming through here. HON and CARR notably. Transportation names positive once again, led mostly by some of the airlines, guys. So a mixed board 2 days in a row. Energy stocks over here, we mentioned oil up. That means most of the producers going to be up as well.
And speaking of up, trying to hold up, but not really doing a good job of it. Disney, it's trying to make this breakout. There it is. I actually just stopped out. So one of the last longs we had that's not a meme stock was going to be Disney, holding for this breakout, but the market's entirely too weak. So it is the shorts that are going to reign. You'll see I'm no longer in Intel. That's because Intel made a fresh low and took me out. So it's all about, it's all about relative strength and weakness, but I know 29 is a big level, so I'll Gronk spike it, but now I'm looking for that 29 even. I said I'd be flat on Intel if it got all the way down to 29. It did go from 75s there. It's not a huge bid from what I can kind of look at it right now, but that 29 has been good support. So I'm going to get in front of like 2s and 3s. I might give it a penny or two beneath that level, but not too much room. I don't want to give that one too much room in that downside. SI just continues to flush. We re-entered that trade when it broke 13, so we shorted the top. We shorted a bottom break. We're already getting filled. This is Friday's high. Low, I should say. Got some out in front of Friday's low. Now it's onto that gap fill, which is another $1. It's got another $1 from this potential gap fill, and I want to give this one room to continue to flush. Someone just said in the chat, and you're not wrong. They're not wrong about this. They're like, I bet you DWAC does something stupid and halts to the upside on this news, because selling the news in this case would be buying it. Not crazy. That's a real wick. It did flush like $1.50. It came right back. I'm giving this to 17 even, but it's not really moving. I just don't see a reason why this should be going back to the upside, outside of possibly squeezing, but it doesn't even have that big of a short interest anymore.
All right, yeah, I guess that's the thing, right? I mean, it's got to have interest in there for people to look at it. We'll get a stop and fail right now on AMD. Again, short. We got another short there at 72. Look where it is right now, 71. We just got a 66 fill right now, and the reason why I zoomed this out is to look at what happened yesterday. So here's a move down, right? I mean, maybe we're making that same move. Look at the same high as yesterday as well. And this is what I mean about how, I wish I just had more eyeballs and things like that. When we get stocks back to yesterday's highs or bottoms, definitely something to look at. Actually, I'm going to make a note on that. If Michael Noss, if you are listening, you are going to get an email from me very, very soon. Day high or low scanner. I mean, he can definitely get that to me, so I'm going to get him on that one. Hit up Trade Ideas, tradertv.live right now to get 25% off. But what I'm doing right now is just zooming out. 71.50 right there could be a level. So that's something that I put a bid on right now to see if it comes back in, and then if it continues to drop, then we will hit that one. 10.45 right now. Jerome Powell tests positive for COVID. I don't think that's going to move the market much. Brendan
probably doesn't matter.
Yeah, Brendan put that in the COVID. I don't know. There's apparently a new variant. I mean, whatever. There's
always
how many new variants are there? I guess unlimited probably is. If the COVID's going to be like the flu, and again, trader here, not doctor. The flu has very different variants every season, as far as I know. So, all right, 114. Let's see if COVID, if BABA wants to continue to go to the downside right there. We've really resisted this 50 period on Alibaba. We did have a great short through 115. We waited for it to come back. We got it. Could have reloaded it there. I'm just surprised it's not down a lot more, man. I thought this market collapsing like this would have given us a BABA leeway to go to the downside more than that. Look at Softy, man. We got out of that one at 240. Wow, it just tanked $2. Maybe Softy just made a bottom there. We're gonna have to maybe pick some up. It's 10.46 right now.
Yeah, and just to recap some of these shorts here,
38 bottom on
HKD. It just got to $12. I said if it broke 12 even, and that's sort of a higher time frame, giving you the 15-minute look because that's where I'm looking at that 12. It's last week's Friday's top, it's yesterday's high, so sometimes support turns into resistance and vice versa. So if it bounces off 12 even, I'll probably make a judgment call on how far I want to give this. If it breaks 12 even, it's a little bit more clear. I want to try to hold it all the way to the low and then slap a trail once it gets to like 40s or 50s or 50s or 60s. Somewhere in this range, I'll slap a trail at said 12. It's just a key enough level that once you're through it, I think you got the bigger move. Already scalped it out. Now you're just looking for that last like 20%, try to hit the home run on the trade. DWAC's finally starting to go to the downside. So it's just as someone was joking around, and it wasn't my words. They were sort of saying that maybe it does a bit of a squeeze to the upside. Maybe it happens. It's starting to roll over, but I'm not bidding until I see something at least like 30 cents in the money, right? Like I'm not looking to take 10 cents on it. If I'm risking back into 17, I have a 60 short. Like if I'm risking back into 17, like my average out needs to be at least 70 to 80 cents or it's stupid. So, as I take this out, it's going to be like 30s in front of 16, down to 15s, 15.75, down to 15.50. I want to give this one room to work because the risk reward has to make sense. Silvergate, the risk reward has made sense the entire way, but I don't know why I just missed a bid here. I guess it just bounced off me. I'm going to go 62 instead of sitting at 60 even, and then get the next leg out here on SI, which I think is headed down to 12. This has been an easy flush to the downside on Silvergate. Realistically, this is a stock which I'm not sure what the bottom is or how to even price the value of the company at this point. I just know when you lose $1 billion, it's not a good thing.
No, that's a bad thing there, unless you're a bank and you make trillions of dollars, apparently, anyways. But that's Silvergate, not trying to be the crypto bank, which I think is still a story, man. I still think there's a lot of longs to be had, and there's a lot of. I hope I'm not picking something up. I feel good, but I got this now that we've gotten back to Hydration Nation as well. But what I was going to say there is Brendan dropped that story about some regulation or some more talk about that. I'll have to, reread that.
That was a big reverse.
Figure that out there about what's going to happen, because you did see Coinbase. I know you just talked about SI, but you saw Coinbase from 57, a complete drop, huge drop to the downside, and now turning negative Coinbase. So yeah, that was a little strange move for sure for me, anyways. As we were short Coinbase, we didn't hold it. Well, we couldn't have held it. We had basically got out at 56, then it went right back to 55, and then took off to 57. So glad I got out, but at the same time, man, as crypto goes, remember we talked about HUD 8 was another name that's really booming to the upside right now as well. So our boy Tesla, still dancing, still at 130 right now. Let's see if there is anything on a chart that might give us indication of to go one way or the other. That's a 130 bottom right there. Still, to me, honestly, it's still a short because we have these lines up here. But if we're going to zoom back out, remember yesterday I said there was some bottoms possibly? Well, it's still not there. It has to be like 127, 128 or so, as Tesla down that 1% and still giving it all back. Like I wrote down 140. That was the only long that we wanted. Didn't come into play there, 140, so you don't have to worry about it. But that would be the long that I would be concerned with. It doesn't look like that's come into play. So now we look at this, 127, 128 as a possible area there for Tesla. So that's where I would be looking to go long. And AMD still going lower. We did get, no, I didn't get a piece out, did I? No, I did not. I thought I did get out a piece of AMD there. Oh yeah, right there, 80s. It just went up to O's again. Oh, missed that opportunity as well. All right, man, it's getting close to being done for us, but it's money talks right now with Brendan. So let's go over to the big desk and see what that DXY is up to.
Hey guys, weakness for the US dollar coming off that lower than expected print this morning. We got at 8:30 for producer price index and also the retail sales number. So downside action so far this morning for the DXY, about 0.5% right now. We broke through that 102 area. So recent lows being tested down here this morning. We have come back above it, but still 0.5% in negative territory. 0.5% then upside for the euro right now, 108.4. Canadian dollar was actually green for most of the morning, but we've been drifting back down throughout the morning. 74.6 right now for the CAD. You can see a full percent here for the British pound, 124. coming back into play. So for the most part, nicely green on the day. Session-wise, we have gone red again for Bitcoin and Ethereum, but still holding key levels for both to the upside as we digest more inflation data today, guys.
Speaking of key levels, you'll see two things along. One, look, it doesn't count. That VLTA, I've said it a couple times, it's just a cash buyout, but a penny stock. So AMC is right back into those bottoms. Here we go. It's right back into that 620. That's where we've been doing the majority of the buying this morning. It's where I'm kind of trying to pick up some more shares in front of that 610 level. If it holds the low, a lot of the scalp has been fantastic into 650. I did have a breakout trade. We did take that out at 42s, but obviously like first out, first in. Now I'm just reloading back into the belows. If it can hold here, I think it's got a great chance to rally, but everything else has turned into a short today. Yeah. So obviously this could be the same thing. Bed Bath & Beyond, for those of you that are following along, we try to cover everything. We don't trade everything. You can't trade it all. We try to give you as much as we can in terms of what we're seeing in the overall market. So I do keep coming back to this because it's holding a higher low and it's still up 2.5%. If it does hold that higher low, it's actually 420 for whatever reason. It always comes up at that 420 number. But if it holds that higher low and goes back to the top, that's another decent sign in here for AMC. But it's at that absolute bottom where we have to make a decision on it. DWAC continues to roll over, so that's fantastic. I just want to give a shout out. Like, we get a lot of questions and good questions, I think, in the chat, or pointers on, hey, watch this symbol or look at that. But you can't participate in the chat. If you guys are watching and you want to participate in the chat, you actually have to be a subscriber to do that. It's a way to be able to control the numbers in there. It's a great community. We love you guys. But if you want to have your questions answered here, or just want to give us a shout out or talk to anybody in here in the chat and share those ideas, and obviously you want to be a sub, that's another reason to hit that subscribe button to participate actively in our chat.
Yeah. And by the way, just before we go to Brendan, just quickly here, as crypto's getting murked right now, 72 reload short out right there. Spin it one more time. That's another 20 cents for this AMD trade. Man, it's a good day today. What's up, Brendo?
On this yet, guys, might be ahead of this 12 p.m. announcement from the DOJ, but big ugly candles here for both Ethereum and Bitcoin coming into play. So watch your equity positions if they are related to crypto right now.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
it's getting pretty ugly. Like, I mean, like my second short and SI is like already 50 pennies in the money. But I did get a new long. I said I would do it. I said I would go long at 29 on Intel. Intel is at 29.01, and I got 29.02s long. This one I want to give it at least a couple of cents, but not too many beneath that level. So it's not. I'm not going to put it at 29 my stop, just slightly beneath that. I want to give it some room to see if it can try to hold up here. But this is a flushing market where the shorts, if you found your way into some shorts here, fantastic for you. I want to hold on to some of these just to see how far they can go. But there's going to be some bottom picks that I'm going to go for. The first one being 29. I should be showing you this. This is why I like that 29 level. It's held pretty decently the last couple of weeks.
All right, yeah, let's just keep going, guys. I mean, good trading today, man, especially if you are in that crypto space and you're short right now, because that is definitely paying some dividends, according to Brendo there. Nice little move to the downside as, yeah, the crypto game continues, man. AMD, again, we just absolutely nailed that trade, man. We nailed that short. Like, this has been an absolute ripper. Bang right there. Yes, you guys got another. Holy crap. Nice move down for AMD. Wow. Oh, my. That was a great move. We are short. We just shorted 72, baby. Let's go. Ring the register one more time. Let's ring that. Let's get this going. You know it's going to be a good day. I just see the professor right here getting all locked and loaded. He's ready to go. The Scalp Demon is in the building with a nice hat on as well. What? Shout out to Luca getting ready to rock and roll. We are ready, man. The energy is high with this one right now. So let's just go Bears, Bulls. There's a bear for you kicking out right now again as bye-bye AMD. We just reloaded that, man. And hey, look. Without passion, without energy, you know, this is what this show's all about. I hope you guys can be able to see the kind of damage that we're putting on some of these names today. Look at Alibaba. See you later on that one. That one continues to go to the downside right now. So far, so good. The best part about it is, and maybe this will be your trade of the day, it's Microsoft just getting out. We should have reversed into the short. But look, the fact that we got out of Microsoft, still my number one stock today is Mr. Softy, despite only being long, which is absolutely amazing that's still making this move to the downside, by the way. At some point, we got to pick up some Softy down here.
Yeah, and speaking of pick up, we're almost at 12 already on Silvergate. This stock was up almost $1. So it was like 6 or 7% to the upside. It's now 7% to the downside, and I'm glad I traded. We got out accidentally at 13. We just jumped right back into the trade because we like it. We like it enough. And look, this market might catch a bid here, but we just broke 4,000 on the ES. So this is not necessarily a good sign overall. You just took out that 4,000 level. Now we're back into essentially what is like the last ditch, what I think for that support. You got like a 99.5 that's held up the last couple of days here on the week. So if that gets taken out, hold on to your shorts. There might be some bounce plays on the longs in there from time to time. But I just told you guys about Intel at 29 even. Like, we're short Intel up at the top, and I was just getting 29 even. And like, how quickly does this go through? Like, I'm long at 2s, I'm out at 96 in a matter of seconds. So this is what's going on in this market, man. It's just absolutely flushing. But I'd rather have like a 3-cent stop, and we're taking the winner on this. I wasn't even taking wins short until it was 10 to 15 cents in the money. But when I go long, I'm putting a 3-cent stop in. That's the kind of market that we're in right now. The shorts have got control of it. Thank you, D. Westermeyer. Did I get that right? It's Westermeyer. 1.5K profit on HKD.
Booyah.
Okay, congratulations if you got that one to the long side before it went there. But sold AMC 622. I don't know, he said, 12 buy to 1266 on HKD. AMC 22s to 50s. That's pretty much what we got in the morning on AMC, although it's retesting some of those lows. Look, the moves are definitely going to be there in this market. Volatility's there. Congratulations if you got it. However, the crypto flush is the new story right now.
Yeah, I was just going to show you guys GBTC right here. Shout out to Jeff Mendel on the pink sheet there. Look at this move to the downside here for crypto. This is GBTC, so you guys can see a big move to the downside there off of 12 bucks. Shout out to Jeff again. Looking like it wants to break $1 right now, or sorry, $11 to the downside there. You can see the same thing for ETHE, the same story as well, I'm assuming. I only looked at GBTC, but yeah, there it is. Not as much of a move there. So it looks like Bitcoin is the one. You could also go BITI, I believe, is a Bitcoin short opportunity as well if you want to go short on Bitcoin. There it is down there. This is I guess not moving as much as that GBTC, but this is again BITI. I believe this is Bitcoin short. Why is it not moving that much? Yeah, it is. Okay, so not levered or anything, but just a short there on Bitcoin. So still up 2% today. But yeah, this is the name here to go short on BTC. Look, AMD, we have a very small piece left, only 20%. These outs at 50 were absolutely huge. So when that came down, man, we just took 50 cents right there, cleaned that out. It looks like Alibaba is definitely a mistake because its move is happening back again. So let's put a bid at 113.80 here for Alibaba and then just take that out if it does come back in. So 113.85. Let's put a, you know what? We're below all these lines. Forget about it. Let's just see if it can keep going lower, man. I don't want to get out of anything. The market is definitely broken here to the downside. Bouncing right now off of 11,600. So, you know, maybe there is going to be a little bit of a rally. Let's not just get out because stocks rally back a little bit. Let's just stay on point and doing what we're doing here today, which continues to be short some of these pops. So, yeah, man, so far so good. Intel's a waterfall. People are talking about it. You're still short? No, you're
no,
not.
I went long. I got out at 29.
Yeah, okay.
But, like, it breaks 29. It's now at 28.90. Like, this is still flushing. I'm not going to jump back into it, but I did want to go back over to, it's 11 o'clock, so I forgot to update this one. Remember DWAC wasn't rolling over? Well, it finally broke that flat bottom. I didn't add on the flat bottom break because I was already into it, and the volume is just not there to be adding to this position. It's working. That's fine. It gave me that first 30 cents. I'm going to get something out if it gets to 16 even to be sure, and then just see how far this one can fall. But there's a definite... You know, like this one is not a ton of volume. Not that there's always a lot of volume in DWAC, but I'm a little bit disappointed that it's not doing as much as some of the other moves flushing in here on that bad news. It is 11 o'clock. I look over. I see there's two men in nice navy blue sweaters, not just one, but it's time to go to the midday for
one's not navy.
The Scalp Demon. Yeah, it's navy. It's Scalp Demon. You have navy blue.
Yes.
For the Scalp Demon and Sharif. Yeah, you're wearing navy blue.
We're always getting ripped on, Luca. I'm Sharif.
Okay.
That's Luca. This is the midday show, guys. A lot going on. What a move on the market, Luca. We made like a big newer high, and then we tanked right back to 4,000.
Yeah, man, this day is interesting. I'll say that much. I think Amazon over under 99 was pretty interesting. Just a heads up, there was somebody selling 1,000 lots at 98. This is from before 98.60, and we literally went 98.60 into VWAP instantly in like less than 3 minutes. This was like maybe 2 minutes, just quick down move, and I was kind of watching that and I missed it, and it just went 10 cents, 10 cents, 10 cents. And I was like, okay, if it's going to be a good trade, it's literally going to do that. I didn't chase. And here we are, down to 97. I think the morning buyer at 97 in the morning, I was trying to short this, go for the breakdown. Didn't happen, had to scalp some out, took the L, or basically break even over here. Tried the short again, went down again. That 97 level is pretty interesting. Now we kind of just dipped below and then reclaimed back above. I don't know what to think. I know Amazon's up on the day. I know that 100 level is definitely interesting. I know somebody was selling a lot up at 99. So I almost want to say that, all things considered, as long as the market doesn't continue to sell off, then, maybe 97 is that level. So I missed it the first time, just kind of transferring over here. But I'm going to try to get a bid down there at 97 for a move back to VWAP. Maybe that's a good look. Yeah, guys, scalp demon over here. How many fills do I have already? Almost 250 fills. Yeah, Amazon, I was just kind of going crazy. I took a fat L in it this morning because I was like, oh yeah, PPI, this thing's gonna pop, drop, like let's short this. And then I took the, well, I shouldn't say fat L, but yeah, just big relative L. Like I was like 97 average and then got out close to 98, which is okay. And then just kind of doing the do's, scalping my way around. Tesla had a couple nice scalps on this one as well. 135 was holding for the time being. I think Sean was covering this in real time, which was pretty nice. Dipping to 135 and then ripping up very quickly. So I did take the win on that, but I thought for sure we would get to 137, 138. I mean, the market was going up, everything looked good, and yeah, we just for whatever reason could not. And then Tesla, moving back down. It is respecting 50 period and VWAP. So I almost want to believe that if we get back right now to that, over under 131 level, maybe this thing wants to kind of go over 131, maybe get some scalps going right here around the 50 period. I'm thinking short, 131.20 and then covering just below. We'll see if that one wants to, play itself out. Yeah, scalp daddy. Yeah, you guys are too funny there. And then I had a few other trades. Guys, HKD. This thing started, I was on this. This thing started to go, and I was like, you know what? Small size, let me get in, let me try to, if this thing wants to halt, because how many times have we seen this start to go, and it goes up into a halt, then it goes up into another one, and another one, and another one. So, I mean, I got in kind of early, and again, it was small size. I'm really only getting paid on this if it, goes to like extreme amounts. But great trade, nevertheless. We go into the halt, I hold. As soon as we open, and we don't go up right away, I'm like, no, I got to get out of this. So I take the win. It was a nice win on that. I think I was in at like, just below 12, and then I was out just above 13. So yeah, it definitely wasn't bad. And I think Sean was saying, somebody in the chat was like, I made like 2K on that. Yeah, congratulations. It's definitely a risky one, man. This thing, liquidity, it just evaporates very quickly. So for myself as a day trader, again, I can't hold overnight and swing, nor would I want to swing something like this. But yeah, it's kind of like if it stops going, I just get out. It kind of tops out at 14. And now here we are back at the same spot, right? So I sort of feel like the only way that I was holding this is if it just kept breaking levels to the upside, then it would just be easy. As soon as it kind of, turns around, I just say to myself, I'm out of this, take the money and run. That was great. Another good look, if we do get there, before I pass it to Sharif to cover some of his trades, is, CVNA. You guys can feel free to make fun of me. I had the short at 820. 820 was the level, and I want to cover this at, let me pull up the 15. This, I've never seen a cleaner setup like this. I mean, I have, but, this is, yeah, I shouldn't say it like that, but 820 to the high, which is not 850, just, call it 846. CVNA, they're going bankrupt. They have the rally. There has been that buyer. It was 5,000 lots on Friday. It was 10,000 lots yesterday. Today, here we are. We pop above 8. I say to myself, I'm going to respect the channel that it's in. I'm going to try this short for a scalp trade, and then maybe I'll hold a piece for the breakdown into 7. And then maybe today is the day that the buyer is now done, whether that buyer is a short cover or not, who knows, and maybe we go back down. What do I do? And this is not a part of the plan. This is why I'm very embarrassed about this, but it is what it is. I short perfectly at 820. I'm risking off 850, so it's a 30-cent risk. As soon as we flush into 8s, I go, you know what? Let me cover some, see how it goes. So I cover the initial portion. We run back up. still respecting the 850 stop. We dip into VWAP. I cover the rest because I'm like, I'm just lazy to hold this. It never went back to 820. And I think I was in a few other trades, so I have this bad habit of like, I'm in like 2 other trades, and then I'm in this one, and I'm like, whatever, let me just get out because I'm in the money. But my targets were like, like VWAP, I should have covered a little bit. I should have covered 760 at low a day, and then I should have held 4-7 breakdown because who knows where this goes, right? Who knows where this goes? So this was a mistake. Even though it's a winner, it's not going down in my journal as a winner. It's going down as you messed up big time. You left so much on the table here. And I mean, it's, if this thing goes below 680, 650, I'll just be beating myself up, man, because that short is a banger. It showed you time and time again how good it was. Every single time it pops, it's just wick off top. It literally does not close candles above $8. So, I mean, when it sets up like this, sort of reminds me of like AMC when it was at $8, where it spent some time there and then finally failed and went to 5 before, and then 5 and 4 before actually popping back up. So,
wow.
yeah, this one pretty banger there, and yeah.
Oh my God, the market really going down.
Yeah,
Luca.
market is
Now
just
I'm in
falling
a
here,
Tesla
eh?
short here. I'm printing like crazy. Let's go. We're gonna take out the last piece there. Nice little, I want to say, 70 penny winner on Tesla. I took the 130 break short, printed down right here into the 129.10s area. Zoom in. Yeah, so quick little scalp. That's kind of like a page out of Luca's book, where he gets in these big tech plays, scalps some money out, and then he flees the scene. You know what I mean? I feel like I've just done that. So a big move down on the market here, but coming down to that 39.90, looks like we flirted with 4,000 for a little bit, for about like 15, 20 minutes here, and then you had that flush down, and looks like we didn't quite get down to that 39.90. You've heard Arun talk about that 39.90, 39.60 on the ES March contract. These are interesting levels to the downside. I think we made a new high today. Did we? Let's just look on the daily chart here on the ES. I want to know if we made a higher high than yesterday. Be interesting. Okay, so yesterday's high was 40.35 and a quarter. Today's high is 40.33.50. No, so we didn't make a new high, and now we have basically a hammer, like a red hammer candle. This looks bad. So if we close like this, we might be headed for a little bit of a downtrend. But who knows? These markets are so volatile and giving you like so many opportunities to get into the long side and the short side. All right, so the trades we're in. We've done Tesla. Nice little dub on that. TCBP. Okay, so this one's been awesome all morning. Basically waited for that flush. It halted, then it made a newer high. I think it topped out, where did it top out at? 830. No, not 830. 837. Made a move down, flushed sideways, flushed down, moved sideways. Now here's a kicker. It's below VWAP, right? So now technically it's, in my terminology, it's shortable here. So we wait, it makes a consolidation. I get in here around 690, 695, add on the retracement to VWAP at the 715s, and then we have the flush short. I paper-handed this one, got out before the break of 690. 690, there had been a buyer and it had been holding out on many previous attempts, so that was clearly a level. I decided to get out of it there because I wasn't sure, and then obviously it makes that flush down to 580, so moves down $1. So now we're back in battle with this one. We're looking for another consolidation south, but it's just going to be like, we're going to have to wait for our level. It's not going to be as quick as this one. Right, we're going to have to add in, and so this is a half position here. It's another quarter position here, so into it for 2 positions already. It's making higher lows, so that's a little bit of a tricky, situation where you don't want to see it going against you, and you have to be wise to the fact that the trend may not be going the way you want it, and you have to be alert to that. So we'll see what this one is doing, but just two trades for me: Tesla and TCBP. I'm also keeping an eye on this NRGV. It's an energy play. I looked at my energy watch list and I noticed a lot of these energy stocks were up. I think Oxy was up like 3.5% on the day. It's retraced since. So nice day for energy. And I was thinking, how is energy, how are the energy stocks going to be affected by the China reopening? And now you're hearing about them speak to other virus providers. What am I looking for? Vaccination providers to vaccinate more of their population so that things can stay open, this and that. So basically looking for higher energy demand, and I wanted to see how these oil stocks react today. Well, they're all green, most of them anyway. So we'll keep an eye on that. NRGV is one of these energy stocks that's taking kind of piggybacking on this move today. It's setting up for a good short here, though. Made a big move up to 5.5. Now it's below VWAP and moving sideways. So I wonder if we get some sort of retracement into that $4.5. So I was thinking about maybe starting a short position in this one, but I'd ideally like a retracement back to VWAP. May not get it. I'll start with a quarter position probably on this one, and then we'll see where she goes. The market is still tanking, though, no?
Yeah, it's I don't know what to think here, but again, I'm just going to scalp this. Amazon level's pretty sick, 97. Again, that's where the buyer was this morning. We obviously ran up. And why did we stop right at 97? So instead of getting into the details as to why, I just say to myself, let me see if I can recycle over and over again. So already got the first fill pop over there. We stop again over here. So, I mean, this should not go to like 96.60. It could, but I'm just going to keep recycling this level over and over again. I feel like it just continues to print. So that is the plan on this one over and over again. Somebody in the chat was like, this is a fake crash. We just got all this good news. Why are we going, not really asking why are we going down, but I just want to emphasize, as a trader, we're obviously traders over here, you just react to price, right? So I'm looking at price, I'm letting price tell me what it wants to do, and then I'm going to react over and over again. Whatever happens, happens. I mean, news can come, obviously, in the future. Anything can happen. But I just want to recycle price over and over again, take the fills, and react to what's happening. I mean, we're going down. We're now below 4,000. So, this is kind of the level that I had, obviously, 4,000. Huge psychological level. At some point, 40, 20, 40, 30, it pops, it drops. It pops, it drops. It shows you multiple times that, like, this is the kind of setup that's taking place. Let me just pull this up on a 10. Just to make sure I kind of show it very clearly. Like that 4,010 to 4,030 does not really spend too much time there. It gives you like the pop and drop. 4,000 is holding. Now we're below. So I'm almost wondering, do we have room to go like 39.70, 39.60? I mean, maybe, right? Maybe. So I'm kind of watching that. I am cautious because obviously if we do continue to tank, here I am long AMC. Well, AMC uncorrelated. By the way, yeah, I am long AMC because we broke through 6. And for me, it's like if we keep selling off, okay, but this is actually a pretty big move to the downside. From 645, and by the way, I did take an L here on AMC. I got ahead of myself. I said 650. I added to the long. There was a buyer at 635, and then I really added to it at 650, and then I gave it to below 635. So that's my worst name on the day because of that, but it's no big deal. But anyways, I am long just below 6 for the pop-up. If I can get 9 cents of that, that'll be great. I'm also long Alibaba right here off 114 for the move to the upside. I mean, if I can get like 28s, that would be great there. So let's see if that wants to pop. And there you go, man. Amazon moving back to the upside. It's just printing a lot over here. 97 is definitely interesting. So the thesis right now is long below 97, cover above 97s. And then if we break out to the upside, I won't have any more shares on. But, whatever. I'll just recycle that over and over again. So I'm going to continue to look for these little setups that I can see. BBBY, maybe 4 could be interesting. I mean, we dipped down into 4 and then held for the bounce play. I don't necessarily want that short per se, but I do think there could be something interesting around 4. I'm going with the kind of theme that this ran up, it dipped, and then kind of went back up, and then here we are like popping, right? So 5 is a better level for a short in my opinion, or even maybe a 5 break long and then kind of 580 recycle the 550 level for shorts. But we're obviously $1 away from that, $1.50 away from that. That's a far move. I'm just kind of curious, does 380 hold? Because if 380 holds, then maybe there's like a bounce play to be had on that. But I'm just going to keep it on the back burner for now. We're going to see what happens and then go from there. And guys, you know the deal. Before I just pass back to you quickly, if you have any questions in the chat, let us know. If we don't answer it, feel free to tag Sharif or just ask again. We'll eventually get to it. Things are moving, man. Things are moving, so it's definitely interesting. And I am fully out of that Amazon trade.
So Loretta Mester, FOMC member, speaking right now, saying policy rate should rise a little bit above the 5% to about 5.25% range that policymakers have collectively projected for the end of 2023. So Brendo sending that to us. So keep an eye on, obviously on Fed speakers. I believe there is another Fed speaker slated to speak today at 1. Let me just double check that for you. Yeah, George, FOMC member George, not sure what their first name is. I can Google that, obviously. There's so many. So anyway, keeping an eye on the market in that respect, but that 39.90 at least is holding for the moment. All right, back to the matter at hand here. I initiated a new short and on NRGV. I'm looking for a flush south. There we go. In the money on this one. Nice little flush. I'm looking to take profits at 464. You know, this one made a big move up. Obviously, it's kind of just piggybacking off the move off energy, so it's going to give back some of this move that it's made up here. Now it's shortable because it is below VWAP. So looking to get in, you know, it's consolidating sideways, give me that move down that we call the flat bottom break. That's what we're looking for here. Up 33, almost 34%. The other short that I'm in, though, not doing so well. This TCBP short, despite the fact that I traded it well earlier, now getting into a position where it's creating multiple higher lows and multiple higher highs, and I gotta ask myself, where am I wrong here? So a very clear level of resistance for me is right at that $7 area. You got VWAP there, you have a lot of price action, woo-hoo-hoo! And it takes right down, baby. There we go. Okay, so this one, just as I'm saying, oh, this is going against me, comes all the way down. Sadly, it flushed a little bit higher than my 608 profit taker. So, you know, I didn't get anything filled there. It went down to 610, but damn, just missed it by 2 pennies there. But anyway, we'll wait for this one to make a move down. I was worried. I thought, you know, this was going against me, but here we go. We get that big sell-off, and we're back in the money on this one. So let's look at the other trade real quick. We got to manage both NRGV. This one still doing bubkiss. So we'll continue to watch some of these small cappers that we're in, and obviously the overall market. We're looking for these key support levels to hold, Luca, on the ES, 39.90, and then I believe 39.60. Somebody in the chat was saying PPI numbers were really good and this and that. This is a bull trap, essentially. I mean, sorry, a bear trap, where they're looking to trap the bears on a big sell-off. I kind of tend to agree, maybe not for the same reasons that you do, but I tend to agree that, you know, we're headed in the right direction. Obviously, though, we're in earnings season now, guys, so a lot of these plays are going to depend on earnings, and I think it's going to become a stock pickers market too, because we saw with the banks yesterday, some of them did well, some of them didn't, so it's not really industry-wide, you know, rallies, Luca.
Yeah, guys, heads up. So I am long Microsoft here off the 237, sort of bottoming area that it's showing right now. I kind of feel like we could we either bounce and then pop to 238, or we don't. So it's holding for now. It's looking good. I like that. I did cover the Tesla short that I had just off the 50 period. I went for basically 40 cents on that. Quick little scalp. Take that money, man, and move on. Look for the next one. That's the play there. I'm waiting for the Amazon. Well, I guess Amazon doesn't want to go down because that just gave me no size there at 97.01s. So I have, yeah, that's actually funny. Okay, so long Amazon, still long AMC, but I did off some of it on the pop. I was going for 08s. We didn't. We rejected. Now we're back down. I sort of don't even want this long anymore, so I'm going to get out of the rest over there. And yeah, waiting for, if Microsoft can pop the 238s, I'll be fully out of that position. Alibaba, it's back down. I don't know if I'm going to add to this yet, but I want to see how it reacts to 113.80s, then maybe get the pop there. I'm kind of waiting at like 20s, but it's just hard. It's not really giving me the fill there. So yeah, we're going to have to reevaluate that one. Man, what a move on Amazon. Okay, I guess I'll just like get out of that one there. Take my money and see if it wants to go back down. It's Luke, you're always fighting the trend. I mean, when you're scalping, you're scalping, man. I mean, I don't see up and down. I see it like sideways, and I just see like left and right. So that's kind of my take on these things. For example, I need Microsoft to go to the left, but now it's going to the right, and I kind of want to add to this just a little bit. So I'm going to add a little bit more here. See if this wants to bounce back up. In regards to PPI, I do have a comment on that one. You know, obviously PPI coming in lighter than expected. You know, giving the market that boost in the morning. Guys, it is so important. It is so important to watch price, watch what it is doing, and just react to price as a trader. You know, I'm not sitting back here saying like, oh, you know, PPI is better than expected, and so what does that mean? You know, PPI is obviously on the company side of things with their inflation, and then that eventually gets passed to consumers. But you know, CPI I think is way more important. It's obviously shown that it's more important, and I almost want to say, at this point, what everybody is looking at is the consumer. How is the consumer, you know, are they making money? Are they losing their jobs? How much money do they have? Yep. Are they dipping into their savings? What does their savings look like? Because this economy is you know, unfortunately all based on debt, right? And everybody basically uses debt and then they kind of spend that and money goes around. So I'm basically looking at velocity of money. I'm looking at how the consumer is. And, you know, PPI essentially is forward looking, I would say, obviously. But at the same time, it's like those numbers coming in lighter than expected don't really tell me that the turnaround is in play right now, right? So I'm definitely going to sit back. I'm going to watch price. What is the market doing? The market is basically telling you what is going to happen next. It's telling you what investors think. They're forward-looking. We're going down right now, so, you know, call it what you want. It doesn't matter. The market is going down. That's kind of what I'm watching. That's what I'm looking at. Microsoft, I'm giving myself, this is going down as I'm talking about things going down. I'm long here. Yeah, Microsoft, I'm giving myself one more ad for the pop back, which I'm not really too worried about. But again, if this breaks 237 and really continues to sell off with the rest of the market, then, you know, shorts are good. So, yeah, just be cautious on that one. I think Alibaba, I'm just going to take the L very quickly on this one and then reevaluate. And Microsoft watching that, and let's go back to Amazon, see if I could get a bid on that one, because for whatever reason, Amazon is holding up for now. So I'm gonna favor the long here on Amazon, maybe get a little bit more long on Amazon, and watch this Microsoft and go from there.
Yeah, just nursing this TCBP short, starting to break down, making lower lows. 620 is coming in here as a bit of a level that's holding out. Some buyers stepping in there. So the trick with this one, though, and it's been the case all morning, the spread is kind of wide on it, especially for a $6 stock. Right now it's 4 pennies, but I've seen it as wide as 12 and 13. So you can get chopped up on your entries and exits there. And sometimes, you know, you'll pass your resting profit taker, and then boom.
Sorry, what's going on?
Mic. Oh, sorry there, guys. Sorry, my mic was off. All right, guys, I'm talking about TCBP, basically nursing this TCBP short here. This one, I was saying that it's quite spready. You know, sometimes it's about 13 pennies wide. Right now, it's about 7. So it's been tricky getting in and out of this one. Sometimes you have resting profit takers that aren't taken because, you know, it hasn't crossed the spread. So careful with this one if you're getting in. I'm obviously already into it, you know, in the money now on this one, but you know, it's going to be a bit tricky, maybe getting out. Now, my other short, NRGV, I'm looking for VWAP retracement here, and I'm getting it. So I want to see how this one acts around VWAP. So I'm going to be looking to add into this one. Yeah, let me go ahead and add a little bit more than that. There we go. So now we're looking to add just a little bit here. There we go. We get that fill. And I'll be looking to add one more time into 5. And then if it breaks about that 510, I'll be out of that one. So this is a quarter position. This is like less than a quarter, about 12.5%. So, you know, scaling into this one, not putting too much on the line. So in case it really gets going there, I don't get blown up. All right, let's go back here to TCBP. Yep, so this one's still hovering around the breakdown area, definitely creating lower lows on this, so headed in the right direction. But I think the bigger story right now is this overall market move to the sell side. Now we've printed 39.81. The next level we talked about, which Arun gave us, I think like last week or the week prior, is at 39.60. We aren't too far. Well, we have that 39.72. I don't know where I have that level from. I always complain about not being able to add notes into my levels, right? I want to be able to know why I wrote that level there. Anyway, 39.60 seems to be the better level here, but that is still 20 points away. We'll see what kind of legs this market has to the sell side. It obviously is a big turnaround. We saw that big spike up 8:30 in the morning on that PPI number, and then basically, you know, just saving except for a little bit of a rally after the bell, we've been basically selling off the entire day. So we'll take what the market gives us. Now, I'm looking at some of these big tech names. We've got to get involved in some of this big tech because we have such a volatile move on the market. What's looking the weakest or the strongest depending on what we want to do here? So I saw Meta earlier was kind of strong. Now it's only down 0.8%, I guess. It's, yeah, with Amazon's up 0.6%. So Amazon definitely probably the strongest of the bunch. Tesla definitely the weakest of the bunch, down 1.88%. So it looks like, you know, maybe Amazon north and then Tesla south. We'll look at the price action to see if that works out. But the idea here is to kind of just get an idea of who the strongest of the bunch is, at least for now, and then figure out whether we want to go north or south and then take the strongest or the weaker ones.
Yeah, guys, I'm not really too concerned about the Amazon dip. I'm going to give myself more room to add to this one. But Microsoft, I did sort of add closer to 237 and then really offed it very quickly. Now I'm kind of like looking at it saying to myself, yeah, you know, it's going to the downside, so I'm just going to respect kind of the plan that I had in place initially. So offing Microsoft, now just long Amazon, waiting to add to this. What a move, man. What a move. Hopefully you guys are holding on to shorts. because yeah, we're going down, except for Amazon. Every time we pop a little bit, I really wanted like a little bit closer to 96.50, and it's not getting there. Now we're like ripping back to the upside on it. So yeah, if the market does bounce, I do feel like Amazon is the better move there to the upside. So you know, I'm taking the L on Microsoft. Even if it bounces here, it bounces. That's not a big deal. I have a pretty good look on Amazon. Wow, Amazon. Okay, don't give me the second ad there. No problem. Yeah, I'm going to hold this for over 97. I mean, 97.20s has shown that that's kind of the test area. So let's see if we can actually get there and then take fills above. I mean, if we go up now, like Amazon, like where's the top? And I have no idea. But yeah, it's kind of sad that I couldn't add to that. No big deal. Somebody in the chat was saying Tesla 125 today. I mean, 125 is down here. Maybe, but that's like that. Yeah, exactly. That's a big move to the downside. It's. I mean, let's see how it reacts. Just kind of off this sort of bottoming area. Like, is it really going to break down and keep going after it's already down? I mean, anything's possible, but it did start the day at 137. So yeah, $10 move would be huge. Wow, Amazon. Okay, that's this the thing, man. When you're in the stronger names and then you actually get that bounce. Oh boy. Okay, yeah. Give me some out over here. Let's go. Yeah, pretty much loving that one. I guess I should have held. I shouldn't have like prematurely. I added, got it out, then I was like, okay, whatever. Microsoft is not doing what I think it could do, but it's all good on that one. Now we are long Amazon, and I sort of feel like if we get, let's test the 50, which is 29s. I feel like give me some out of 29s and then try to hold some for this pop, just because, yeah, we're like, I mean, I don't know how high we go, but the overall market ripping down. For some reason, I have a line at 39.80, so I feel like that's a level. And look at us. We just went to 39.81 and bounced 8 points instantly. So not too bad there. Amazon is paying for everything and more there. Let me take some more here. Just take some profits off. Everything and more on that Microsoft mistake. Definitely can't complain. And what's going on? D saying Jim Cramer just said buy Tesla. No, he didn't. Get out of here. Are you serious? Well, if he said that today when we were at 137, yeah, here we are now below 130. Kind of interesting there. I don't know what to think now. I'm going to definitely find some more trades to be had here. I'm wondering if Apple can reclaim 50 period and then move to the upside. I don't want to be too aggressive on longs that are not stronger than Amazon, just because Amazon seems to be doing the best, doing the most. So I will stick to that one. And yeah, inverse Kramer Ben, I agree with you on that one. Do it until it stops working. Like any other trading strategy, continue to do it until it stops working there.
All right. Want to shout out to a faithful, longtime viewer, Dan Emmons. It's his birthday today. I hope I didn't butcher that name, Emmons. Yeah, so shout out to you, faithful viewer, and it's their birthday today. All right. So now we are printing on this TCBB short. We take out a couple of outs over here through the break of 610 and down into that 6 area. So yeah, we'll continue to wait on this one. I mean, we're looking for that decisive 6th break. I've got another resting profit taker there to take out a little bit at that 595. So we'll see how this one acts. The other one that we've got, there we go. Now we're getting that rejection of VWAP on NRGV, at least for the moment. So the next level we're looking for is a decisive break of that 4 3/4 area. We had a bit of a support zone there, but if history is any indication, we have a big move south below VWAP, and then breaking and making a new low. In this case, it would be below 4 3/4. So that's my next look there. I might actually take out a little bit there at 4 3/4. So let's go ahead and put for 474, and we'll take out that many shares. We'll see what that one does. So those two are basically my plays at the moment, but I'm trying to figure out a way to get into some of these big tech names here. As we've slowed down a little bit in our descent on the ES, at least for the moment, we've been kind of bottomed out there at 39.81, but this could be very short-lived, very small reprieve, and we could be heading to more sell-side action. I still don't know if we have anything specific to maybe for this move. I mean, Brendo told us obviously about some of the comments that FOMC member Loretta Mester made with respect to having rates above 5%, around 5 1/4 for whatever long length of time, and projecting that through 2023. So maybe looks like the market didn't like that as much. I don't know exactly when she made those comments, but we've had basically a move down, an aggressive move down. I want to say starting at around 10:15 or so, and then it started heading southward. Maybe later, maybe like 10:30 or so. All right. Anyway, so TCBP. That's what I'm watching at the moment. Let's look at some of these other small cappers that were moving this morning. I know OTRX, excuse me, was a big mover as well. That one's up 144%, up 35% since the open. Chart takes a little minute to load here, but we'll have a look as soon as it does. Hello, hello. Load, load, load. There we go. Okay, so it looks like this one just halted to the high side at 165. I was actually looking short here at some points in the day, but was quickly convinced not to, as this one has really been holding VWAP, and any breaks below VWAP here, it just really reclaims it real quick. So I'm like, no, this is not the one I'm looking for short today. 165 there, it makes its way down, and then looks like we just made a big move down, breaking that $0.50, now at 138, trading 142. So you know, it's a dollar stock, it's too volatile, hasn't really given a proper setup, it's kind of sporadic, so not for me, to be honest with you, but I'll look obviously to short it, and that's why I've got it on the side chart. We'll keep that one up and about. What else is going on here? Yeah, I was looking at Neon as well. This is a bit of a micro float, guys. Got like 8 million shares. It made a big move up. This is some technology company that has some like motion sensing, detecting equipment. They're going to incorporate it into video games as well as maybe personal use devices. But it's been having a run. I mean, like, let's look at the daily chart on this Neon here. It's been a multi-day runner. Look at this. Starting from, I want to say, January 10th and onward. In fact, on the 11th, it did like over 5.5 million shares of volume. Doesn't move all that much, but it's been a hell of a swing trade all the way up. 1280 is a high today, and not a red candle to speak of here the last week. But looks like we're ready for Brendo at the big desk with the Euro close. Euro close.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll get you up to date on how things are shaping up as we head towards the close in the European session. Keeping my eye on this as well, the move in cryptocurrencies continuing. This is Bitcoin, this is Ethereum right now. So some selling, to say the least, coming in ahead of this DOJ announcement. Again, 12 o'clock p.m., they're set to announce a quote-unquote global enforcement that they're going to come through with. So it would appear anyways, a lot of people are getting rid of some positions ahead of that. Anyway, European session a little bit mixed, to say the least, to wrap things up. For the most part, positive. Italy, Spain, Sweden, the stock 600 at the bottom, the biggest index there, 0.24 to the upside. But all eyes right now on crypto, still downside, guys.
Amazon, I'm just continuing to add to this one right now. I don't know why the position board is showing that Microsoft and Alibaba. No, I'm just updating everyone. Basically, I am long Amazon right now. That's my main focus. I'm out of everything else. Someone's saying my ears sound white noise.
Something's happening over there.
Yes, it's only static. Okay, guys, do lower the volume or whatever. I'm just gonna.
Oh my God.
It's fixed. Okay, somebody see. I like Aboriginal Alien. It's fixed. Saying coming in. I know some people are delayed, guys. You can always hit the live button on the stream if it's if that helps you there. Yeah. So sorry, guys. So sorry. Anyways, I am loaded the boat here on Amazon long, waiting for this rip back up. If European close, I think it was my mic. I didn't. No, I didn't. Nothing, guys. Yeah. All fun and games. Okay. Hopefully everything is good. I'm gonna assume that everything is good. So now that everything is hopefully good, hopefully my Amazon long continues to be good and goes to the upside. My average 96.65 for anybody wondering. 96.65. I'm basically recycling this. Buy. Maybe we do get that final pop into 96. 96.50 is sort of. I just feel like there's like buyers right now that are doing their thing there. So that's kind of my thesis here. I really like it, so I'm going to continue to add. I just feel like it's the strongest name, even if we go down. The moment that we get these little pops in the market, Amazon really rips to the north side. So for the time being, it is really good. It looks really good, and I will continue to kind of add and recycle over and over again. So we'll keep that one on deck. We'll see where it wants to go. I have orders stacked to get myself out if we get a rip up to 97 on that one. So yeah, just a quick update there, and yeah, go from there. I know somebody's saying look at QCOM, so I can have a look there for sure, no problem. QCOM is currently 123.35. This is an interesting channel just below VWAP. That 123 is holding, and I wonder if, or I guess it just maybe broke just momentarily and then kind of ripped back to the upside. I have no idea what to think on this one, but if this one holds for the time being, maybe you can scalp around VWAP. I personally, the first kind of gut feeling looking at this is no. I do not want to scalp around. Maybe if we get back to 123 and then dip and then pop back, then that'll be like enough steam to get back to the upside. It is up 2.5%, so just off the top of my head, I would want to favor the longs here. But yeah, I'll watch that 123. I'll throw an order closer to 123 to get a long there. See if this one wants to kind of dip into 123. I'll take the long and then I'll kind of watch it. It'll probably break. I'll watch it, and then if it reclaims, maybe I'll add back to it and go from there, man. The one thing I will say is, T. Charles, Luca, you're missing the gap on Amazon 96.05. Yeah, it's, I kind of feel you. I'm like seeing how it's like bouncing here, we pop, we drop. Like, I just like the ripbacks, right? So I feel like I could do this well enough, and I have room to like really, really add to it. So I'm gonna just allow it to do its thing, and then I'll add to it and react. If I end up taking the L on it, I take the L. That's trading, man. You just kind of do all you can do and go from there, man. So that's kind of the plan on that one. We're dipping here, so I'll add a little bit more. Hopefully that noise wasn't too loud for you guys. I see everyone's going nuts in the chat, and I'm just like, I don't know what to say here. But yeah, we're back hopefully now, and Ben saying, Luca, you should be shorting, not longing. I'm just basically adding to this Amazon long, because if we get the rip back up, it's gonna like scale me out all the way. So I'm sized accordingly. Risk is in check here. Things are good, and I want this to go give a 96 test. If not, whatever. That's kind of the plan. This market moved to the downside. What a move, man. What a move. But yeah, I'm definitely not a trader to like short up here and then like ride it all the way down. It's just not my particular style right now in this point in time. Heads up, QCOM did dip into that 123, so I am now long this, and I'm gonna watch to see what this thing wants to do next.
All right, guys, let's have a look at the TCBP short. Got out of that one. So this one, it didn't give us the big move down through the break of that 590. So just, kind of took the dub, decent dub, second biggest dub on the day. But, definitely wanted that bigger flush down, especially with how it acted here. But obviously, we're extended at this point, so the flushes down are not going to be as more aggressive. When you're rinsing and repeating, it's not going to be as good, obviously. So TCBP, profitable. This one's a bit tricky. Now NRGV is starting to break through that 5. I added through that 5 pop. Let's see if this one can break below and hold below VWAP and hold below the whole dollar area at 5. If it doesn't, if it breaks and makes a new high at 513 here, I'll be out. So this is a quarter position. These are like all 15% positions. So, into at about 60% at the moment. But, we'll see what this one does. I mean, I'm not a big believer in it quite yet. But if it breaks through that, I want to say 516, 515 area, I'll be out of this one. But we'll see. All right, so now the market continuing to flush to this outside, guys. There's really no bones about it. No way we can dodge this one. This one's headed south. We're looking for that next level. I mean, I have 39.72 up on my chart. I'm not really sure where that level comes from, but I think 39.60 is probably the better level in terms of finding maybe a bit of a bounce. But we'll see what the price action is. Like, look at that. I had a trend line drawn. I'm like, oh, we're holding trend. Boom. Look at that collapse. Should have taken that south of that trend line. But yeah, woulda, shoulda, coulda. It's a south day to day. Is anything really standing out? Let's have a look at the watch list here. Wow, crypto went red in an absolute hurry. Look at this, Luca.
Oh, wow.
We're talking double digits now. We're talking about MicroStrategy's down almost 11%. Coin is down 4 1/4. GBTC down 7 3/4%. SI is almost down 10. You saw Neil short that on the morning show. BITO down 4 Wow, ETH down 10.8 and Mara down almost 16% now. So a lot of red there on crypto. Let's have a look at the actual crypto indexes. Here we go. Yeah, crypto still above that 20,000, but a big move down there off that 21,627 top, at least today. And then basically now we're at 2050. So an $1,100 move right now on crypto. Not sure what percentage that is. Technically down 3.86% on the day. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what this market has in store for us. But now the VIX kind of coming back up to more normalized levels. All right, NRGV in the money on this one. We're short 89s. We're seeing 85s here now on the bid. But I'm looking at, there we go. Let's break through that 80 level. I'm looking to take profit right in front of that $0.25. That's where we stopped out last time. That's where I'm looking for it to break. It's going to break below that $0.25, and then I've got another profit taker, 65 pennies below that, or below the $0.25.
Yeah, guys, this market is in free fall mode, right? So, yeah, favor the shorts. I know somebody's talking OTRK. Not really sure why this dark pool here is popping up to 22s, but that definitely...
I got that too.
Yeah, that definitely is not real. So I can have a look here. Let me just quickly do this, put it back to wherever, probably one... Let's do 155 just to show this here. Yeah, this one, I was actually long this in the morning, and I was thinking, like, you know what? Yeah, maybe we can actually go to the upside. Then we broke $1, and I'm like, hey, let me get out of this. I was sort of, risking off $1, thinking that, long in the pre-market, maybe we kind of run to the upside and then really, really go. But no, just failing to the downside, breaking $1, then finally going back to the upside, halt again, but now kind of back down. The float on this, if I'm not mistaken, is probably around 20 million. So it's not one of those like super, super low floats that, once it gets going, like the sky is the limit. I just feel like this thing, showing you that maybe that 150 general area is resistance. You had the little bit of a volume spike on the open of that and then just fail right away, right? So volume is always the tell. It kind of runs up into a halt. It does the volume, then it dies off. Then it ran up into another halt. It does the volume, dies off. I sort of look at this and think to myself, if it runs up again, is it going to do the exact same thing? Third time's a charm. Do the high a day, do the volume, and then drop off and go from there. So, yeah, it's just not really too sure what to think on that one. But, yeah, maybe keep your eye out for that same setup, third time's a charm type thing. I'm probably not going to trade it again. I just don't think it has the legs. If anything, I should have held this for the move up. Wasn't really convicted on it, so took the small L on that, and that's about it. Somebody saying donates to Amazon. Hi, if you listen, Luca. Yeah, no, Amazon, I think I might have to just get out of this one. We're going to see how 96 wants to react here. So at this point now, 30 cents out of the money. I mean, probably bounces back. So I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to panic out right here. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see how this one wants to react. It's, yeah, my average now is like 30s, so like basically moving average. I feel like 96 clears, then we get a bounce. Maybe we go 30s. This market is below now this mystery line that I had on board of 39.80. So I have no idea. Do we stop here? Do we keep going? Is 39.50 the bottomish area? I mean, your guess is as good as mine. We'll see. What's going on, YOLO and FOMO? Hopefully you're having a great day and doing well. Microsoft double bottom 236.40. Sure, let's have a look here. 236.40-ish area. Oh, I see you on that one. That's actually a good look. I was trying a little bit of a long here and then kind of offed it, so I took the L. But if this one does want to, I mean, I have no idea. Everything is down right now, right? So it's kind of hard to like watch it and say, this or that. QCOM, it's not really bouncing the way that I thought it could. I'm just going to get out of that one, take the L right now, and move on. Comp SRX. No, not really. I'm going to watch to see how 96 wants to go. So my plan was the scalps, and I banked a couple of wins on that, like nice wins over there. I tried to hold for the move up. Didn't happen. Ended up selling off, obviously, with the rest of the market down over here. It's funny. Like, if you look at the position board, it's literally like going down into the board. You can't see it there. Yeah, that's how low it is. 39.75 now. But, yeah, Amazon, I think, I'm basically, what am I, like 20 cents out of the money on this. I just feel like we could probably pop back to 96.50s. So I'm not like too worried on that. But yeah, if we do pop back to my average, I'll be, which is probably now I'm like 10 cents out of the money. I'll probably off some of this at break even and then see where it goes. Or probably just to try to get a little bit of money out of that on this pop. Let's see if I can get 35s on that. That'd be very, very nice. And yeah, no, that was like scalp strategy, and then kind of switched that on the fly. I'm like, I don't believe it. We'll see what happens. So we're getting now a nice little bit of a pop there. Let's see if this pop wants to sustain itself. I should probably get somehow closer to break even, so let me just manage that.
Yeah, guys, I'm still nursing this trade here in NRGV. Still at like the break-even stage, you know, and it's not making the lower lows that I wanted to make. I wanted that 480 break, didn't quite get it. So it's time to look elsewhere in terms of our attention, because we've already got our profit takers, we already got a stop set up on that one. So no sense staring at it and just wasting time. So looking for something to trade here. Nothing really showing up for me. Looks like Luca's trading the big cappers. I don't know how to get in on these big cappers at the moment. Do I just punch short? Do we have a bit of a long here? Apple's showing me lower lows on the day. Meta's retracing. You heard Microsoft with that double bottom retracing as well. Now up over about $1 since the bottom there. So everything is kind of going in a way that I'm not able to digest. So I'm going to stay away and keep my hands off. Just basically analyze it from afar. If I see a trade come in that I can take, all the better. But at the moment, I don't see one. I'll stay with these small cappers. Quickly here, TCBP, we were trading this one. It's still obviously in a tight range. In case you're still short this one, if you were short, look for that 660 break as your possible out, and then look to maybe get back in around 7 around VWAP, or you could average in. You don't have to get out. I mean, depending on how much size you have and what your risk tolerance is, you can average in. That's probably what I would have done, right? So I'm looking for 660 break as well as a 7 hold as well. So that's what I'm seeing on TCBP. NRGV still doing absolutely nothing. You heard Luca saying OTRK. So this one halted to the upside, and then it halted to the south side. And now it looks like we are headed south a little bit. Where are we on VWAP? Because I don't see this that well. No, okay, so ORTK, we're still above VWAP here. So I'm not shorting this. Have a look here. This is a little bit easier to see. We've just broken the 50 period, great. But we have all these levels of consolidation here. So could be buyers in and around these areas looking for that move back up to 165. That's how support works. I'm going to look for a break of this 117, let's say 115 area, and a hold below that, and then a move sideways. I may not get it. It may flush, and I may be left without it, but I'm not going to short this strong stock that's already halted twice to the upside today. I'm not going to short it above VWAP. So that's my move on OTRK. Yeah, that's right. I'm saying it right. What's the chat up to? People saying NFLX. Yeah, NFLX selling off today. 322, we're creating newer lows. Looks like the low on Netflix today is 321.82. Let's bring in that chart. There we go. So Netflix, it's got earnings Thursday after the close. In case you're invested in this one like me, this one's going to be a tricky one, whether I hold it through the earnings call or not, and then maybe get back in after. I mean, I have no idea. I haven't decided. But this one, yeah, definitely looking like it's curling a little bit to the south side. It had a really nice move the last little while, let's say. Let's look at the daily. Yeah, you had a bottoming out there, then a move up, then a flat consolidation, then another, we're getting like a channel upward. We did create a higher high in order to kind of maintain the trend at that 336.65. The higher high above that was 332, so breaking it by about $4 or so. But you're going to retrace, especially when you have these strong trends. So we'll see what earnings brings for this guy. But today, obviously, it's a short, like with most other big tech names today. Unless we're finding some sort of a bounce. So it looks like we are holding that 39.72 at least for the moment. And so these random lines that I have on my chart that I don't remember why I have them end up coming into play, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I think I missed the opportunity to dip by that BBBY. I should have probably had bids out, but kind of distracting myself here on this one. I am this is a hope long on HKD. I know somebody's like, HKD is going to the upside. I kind of saw bids at 1150, 1135, ish, kind of stacked down over there. So I was like, you know what? Let me just let me risk off 1150. If we break 1150, I'm out. So I'm essentially risking call it 10 cents, 20 cents with slippage. And I don't know, man. If this thing wants to curl back to VWAP and go to the upside, then we'll see what happens. So yeah, risk 10 cents, holding for the moon. Will Israel Beck, yeah, HKD with the rocket. Yeah, let's see where this one wants to go. I mean, I have no idea. It's just kind of, for whatever reason, holding 11 and now moving back up. So again, I don't know what the slippage is on this one. If it breaks 1150, I have no idea where my out is, but I just feel like on this, your size is your risk. You know, your size is your risk. That is the main thing. This can, you know, go into a halt, open at 0. So I am very, very cautious to that. Somebody's saying Pepsi long. I see you kind of curling back to the upside. I think maybe now that we're over the 50 period, this is very small size. I will consider adding if we get a little bit of a dip on that one. But let's see if this one wants to curl. I'm going for like a quick move into VWAP. So, you know, if it breaks 174, it's going to definitely break without me. We'll see what happens on that one. And still holding this Amazon that's kind of now balancing itself out.
No.
I like the long. I like the long for the potential if we do bounce. If we don't and keep going down, I'll be surprised. I mean, Amazon it's basically flat on the day. So, yeah, Tom is saying, I think Amazon holds 96 because 1996 was a good year. Yeah, 96 was it was a great year, man. I don't really remember it too well, but I'm sure it was a great year. So, yeah, we'll see what happens here at the 96 area on that one. Tesla is kind of barcoding now just for the time being. You know, maybe I should have held that short. That was like the one short that I did have on board. Should have held it, didn't. Now, you know, kind of don't really want to, hold on to that one. And okay, HKD, that's a nice move to the upside. That's exactly what you want to see when you're long. You know, you take a long, it goes up right away, and now I just hold. I'm going to hold. My stop is in. My target is like, yeah, if this thing wants to go like to like 15, maybe I'll reconsider selling that. But it's HKD, so we're going to see what happens. Hopefully I don't lose on that, but obviously anything's possible. We'll see what happens next. Apple, 135 is sort of a level that I kind of like for a little bit of a bounce play. I don't know if we get there, but I'm just going to throw a bit out. If we get there, then, yeah, Amazon's not going to be looking too well, so I'm going to have to reevaluate that one. Market is...
Poopy.
Yeah, market is, I mean, where's
Big
the bottom
poopy.
on this? Yeah, we probably go to the downside there.
Large loads of poopy.
Yeah, I don't know. So James saying HKD $100 plus soon. That'd be great. That would be wonderful. Yeah, we'll see what happens. If HKD could go to 100, if Amazon could go to 100, that would be awesome. Yeah, for the time being, just kind of nursing these positions, waiting to see what happens next. And yeah, you know it. Yeah, exactly, guys. And somebody's saying last thing before I pass it back to you, Sharif. SDC is 60 cent stock. Oh, Smile Direct.
Yeah.
This is Smile Direct. I mean,
This was a
guys,
meme.
choose
Remember
to
this
smile, choose to be happy. I'll say that. It's a 60 cent stock. Yeah,
60
Brad.
pennies.
It's a 60 cent stock.
And they're all over TV. I don't know if you see them on your social media. They pop on my social media.
Yeah,
they pop on my TV
sometimes.
constantly. My cousin says that
they had a
they're
pop.
poopy.
Yeah, I guess you're bringing this up because they had that day where they went from 45 cents up to like 87. But yeah, now it kind of feels like they're going to reverse the whole move there. I mean, this is the thing, guys. You know, when a stock is going down like this and it pops, like, is it the reversal point? Like, or is it just going to go lower? Then it pops. Then it's going to go all the way down and sort of die off there. So I don't know. I would not want to be in this name personally. Yeah, it's 60 cents. It's not doing anything. Not really too much volume on the notional side of things. So, yeah, no other thoughts on that one.
All right, yeah, Neil's saying SDC did cost cutting. That was the pop aftermarket. Okay, so news on that. Keep your eye out on that. All right, still nursing NRGV. Sorry, the board wasn't working. Now it's working. Prad is on that, guys. Trust me, we're on that. Now, with respect to the futures, because I don't want to keep staring at this NRGV trade, we're still holding that 39.7350. That was a low of the day. I have 39.72, 39.70 on my chart. How long do we stay around here before we make another big leg down or bounce, right? Or what do we do? Do we consolidate today? I mean, there's any number of options. There's only three. There's not any number. So, all right. Let's see what this market gives us. OTRK, we were talking about this one holding VWAP again. It's been really relatively strong, so we may be interested here in some sort of long position. I should have been getting in at that 119, 120 mark. That's, you know, a nice little VWAP bounce. You risk like 10 pennies maybe for the break of like 115 or so, and that's your trade right there. In fact, let's go ahead and go and do that now. We'll switch out a Neo here, OTRK, OTRK. And I'm going to go with small size on this one, guys, because it is exploratory. So let's go here and go with a quarter position. All right, let's go. And we're going to go long right there. Okay, so we go long, and what are we going to risk? You know what? I'm not even going to give it 10, 15 pennies. I'm just going to give it to the bottom of this trough right here, which is 119. So if this one doesn't want to go, cool, whatever, it doesn't go. So 119, and then, you know, in case it gets really buck wild and heads south, we want to give it like a bit of room, so we'll say 115. And that will be the trade. And then we're going to try to ride it in to the halt level. The halt level here, the downward halt, was at $1.33. So we're long 127. So let's see what this one does. We'll go to $1.34. We'll put a profit taker here at 134, and we'll put it for that many shares. So we'll wait to see what this one does if it breaks through that halt level. If it does, you know, we may have a nice little uptrend on our hands. At least that's the idea. So this is a very small position, guys, and I'm risking to the break of this trough. Again, kind of an exploratory position on OTRK. All right, what's the chat up to? Luca, is UVXY at the highs of the day? I can tell you that. We don't need to disturb Luca for that. So high of day today is 2019, and we are at 2019. So yes, you are right. We are, sorry, where are we trading? I'll tell you in 1 second. 2019's high of day, we're trading at 2012 right now on the VIX. So the CBOE Volatility Index, is that how you say it? CBOE? C-B-O-E? I say CBOE.
Yeah. I've never heard CBOE before.
I mean,
but I've never heard Tesla.
Ways, yeah.
I've never heard flat bottom breakdown so many times in my life.
Elon Musk.
Elon, is that what you say? Elon Musk? Oh
bro.
my God.
Yeah, so I got some unique things going on here, guys. All right, NRGV coming back into the area that we want. We want it to break that 90 low, because if it does, that'll be a new low, and then maybe we'll have a nice little trend change. We'll start looking at that 80 level. So NRGV still holding south, holding OTRK north, looking for that big move through 130 and maybe through the halt level. But a lot of volatility on OTRK right now, Luca.
Yeah, guys. Shout out to Neil for that NVIDIA call out over there. Bounce off 173, pretty solid. Was headed to the 50 period, so I took a little bit of a long just below 50 period, running into 174, getting myself out at 174. And yeah, I mean, if this thing wants to keep going to the upside, congratulations to the holders of that one. I am not holding it anymore. Taking my quick win on that and moving on.
Give me my money.
Yeah, glancing back at HKD here, it is stopped and going back down. I'm still not selling. I'm selling if I lose, or I'm selling at the moon. That's what I do with these things, and I'm sized accordingly. Size of the risk. Someone's saying I like Alien Musk. Yeah, is Elon Musk an alien? I mean, maybe. I have no idea here. This is an interesting kind of little bit of a setup here on the ES. It's you know, dipping below that 39.80. Right, moving average trailing it down, a little bit of a channel. I mean, we already sold off, bounced the 4,000, quickly dropped. That was a nice move down. Do we now go back to the upside? Is that, like, can we bounce here and go and maybe even get a, you know, a 39.90 test again? I have no idea. All I know is Amazon is, I know people in the chat are saying, Amazon, come on, bounce off of 96 there. It is now moving to the upside, so watch that 50 period. It's probably headed for that. I'm going to get some out first at 96.50 if I can over here. I just feel like $0.50. You take this. This is definitely a nice up move. Now, yeah, starting to work, so basically 15 cents in the money. Yeah, I'm going to take some off if this wants to print 96.50, and then try to hold for the move back to 97. That'd be really well. You know, guys, I just want to say one thing here. No, you can show the other one too, but yeah, there it is. There it is. I don't know if, yeah, there you go. There you go. How do I, like, someone said do this and then, oh, it doesn't focus. Oh, there you go, guys. No pain, no gain. So yeah, you have to go through the pain if you're averaging into positions, and then the gain comes afterwards. So let's see if the gain wants to continue to go. That one looking good. HKD also in the money. Let's see if we find a couple more trades here. For some reason, Tesla, I was thinking maybe same thing as NVIDIA, like long below the 50 period and then watch it go. But I almost want to say that Tesla's, I want to short this thing as opposed to long it. So yeah, if we get closer to 131, I'm going to watch that level. This is pretty clear to me in terms of, you know, call it flat bottom breakdown. That 132 level, it was just holding, then finally selling off and not getting back there. So if we can get to like 131, you know, like around this kind of just area over here, you know, you have the VWAP overhead, you have the 132 potential resistance. You know, I want to take like shorts above this line, but like, you know, it should not break 132. It should not break 133. So that's kind of what I'm watching on that one. Finally getting that fill there on Amazon. So that was a banger, man. Now we'll see if this one wants to actually continue. Again, I am just selling this because 50 period, but hopefully keeps going. Hopefully keeps going. So next target on that, closer to 97 there. I mean, you know, if this is kind of double bottom bounce, rip through 50 period, move back to the upside. And this is the thing I was looking for. The market sells off so hard, and Amazon kind of like very weak, popping. This isn't even a bounce on the ES. And let me drag the chart up for you guys to see. This is not even really a bounce. I mean, it's kind of just in a channel, and it gave like a from 75 to 78, 80s, like 5-point move to the upside. And here's your like rip on Amazon back to the upside. So again, guys, if you are like trading equities and you're playing these sort of bounce plays that you're willing to average in on, just make sure that, you know, you're in the names that when they do bounce, they like really rip. Because the last thing you want is to be in something that's like a little bit weaker, so call it like a Tesla. You're going for the bounce play. Let's say I did the same thing on Tesla. You know, my average would be here, and I would only be now breaking even instead of being, you know, like in the money 44 cents on the remaining position that I have there. So yeah, there's that. Just make sure you're watching that. We're going to go to Brendo now for Happening Now.
Hey guys, yeah, just seeing the Fed's George speaking right now. Just be aware, I'm also awaiting these comments from the DOJ on this crypto action that they plan to take. Was scheduled for 12 o'clock. I'll let you know as soon as that comes across. But here's a look at how things are shaping up so far this afternoon. 0.74 for the S&P, full percent for the Dow, 0.75 there for the Russell 2000. Was leading to the upside at one point today. You can see the NASDAQ Composite in 100, 0.5%, 0.6. Back in the red. Yeah, still waiting for these DOJ comments to come through. You can see 12 p.m. Eastern, Justice Department will announce a cryptocurrency action. So we'll see what that turns out to be. Tesla was among the names we were discussing if you're with us in the pre-market. Trying to get back to the upside. Just saw some volume there. Around 128, 129, trying to get back higher, but still red for Tesla, guys.
Yeah, guys, in this OTRK long, it ends up paying. We get some out here. What did we get in? We got in 27s, 26s and a halves. We got some out there at 34s. We got another profit taker that keeps getting rejected at the moment at 37. So this one ends up being a nice little VWAP bounce, but we're also in a meta long, and we're trying to take advantage of this bounce on the market, at least for the moment. I've got profit takers sitting here at 81s. There we go. Are we going to get filled? I'm seeing it. Jeez, let's go. I'm seeing 81s, but you know it's not crossing, so I'm not getting the fill quite yet. But looking for that move, maybe into 134. There we go. We get filled. We got to encounter some resistance probably at the whole dollar here. But you know, I don't know how much I believe in this bounce. I'm not really seeing the bounce reflected on too many other positions here. Seeing it more on Amazon, more on Meta, a little bit on Microsoft. Yeah, okay, it's a little bit, but the overall market is. So I don't have a great deal of conviction, to be honest with you, in this trade. So sizing down there. In fact, I'm out, actually. Yeah, which is probably the right idea here. I was not really feeling that one as much. All right, OTRK. Yeah, didn't get that fill. Rejected off 137. We're 127 long. So in the money, but looking for that continued move north. I mean, that's what we're looking for here. The short on NRGV, we take a nice little profit taker here, and it looks like we're headed south again. Our next profit taker is at 75, but you know we've been really holding up at that 83 level. Buyers have really been stepping in, well in the money on this one. This has been a really profitable trade with these add-ins. The first area we take out is right here. Actually, this profit taker was Pratt told me to take a little bit out so that the position board could reflect. So this was not actually me getting out. This is my first out right here. And yeah, looking for that break south. We're looking for that $3/4 retracement on NRGV. Kind of flirting with VWAP at the moment, making me feel like it hasn't decided whether it's going to go north or south, but we'll ride this one until it ends up not working. All right, so quickly back to what was the other one? Yeah, NRGV? No, Meta. Okay, so we're at a Meta, and that one is basically doing nothing with the market. I don't trust this market making a move north, Luca.
Yeah, I basically short CVNA on this little bit of a pop. Somebody in the chat called it out, CVNA pop, and I was like, thank you for that one. Kind of playing off of, it topped out over here, 1, 2. I was like, okay, maybe third time's a charm. I'm trying to cover just below 50, so I'm going to see if this one wants to break 750 to the downside and then fill me there. I'll take that quick scalp and go from there and recycle. Somebody also asking in the chat, Tesla, is this what's going to happen next? I mean, your guess is as good as mine, man. I'm waiting for 131 to come into play to the upside so I could short this thing for the move back down. That is my play. Yeah, Thomas, long Amazon, short Apple. Net, you should come out green. Great minds think alike, man. I was literally thinking the exact same thing. I just don't want to chase the bottom on Apple. But Apple is going down. Like, look at this. You would never think, what kind of world are we in, where Apple is going down like this, and Amazon, it just ripped back to the upside. Like, I don't understand. Somebody said it best. They said Amazon needs to clear 96.79 to really pop to the upside. I would say that, a clearance of that by like 3 cents isn't necessarily clearing that. As you guys can see, I'm basically taking off at the 50, taking off at the level, because this was the level of the breakdown. So I got to imagine that anybody who is long and held from over here, now back up, is trying to get out for break evens, right? That's how, I want to say that's kind of the emotional trade. That's how people think. But I do believe that we can actually print 97s. So I am basically selling this like on the pops here into 97s. If we break through 97s and really go, and somebody even said, they're like, oh, I think maybe it can get, yeah, exactly, dark pool wicks. I wish. Imagine just throw orders out here and get them magically from the dark pools. Yeah, no. Old wicks, right? Old prints, dark pools. They don't have 24-hour reporting requirements. They can just print at any time. You would think, I mean, the bots are pretty efficient, yet the people putting those prints in or whatever, not as efficient as the bots that are taking your money every day.
I wonder if that's a coincidence.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, if we actually get into the 97s, I will be out of the majority of that position. So I'm going for like random numbers here, but high 80s, high 90s, and then, yeah, if we break 97s, I'll hold a small piece. Maybe we can actually run back to the upside. But look at this market, man. It has to, I would say this has to make a low before it actually pops back and reverses. Because when does the market ever bottom like this so perfectly and then start to go up? No, like what it's going to do most likely is dip down, rip through like 39.70 to the downside, then if anything pop back and then rip back to the upside. So I almost want to say that people who are taking longs right now and are saying, okay, low of day stop, like it has to stop those trades out first, and then if no follow through, then maybe reversal back to the upside. So, I now profiting. Amazon is atop my list for the best name. Pretty happy with how I traded that. No pain, no gain. Did the right thing. Did not sell it. I probably should have added a little more because I said I want to see how 96 reacts, and it kind of dipped and did that exact thing. It broke 96, took the size, quickly reversed back to the upside. Dip down again, make a little bit of a low, no follow through. That was the tell to go long, right? So anybody in that trade, you know what I mean by like it was painful because you obviously want things to work right away. But it doesn't always work like that. Sometimes you need to have these general areas, hold things against you, then they start to work to the upside. So we are now dipping back. If we dip back down, my average is 96.15 on the last portion. It's not a big deal if I lose on the rest of this trade because I did kind of bank the win here. I don't want to lose. I would love for it to pop, and maybe I sell it if it starts to go down. But again, I'm looking at the market, and I'm asking myself, is this going to make a low, reclaim it back, and then go to the upside? If it does that, Amazon is going to be the first one to fly to the north side. Apple, Tesla, a little bit weaker. Somebody going back to the person saying, short Apple, long Amazon. It's funny because I was saying great minds think alike, but I am not chasing the low short on Apple. I'm actually trying to get a bounce play long at 135. So, if market clears the bottom, hopefully Apple can rip to 135, give me the fill, and then pop back up right away, putting me in the money right away. So I am trying to bid just above 135 there. We'll see if that one wants to play itself out. If not, then I'll just probably get out of it right away and then reevaluate 135, see if I can get any scalps going on that one. And yeah, man, NVIDIA, I took my money and I was like, oh, great trade. And then this thing goes all the way to 175. So the 175 level could be interesting for like a resistance overhead just because it bounced there right off the morning kind of opening dip and rip. And then finally breaking, showing you that it wanted to test once, twice, then failing, not really getting back there, ripping from 173 all the way into 175, stopping, and then back down. So if we clear 175 and really go to 175.50, you know, maybe this thing wants to go back and give maybe like a 178 test. Not really too sure. I don't necessarily trade NVIDIA too many times. You know, at first glance, I kind of want to short it, but maybe if it gets back there, if the market rips back up, you know, maybe shorting NVIDIA here is not the best idea. CVNA, I'm giving myself room to add to this, just a heads up. You know, this is kind of like the high of that move there, so into 65s. You know, is it now officially dead? I feel like this is the overhead resistance, you know, 60s into 70s, then you have VWAP overhead. The worst case scenario is this rips to like 780, and then I'll just be out of the trade. And I'm kind of going for like, you know, below 50s, and then if I add to it, maybe like low a day there, like just respecting the range that it's showing right there. So yeah, we'll see what happens next. Mr. Pringle, what's going on, Mr. Pringle? What about Google? Perfect in right here. I was actually long Google from before, so let me just quickly look back at it. I was thinking that maybe this would be a region where we can get a potential like bounce, bounce, bounce. So I tried it, quickly offed it, went back down. I mean, now the only thing that I see here is it's sort of like back at that line. Is this now going to be a little bit of resistance before we go back up? I just feel like if I'm long, I'd rather be long Amazon, and if I'm short, there's probably better names to short. So probably no trades for the time being on Google, but that 90.50 from yesterday, that was a banger. So I can't remember who called it, but shout out to that person. 90.50 was a banger, and here we are dipping into that 90.75 and then going back up. So talk about, you know, higher lows. You know, a little bit of a line here, obviously, not really the perfect line to draw, but, you know, dipping there, still holding 90.50. I almost want to say the only long that I'll consider on Google for the rest of the day is if for whatever reason we dip to the 90.50 area, I'll try a long there, risking off, you know, 90.25-ish into 90.90 and go from there. 401k trader, thoughts on D Pro? You know what? I know there's a name called SPRO, S-P-R-O. And somebody yesterday was like, Luca, just go long SPRO. And I actually traded SPRO. I walked in that day, and Brendan, I don't know if he's at his desk there. Oh, he's not there anymore. He was like, Luca, SPRO is doing volume. And I was like, say less. Had a double SPRO, and I was trading it. I can't trade it now, man. There's just no volume on it. But let's have a look here at DPRO, which is very similar to SPRO, and this is on the NASDAQ. First thing that stands out is the volume on a notional basis is kind of light. So, you know, it's not, I'm going to pull up the chart here, but I expect it. Yeah, so this is like very kind of, looks like a barcode, not really doing anything too crazy. Maybe you know something, maybe you don't. My kind of first take on this thing is, you know, even though it's up on the day, this is the daily for anybody wondering, even though it's breaking out, looking like it's breaking out of that 125 range, moving to the north side, it's just not doing enough volume for myself to like it or trade it. So again, I don't know what you see. Maybe you have different setups. Just make sure you guys are trading your own playbook. But yeah, I am not going to trade this thing. It's just not really doing anything. You're getting like a little bit of volume spikes, but for the most part, as a day trader, you want to really be in things that are moving because you want them to quickly move in your favor, or, you know, not do anything or move against you, and you just cut it right away. So yeah, there is that. I tend to stay to large caps unless small caps are really doing crazy stuff. And CVNA is popping to the upside here, so let's see if I can get this fill.
All right, guys, let's talk about this NRGV short. We're out. So small position, small, bigger, smaller, and then the biggest was up here. My only regret was not adding on this other move up here because that was clearly a rejection. Double top, then we had the sell-off, and then I took bottom wick here into 71. So happy with this trade. It ended up morphing into a different trade than what I anticipated. I thought this would be a clear rejection of VWAP. It ended up being more of a range trade. You can see that clearly here. We got the top up here, we got the bottom down here, and that's how it ended up being for me. I wouldn't recommend that. I mean, because you know the factors that you look at for a range trade are not what you look at for a breakout or breakdown trade. So this is kind of, let's just put it in honest terms, this was more lucky. If it had broken up above this 515, I would have been out. Obviously, I mitigate my risk, but the fact that it ended up being a range trade as opposed to a breakdown trade is there was no participation on my part about that. That was just sheer luck, so let's call a spade a spade. So NRGV ended up being profitable, happy about that. Which one else are we looking at here? OTRK, I'm out of this one completely. You know, it's still trending up. I like that VWAP hold, move up, but yeah, it's just, there's so much resistance at this with these dollar stocks that once it comes to any sort of level and there's any sort of size, it really stifles its movement until bigger buyers can step in. So, it's just more of a headache midday to manage these ones. These are more algo based. So I'm out of this one completely. All of them positive today. I've traded Meta, NRGV, OTRK, TCBP, Tesla. They're all positive, 5 for 5, but they're not the biggest wins. Guys, Bitcoin is moving though. What's up?
Yeah, you can talk quickly about that.
Yeah, Bitcoin has been moving up. We haven't been seeing the same thing in the market. We've seen a bit of a slowing down of the descent on the market, but Bitcoin really getting off that 23.75 bottom, now at 21.173. So we're closing in on almost $1,000 retracement move here. It's kind of a V-shaped recovery that we have at the moment. I haven't really looked at Bitcoin or crypto-related equities. Let's do that. Actually, let's do that over here. So we'll go to our scanner. We'll see how these equities are doing. Let's move down to cryptocurrency. Wow, MSTR was down over 11%. It's now down 5%, so it's retraced halfway. That's MicroStrategies, obviously not the liquid of a stock. 384,000 shares on the day. Let's see what coin is up to at 52.90 at the moment. Yeah, so getting off that bottom, not the biggest move back on coin. 51.30 is a low, or 52.87, so $1 and a bit, $1.70 move back up. Mara, obviously some of these other names, they were down a lot more. Let me tell you, earlier today when we looked at them, when we did review them, making a bit of a retracement now, so good for them. We're not seeing the same thing on the market though. What we're seeing on the market is just this hold. So we have that 39.72 bottom here that we talked about. On the day though, we're 39.73.5. That's held, but we're creating this kind of consolidation area. And, I never like these. I take these as flat bottom breaks, right? We have that big move, sideways move, and then you have another big move down south. I don't know if that's applicable to the futures or not, but, I never like these sort of patterns to develop because in my mind, they're more bearish and they're more continuation patterns to the south side than they are a bounce play. But you never know. We get some sort of news catalyst. I don't know. There's a Fed speaker at 1 o'clock. They may come in. They may say some stuff that may be interpreted bullish. And all of a sudden, we're retracing back through 4,000 and maybe looking at the highs. Who knows what's going to happen? Anyway, the point is, let's play the price action. At the moment, I don't see any move on these big cap trades. I see moves. I don't see any trades for myself on these big cappers. I'm looking here. It looks like Apple's put a couple of nice green candles together. Likewise with Amazon and Meta, they've stopped bottoming out. It looks like all 6 really have stopped bottoming out at the moment. The market looks more flat than these big 6 do, to be honest. These big 6 look like they're retracing back a little bit, whereas the market in general looks like it's just flat above that 39.72 area. So that's an interesting little observation. Not sure what to make of it, but we'll see how the price action unfolds, Luca.
Yeah, I just quickly want to comment on a few things. So somebody was like, how do you like tiramisu? Is it a waste of a spro? And no, absolutely not. Tiramisu is a great, it is a great dessert. I personally, I enjoy it. Obviously, I have my, friends and family who make it homemade. This is not my go-to dessert. Just very quickly, I wanted to share this because somebody was asking. If you haven't tried something in life, you need to try it once to obviously figure it out for yourself. So if you haven't tried this dessert, it's great. I would try it. It sort of tastes like it has coffee in it, right? So it sort of tastes like coffee and cinnamon, and I've never made it myself, so I'm not too sure. But it's good. It's good. It is not my go-to though. I'm definitely more of a bread type dessert person here. So where is this? How do I get this out of here now? Okay, no, I don't know what's going on. But anyways, more importantly, I wanted to quickly comment, Jeff Ross. Every time I set stops, I have to take the time to close those stop orders to take profit or loss. I think what might be happening there is you have, it's like a wash order restriction. So I know exactly what you mean by that. I'm not really sure if there's a way around it. Maybe by routing to different areas. I'm not sure what broker that you use. Maybe you can call your broker and ask them, because I know I kind of read that message and I was like, I know. Like the pain on that one, and I was just looking for a way around that, but there is just no way around that. I don't know why this is. How do I exit this? Okay. Oh, there we go. All right. Let me just exit that very quickly. Okay, perfect, and I'll just fix all these later. But yeah, guys, Amazon is sort of stalling out here. As you guys can see, I'm sort of selling this very slowly, kind of selling, and then as time is passing, I'm just like, okay, well, you know, I want 89s, but for whatever reason, it's going to 79s and reversing. So I'm just kind of slowly selling it. The market is now aiming for that low. And so what I sort of expect to have, I mean, I'm deep in the money now, so I'm not really worried. But what I think could happen is like, the market breaks down, breaks a low. You know, Amazon will follow. It'll go down. It'll pop back to the north, and then if the market pops back, you know, then that'll be enough steam for Amazon to get to the 97. So I'm still holding on to some of the position to give myself the better win because I think I could see it. But at the same time, guys, if you're adding, you know, like add, but if you're adding like majority of size at like 96, the way I kind of played this out, I was like, okay, 96 worst case scenario, I can always just add. You know, now you're like sitting on a 40-cent, 50-cent winner, the way that I'm sitting on this winner here. I'm just like, okay, like I'm in a 40-cent winner. I'm a scalper. I'm going for another 10 cents. Like I might as well take it here. So it goes back to the saying of, you know, take what the market gives you. You know, sometimes it gives you 70 cents. Sometimes it gives you 30. You just got to be able to, you know, react to that, recognize it, see it, and go from there. So yeah, here's the market breaking down through the lows. Let me just drag this up for everyone to see. Market is now making a new low. So let's see what happens. Does it actually have the follow through? Do we go and test 39.60, or is this a quick little low and then a reclaim, and then are we going to be back at like 39.85 very quickly? So that's basically something I'm watching on the overall market, and I have it lined up with my long on Amazon. CVNA is just a separate trade altogether. Unfortunately, I didn't get I was sitting on the offer. I guess it didn't want to fill me here, so I'll just cancel that order. Yeah, if we break 50 period, go into the low 40s, I guess I'll just cover the rest of that trade over there. I'm aiming for low 40s on that one. HKD still not stopped out. Holding trend, I feel silly when I'm talking about holding trend on something like an HKD. Like, oh yeah, it's so nicely holding trend and now moving back to the upside. I mean, where's the top? I have no idea. Only on these types of names do I kind of take trades without targets. But hopefully that one still wants to work. I'm pretty sure my stop is to trigger below 1150. I'm okay to say that. If I do take that L, it'll be like a 10-cent L. It's no big deal. But yeah, I'm loving that this is actually now going back to the north side. So pretty happy on that one. Yeah, everything's working for me. Amazon, CVNA, HKD, basically all in the money. We'll see how these ones play themselves out. If you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know. I'm just looking at the chat very quickly. SPRO equals espresso. Yes, SPRO is an espresso. I don't know where that term came from. I'd like to think that I created it myself, but probably not. SPRO equals espresso. So when you hear me say SPRO or SPRO life, I'm just saying, you know, espresso life. That is what I'm going for. And there was another quote. Oh, Puka is saying you should close those Amazon longs. You know what? Just again, I did kind of scale out, so I'm sort of waiting to see, does it sort of dip into the 50, kind of go sideways, and then go back to the upside. So I want to sort of hold on to some of that. You know, I'm not too worried. My average is like 15s. If we get back down into 96.20, I'll just probably off the rest and go from there. Yeah, Danker, Spro Bros. Yeah, Spro Bros. Spro Life, man. Spro Life. Over and over again. We'll see. Let's see where Apple is because I'm waiting for that dip into 135, and I guess it's not really getting there. Maybe I should sit. No, I like maybe 20s. 135.20. We'll see what happens. Past Rider saying, any thoughts on DWAC? I can have a look here. DWAC, I know Neil was trading it. I heard him talking about it. I'm just not too sure. I had no trades on it today. Let me have a look here. Anytime I see like this, and this is kind of why I looked at it, it's like anytime I see this, I go, it's not really, you know, bring back the good old days of when DWAC, you know, ran over to what I was looking, oh, Prad's not there, running to, you know, the 190 area. That's when it was exciting. This is now very slow. I don't really want to take a trade on it. Let me look at the daily to see if there's anything that stands out to me. I think the biggest thing, and I'm kind of dragging this back, I remember when it was doing this. And, you know, Trump was announcing something, if I'm not mistaken, and then it ended up just being NFTs with, like, his picture on it or something like that. So not too crazy. But I almost want to say that 15 level, which is around the SPAC price. The original SPAC price open was, like, $10. And so for whatever reason, we actually had the gap up and the pop and then lots of volume and then, you know, drop back and do nothing. But look where we dropped back to. We literally dropped back into the 15 area. And so 15 shows that it's being that support. But again, you need volume for things to move, and this thing is just not doing volume today. Unless volume comes into play and then really starts to move, then I would consider something on it. I don't necessarily buy at 15 because it's support and then there's no volume. Like, that sounds more like a swing trade to me as opposed to a day trade. So I definitely will stick to day trades while I am trading here. Thank you so much, Sharif.
No problem.
Double Spro. I'm definitely upping my caffeine intake as time goes on, but there is no problem with that one, man. And someone saying your mic is in and out, Luca. Maybe it's trying to follow my type of trading style where I'm just kind of in and out over and over again. Yeah, no, hopefully, I mean, I'm assuming most people can hear me because, yeah, nobody else is saying that.
Luca, we're breaking down below that 39,
I might have to just sell this
72.
Amazon.
Yeah, so now, low of day, guys, 39.71. That flat bottom could be in at the moment. Maybe we should look at some shorts here. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm kind of hesitant to take any trades here because, you know, we're talking about a point or two on a much bigger index. It's not the biggest break in the world. So I'm going to wait. I want to see a sustained trend maybe to the sell side. But, you know, the problem with that is we're looking at another resistance face, right? We're looking at another resistance level right in the face at that 39.60. Like, I mean, again, I don't remember where I got this 72 level from, but it's obviously come into play here. But looks like we are headed to the sell side, at least on the ES. Not seeing the same type of move, though, on these big six. They're, you know, I guess they retraced a little bit to the north side, which is why they're kind of arcing down a little bit, making a bit of a peak, a bit more to the sell side for them to make new lows. Meta has got like another 20 penny for another new low. You got Amazon there with about like another 40. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't have a trade on any of these big tech stocks today. Let's look at the small cappers. Let's see if anything's coming in that world. Let's go and have a look at the scanner here. OTRK, we're well familiarized with that. We were trading it, positive on it. So I'll leave that one for the moment. ATLX, I believe this is a multi-day runner. This one's in a better price range for me anyway. 11.35 is the price on it. 12.94 is the high. Let's go have a look at the 15-minute chart to see what we can discern. So it's been moving since basically 8 a.m. and, you know, it's had a good amount of volume and a good amount of upside momentum, but some aggressive retracements as well. Let's look at the daily to see if this is the former day runner that I'm thinking about here. Yeah, so this one's been topsy-turvy for the past, I want to say, 2 months. Look at that move that it made in November. I remember seeing this one a lot, and then you have that big decline south, breaking out through a key resistance zone that we made back on the 11th, which was that $12 high, breaking through that today by almost $1, $12.94 high. The obvious next level of resistance is that 14. We kind of topped out there several times, and that's not that far away. That's $1 and a little bit more, $1.06 from today's high. So, yeah, we'll see what this one does. I'm going to put it on my side chart. I haven't been watching it till now. Let's put that on ATLX, but below VWAP at the moment, so not tradable north. Maybe we'll be looking for something southbound. Okay, so I do see something southbound here. At least I think I do. We get that hive day made. We get that big move down below VWAP. Then we get that consolidation sideways. And then do we see another move down? How much is it going to cost me to find out? Well, if I get in now, 11.18, I'll have to give it to at least 11.60 or so, which is a VWAP retracement. And I'll probably have to add around there using my strategy. And then maybe give it to the 11.50, 11.75, somewhere in that range.
I want to just quickly say Northwestern Canopy Development, Sharif Space, around $5. And I know I was about to talk about it, and I see that you were asking me before, and I was like, no, I'm not going to trade this. I'm not going to talk about it, but I'll leave that to Sharif if he wants.
What is that?
Space.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, only the 450 grand to shoot up into space. Okay, let's have a look at that.
I see it at 5. I'm not taking a trade on this one.
Okay, so I haven't looked at it all on this, so give me an opportunity here just to look. SPCE. All right. So we all know that this one was moving the other day. It's kind of been like that meme stockish kind of move lately. Look at that double top if I've ever seen one. Look at this. Okay, so this is a multi-day double top where we topped out at that 567 today, 572. Not that big of a difference, and then we have that big move south. This would have been interesting if you had your eye on it. It looks like an M. Look at that. Okay, so we're finding support here at 5. Low of the day is 5. We're trading at 501. You know, how much is it going to cost you to find out if this is a long or not? Well, give yourself to that, you know, I want to say $4.95. Give yourself 6 cents, maybe, and add to it if it continues to go. In fact, that's what we'll do because it's not going to cost us that much money to find out. If I can just move this board real quick, I can get into the trade here. All right, I'll have to move this one as well. So many boards to move, Luca. All right, so NRGV, let's place space. Is that NASDAQ? I really hope it is. No, it's not. SPCE, it's New York. All right, there we go. So where are we at? We're at $5. Okay, there's not that much size at $5. Not much size below it either. So it's going to have to be, you know, some sort of dark pool, or I'm sorry, not dark pool, some sort of iceberg that's going to come in. Nothing that I really see here on the tape. Let's go ahead and take a quarter position at this 5. So we'll punch in 501 there. I know I get it. I'm against the trend. Basically, all I'm trying to do here is ride the whole dollar. If it breaks 495, I'm out. Let's go put that in now. So 494 south, and then we'll put 490 to the downside. So it costs us 6 pennies to find out. We'll scalp anything above this 50-period moving average, which is that 506 or so. So I don't know what the news catalyst on this one is. Let's have a look, because it's down 10.5%. So let's see what Space is up to here. Virgin Galactic Holdings shares are trading lower after Goldman Sachs lowered its price target. Okay, what was the price target? Can you load? Okay, price target for the stock from 12 to 6. Where is it at? We were talking about 5. Okay, so clearly, you know, not a good headline there. What's the chat up to? Anything new here? People saying, look at BBBY.
I like, I can take that one.
Yeah,
because,
go for it.
It was AMC who said, can you look at BBBY? And I started laughing. I was like, yeah, sure, I can definitely have a look. And the first thing that stands out to me is that 4 level for the time being is holding. So this is sort of like a hope long for myself. It's kind of like dipping and curling. If it can hold 4, great. It might move back up, and I'll take the win on that. Whether it wants to pay me 10 cents, you know, 20 cents, I'll kind of reevaluate. If, however, this breaks 395 to the downside, like the low is 397, and it is kind of that pre-market low. So I'm giving myself sort of 5 cents on it. If it wants to break 395, then I'll be out of that trade. So sort of risking 5-6 cents. There's probably going to be no slippage because there's a lot of liquidity there. And if this thing wants to bounce 10 cents, then I'll take the win. So the win. So that's a 2-to-1 for myself. Just basically my thoughts on it. I was saying this before. I don't know if you were like tuned in before when I was mentioning this, so I'll just quickly say it again. BBBY is interesting because it runs to the upside, dips down, right? So breaks that trend. It does a lot of volume. Obviously, everyone was looking long over here and short over here. This is, you know, this is what you can argue as, oh, this is the backside. Breaking trend, moving to the downside, gives you the 50% retracement on the move, right? And then bounces. And now it's like right at that sort of 4 area level, right? So, I mean, if I had to guess, I'm probably going to get stopped out of this trade. I'm just too close to my stop. It probably ends up breaking. But this is not something that I want to hold average into or let go against me. So I'm going to have to just stop myself out. But if it holds 4, and this is where I was getting at with this, if it wants to hold like 394, you know, it could actually give a little bit of a pop into the top end of the range. So that's kind of what I'm going for. That was my first glance at it. I'm sized accordingly where I'm not really too worried. If I get stopped out of the 5-cent loser, it's not really a big deal. But yeah, it's not like a A++ trade for myself. So I'm just kind of like loosely in it, and you know, let's see if this wants to work for me or not. That's my thoughts. I love when you guys throw things in the chat and I look at them and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a long. And here we go. So I'm stopped out of this now. So I kind of like thought like, okay, I'm probably gonna lose on this. But you know, it's I'll look at something and I'll say, yeah, you know, this is a long, and then I instantly take the L and I go, well, I guess I was wrong. You can't be more wrong than that. That was like a 2-minute trade, instantly wrong. You know, taking the L and moving on, no problem there. CVNA, I added a little bit to it on that pop. I initially wanted like 63, 62s, didn't get it, dropped back down. Now it's actually looking like we're gonna break 750 to the downside. So that one's pretty good. And I don't know if you guys hear me talking to myself under my breath. It's like Amazon, okay, now it's actually breaking down. So I lightened up big time on the position, just above break even. So now I'm not even too worried. But I'm like, let me hold this, because if this goes back up, I want to have something, because it's still not, I'm still not technically, like, it's not low a day. I'm not wrong. Like the market, again, I was saying, are we going to break down and then quickly reclaim back to the upside? No, we're actually slowly fading down. You know, but at the same time, it's like Amazon's going down. Now it's a little bit sideways. You know, I am lighter on the position, so I'm not too worried on it. But go figure, it actually stops right at my break even. So I'm like, I should be probably out of it. but I'm still not out of the money, so it's hard to, sell it right now. So holding on to that last piece, we're gonna see what happens next. It's like way atop my board. Like Amazon, I'm ahead. There's no way I lose on this name now. So I'm just kind of holding it. I'm not going to really add to it now. Whoever said from before, if you're still watching, saying, oh, you shouldn't be in Amazon anymore, like, you're not wrong. I mean, I could have gotten out over here, but I wanted to give it room because I thought there was a chance. So, yeah, you just kind of go with that one. It is what it is there. It is what it is. Yeah. And quick question saying, Ozzy, what's the best indicator to use when buying options? That is a very vague question. What is the best indicator to use? I personally don't use indicators. Like, I use them. I have them on my chart. So obviously, like the 50 period, which is this blue line, is just a mathematical, average following price action. I use it as a general kind of rule of thumb, like, mean reversion, it's probably going to get back there. So, like, I'm adding on to this Amazon trade. I'm initially scalping it. Then I'm sort of adding with the intention that it's probably going to get back and touch it again. So, I use these indicators with options. It's, options not really my forte, like we trade stock over here. But there's a lot of things that you can look at. Just, make sure you're doing the research yourself, kind of building out your strategy, doing things that make sense to you. There's a lot of different, like the Greeks that kind of, deltas and thetas and all these other ones. I honestly couldn't tell you off the top of my head. And now I'm drawing a blank here. But there is no perfect indicator is essentially what I was going to get at. There's no perfect indicator. Nothing is going to say, you follow this, you follow it, you make money. I would say just get a lot of experience and kind of build out your strategy. And then as you bank more wins, you kind of playbook it. You say, I've seen this setup before. This is what I'm going to do. And then that's when you consider to size up on it. Gamma, exactly. Thank you, Bears and Bulls. It's when you're at like 500 fills, your brain just stops working eventually. Unless you're Sean, then he's like, I don't even know how many fills he's at today. But yeah, it just kind of, it eventually gets you there. Yeah, MACD is another one. It essentially shows you, like maybe a reversal of trend. I try to keep my charts very, very clean on the equity side of things. Like 50 period is the blue line, the dark blue line. VWAP is the red line. I use like a short-term moving average, which I don't even really, it's just light blue. I don't even really see it there, but it shows like a short-term break of trend. I don't trade on these things, right? I don't trade on these things. So they're just there for me to kind of see the obvious. The thing as a day trader, especially as a scalper, is use institutional levels that make sense. So for example, that 97 level, it was doing a lot of volume, like that's why I'm doing this. And then 96 is the bottoming area. Somebody said it best. They're like, Luca, the gap to 96 on Amazon. So this is the 15-minute, guys, but we literally had the nice run up, right? Then it's kind of running into 100, so it's facing that little bit of resistance. But for whatever reason, it's showing you yesterday, I think this was, the 17th yesterday, 96 is like that little bit of a bottom. So it sort of broke 96, went back below, resistance, finally breaks. Now it's support once, twice, 3 times, and I'm like, okay, 4 times, probably resistance. Obviously, looking at the ATR of the stock as well, so 99 to 96, $3 range. That sounds like the ATR on Amazon. Do I think we're going to go to 95, 94 today? Like, no, I don't think so. And the market had a big sell-off, and Amazon sort of stopped at 96. So that's kind of why I did what I did. It's based on ATR. It's based on levels, but broader levels. It's based on the idea that I think we came all the way to 100. We're eventually maybe going to test it. Maybe not today, but at some point. And there was that bigger buyer at 97 in the morning. So, all these things combined, which aren't really indicators, they're more like, look at what price is showing you. It's showing you these things, and then I kind of take trades based on this stuff, right? So I don't really use indicators, and I know your question was on options, but obviously we're trading stocks over here, so I like to kind of broaden it, talk about options, talk about stocks. But yeah, I'm using like these kind of levels. I'm letting price confirm these levels. I'm looking for specific things, and then I like take the trades and then wait to see what happens next, right? So
all right.
That's basically where I go on that one, and all 3 of my trades are still working for me.
I like to hear that. I like to hear that. All right, guys. I'm noticing a couple of things here that I'm seeing offhand. Microsoft looks to be like one of the strongest of the bunch at the moment. While the market was printing lows, Microsoft was making newer highs. So I don't know. If we get a bounce here in the market, I'm going to be looking at Microsoft, maybe a little bit extended to the sell side at 237.49. So, yeah, I'm in a baby long on it now. See if we can ride some momentum up. Obviously, we're still flirting with that 39.72. So we'll see how this trade develops. But I wanted to harp on this trade. This is why I'm a bad trader, because I see the setup and then I don't follow through. This is why. I mean, in addition to not adding at this level that I already complained about, look at this. It's heading southward. NRGV I'm talking about, guys. Add. Then we scalp. It's a dub, right? But, we talked about this level, this 4 3/4 level. That was a level that kept holding up time and time again, and I want to take that flush through it. Didn't have the patience because, kept retracing on me, and I talked about this being a range trade rather than a breakdown trade. Well, it ends up being a breakdown trade as I anticipated. So a little bit frustrating when things don't really go your way, especially when, you have the plan and you don't follow it. So NRGV could have been a lot better than it ended up being, but hey, I just want to point that out. And as much as I celebrate my wins, I want to be able to identify my mistakes and shortcomings so that I can improve. All right, so we're long this Microsoft here. We'll see. It's continuing to look like it's the stronger of the bunch. I don't have a lot of promise for it. I'm looking to scalp out some here. I believe at 65 or 66, we're printing high 50s now. So we'll see how this one does, but it is down 1 1/4% on the day. I know this is kind of like a random counter trend trade to take, but you see something or you don't. And I see the other 6 as being a little bit weaker than Microsoft. Microsoft looks like to be the strongest of the bunch at the moment. So maybe this will lead some sort of recovery. So those are my trades at the moment. YOLO when FOMO says $2 super chat saying, I wonder what would have happened if PPI was bad. Yeah, good question. You know what? We also did get a bad figure. I mean, it's not so much bad as it's bad because, lately bad has been good, right? Because we want to see bad numbers to kind of slow the Fed from hiking rates. So we got retail sales today, and retail sales were down 1.1% versus the estimated 1%. So, shows the consumer at the moment is not spending as much. That was December, which is weird because we got the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index last week, and that showed that consumer sentiment jumped up. What was it, guys? Like, fact check me on this. It was like 20 points or something like that. So yeah, it was a fairly sized move. Microsoft's heading up here, guys. I just scalped some out right there at 67, so we're well in the money on Microsoft with, where are we long? We're long 49, so we just took some out there. Yeah, it's retracing. Obviously, the market is weak, guys, so, I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay in this trade. Let's get out of this trade. Yeah, let's get out of this trade because, it looks like it's a little dicey here. I don't know. I see it as strong, but I just don't want to go against the market. So we make a little bit on Microsoft. Nothing to celebrate about, obviously. But anyway, yeah, we'll see. We can get back into that, no problem. Space, we're long off that 5. Now it's bouncing through that 50-period moving average. So, we held that 5. We're not really celebrating anything because we're 2 pennies in the money on this one, but that 5 does hold at least for now. Do we get some sort of mean reversion? Because we made a big move down 10%, guys, right? And so that you could say, a mean reversion from 565. So we're at 5, so it's got to be somewhere in here. Maybe VWAP, maybe 525, maybe 530. If we get some sort of mean reversion, but well, how much is it going to cost us to find out? You know it. The break of 495, and I'm out completely on this one. Microsoft looks strong, Luca.
Yeah, I'm taking a quick long on Apple here, so I'm waiting for 135. But now that I see that it's curling up and sort of giving, not really a double bottom here, but it's sort of, bottoming out at 135.40. I'm just thinking, we're now at the 50 period. We sort of tested once, twice, 3 times, looked like it's curling back to the upside. So I'm long starter position. I want to add a little bit more, assuming that it's going to start working for me for the move back up here. So that's kind of what I'm going for on Apple. Sorry, I think I said Microsoft. On Apple, that's what I'm going for. And Amazon, I got a little bit more out on that pop, and now we're just back down. My average is not bad, 96.15, but if this gets back to below 96, I'm going to start scalping this level a little bit more. So we'll see if this wants to actually break 96 to the downside, and then I kind of like the scalps around that level. So I'm pretty light on the position now for that long, so I'm not really too worried. I'm going to wait to see how 96 reacts over there. And then, yeah, wait for Apple to see if Apple wants to move to the upside on that one and go from there. Yeah, no Tesla trades for myself, guys. Tesla is barcoding, man. Barcoding, not really. I mean, look at this, man. It's just literally barcoding, doing nothing. I'm sitting waiting for a short. I said, and it was that where it topped out? 130.50? Oh, man. So I was actually sitting closer to 131. That was sort of a part of the plan. And I'm actually sad to see that it reversed. I need to go back to these quicker. So I know you guys in the chat are like, oh, Luca, how do you talk so much and trade so much? How is this possible?
It's the Spros, baby.
It's the Spros. It's, you know, it's you can't hit them all. I think Neil said it best because somebody yesterday was like, Neil, why are you not in this? And it's like, well, I mean, you know, what do you want from me? It's like I have 500 trades. I've traded like probably 15 things today. But you miss some, right? You miss some. The most you can do is have the order out and you're waiting. You're never going to have the perfect price, not all the time at least. Tesla, I wanted the short. Where's my order? I wanted 130, and I'll show this chart here. Like this order's been sitting there. I wanted 130.79, and it just stopped at 130.47. So, I mean, I could have scaled into it, but I just assumed that it would like, you know, I was like, oh yeah, 79. That's a pretty good fill because it's probably going to run the 131s there. But no, right? But no. So, I mean, at this point, I'm just going to cancel that order because it's a whole different trade. Like, if I was in that trade, I mean, now it's at 128.50. So, like, that's a banger there. But, yeah, no, it's, you know, sometimes you miss them, right? You can't have them all. You got to just try your best to trade. You know, it's easier to trade when you're not talking, but at the same time, I kind of love what I do here. So, yeah, hopefully entertaining you guys. Guys, please hit the like button if you're watching the show. I see we're at 2K likes. Didn't ask all show.
Yeah.
We started at like 1.9K, I think.
I don't even
And now
know.
we're at like 2K. If you guys are watching this, 4,700 people watching. If you're enjoying the show, hit the like button. That's all we ask. I mean, I'm trying my best here to manage it all. And missing a
smash
couple
the like
trades,
button.
but definitely will not miss reminding you about the likes there. So again, guys, if you are watching, you know, free stream for you guys. Hit the likes. In the morning, you know, Brendo, Sean, Neil coming in with absolute bangers. So much behind-the-scene action that you guys don't see that goes into the show. And we are just trying to get to the top of the algorithm or convince the algorithm on YouTube.
Oh, we are the top.
I mean, there's no other show like this.
No.
You look around, there's nothing else. We're just here trading. And again, guys, we're
Okay.
day traders. So it's like, you know, you see us and you're wondering, oh, why do they say things this way or that way? Like, guys, I'm not, you know, I try my best to entertain, but I have no training in entertainment. I am, you know, I'm a day
Natural,
trader.
baby.
And yeah, I try to make people laugh and say funny stories and all that stuff. And the last thing I'll say on, you know, I said this yesterday, but it's kind of funny. It's like in the stock market, I'm battling algos, fighting for fills as a day trader. And yeah, now on YouTube, fighting the algorithms to get to the top.
You can't
like
hide from these algos.
hey, robots, if you're watching this, all love. You know, you can Google the definition of that word. I mean no harm. I come in peace. I am just hoping that my trades work out for me here. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, hopefully
guys,
you guys are enjoying the show.
And guys, if you're enjoying the channel, let your friends and family know about this. We're real close to 400,000 subs, guys. We're at 374,000. Obviously, the more we grow, the more recognition we get from the platform, and obviously the more we reinvest back in the show, whether it's through new features, new, you know what, there's gonna be more content, there's gonna be more graphics, there's gonna be more technology, everything. So let your families, let your friends know that this is what you're watching, and maybe share it. I don't know how you share it, if it can be by email or text or whatever, do what you gotta do. If you listen to us in your pocket all day, like one of the members who came in to ring the bell before the new year, Jen, she told me she's got us in her ear the entire day. She puts her phone in her pocket, you know, doesn't really watch like the video of the show. It's more like the audio content that she really needs, and she's getting in and out of trades based on that. So always happy to be flexible in how we reach our viewers, right? So smash the like button, tell your friends and family about and your coworkers about the channel, and let's grow the biggest community on the internet, guys. We're already one of the best. All right, guys.
Yeah, guys, just a quick heads up
go
before
for
I pass it back to you, because I've been waiting a long time for this one. CVNA covering, I'm still holding some because it's working for me, and I think I could probably get below 740s. It's just kind of like slowly dying off. But I was waiting for this one, man. So finally covering some at 745-ish over there. But yeah, still holding some of the position for the move into the 30s there, man. It just feels like this thing is dead. If the buyer is gone, eventually we're going to continue to fade to the downside. So I'm going to like stack my bids and hopefully get some of those, hopefully we go down. And AK, it's digital warfare. Absolutely. It's digital warfare. I'm fighting Skynet. And even though I say it's all love, we are battling for sense, especially as day traders.
I don't love Skynet.
I don't. I just say that I love Skynet because if you're watching this Skynet, it's all love. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's a good point. Good point. I should have thought of that. Guys,
he doesn't like you. Not
NRGV. Yeah, this guy doesn't like you. Point to me. Yeah, I'm the one. I'm the one. You're coming after me. NRGV continues to break down. Somebody asked about that in the chat. So clearly breaking through that 4 3/4 level. Dollar level, and now breaking about, we're close. We just tested 50s there, stopping in at 55. So this one's making a move down. But this is the one that I kind of a little bit frustrated myself. We talked about this one. I said ATLX, wow, this made a big move. It was up like 40-something% of the day. But I'm like, look at the move it just made. It just flushed off the highs. It made a new high. Immediately upon doing that, it flushes, goes below VWAP, and then consolidates. Well, guess what it did after that? I'll give you one guess. You'll only need one. It broke down. And it broke down quite nicely. Give you $1 through that breakdown. 11.20 is where it broke down. It made, 90 cents. And then it stopped out at that 10.30. So that was a nice little breakdown. That was all in like, 4 minutes that whole thing developed. So ATLX, and you know what? I don't think it's given up everything yet. It could retrace, maybe look for an 11 retracement. It looks like it already topped out at 11 and rejected. Actually, now that I say that, it was just kind of faint, so I couldn't see it. 11 just got rejected. We're back down into 10.54. This one could be another move sideways, and then obviously you're going to have like upward retracements to stop everybody out who's short, and then we'll have a flush down. We see that over and over and over on these small cap flat bottom breaks. So I'll be looking out for this one, and I'll also keep my eye on Microsoft because I am convinced that this one is strongest of the 6. And should we find any sort of a bottom here and a retracement upward, we know that a Fed speaker is going to start speaking in about 10 minutes, and I'm sure we'll have updates for you on that. We could find a bounce on this market, and I want to be part of Microsoft if that happens. Right now, it's continuing to, show an upward trend. Let's have a look at this darker chart because the dark pool wicks kind of mess it up here. Let's bring this one down. There we go. So here's a Microsoft. Obviously, the bottom, 236.35. Now we're at 237.61, so $2 off the bottom. Obviously, we're not talking about an uptrend here. VWAP's at 239.5, so $2 to get to VWAP. Again, I don't want to keep harping on it, but that's what I'm looking for. I don't have a trade currently right now, but that's when I do have one, it'll be based around that, should the right circumstances come into fruition. Now, what are other people talking about here? OTRK, yeah, we saw us trade OTRK to the long side, had that one. It's kind of, consolidating sideways, but holding that 50 period for the moment. Look at this, yeah, so this one halted up twice and halted down twice. We took this one, a couple of times. What was my winner like on OTRK? Yeah, a decent winner, not the greatest. 165 high, 93.23 low, that's sub $1, and we're holding the 50 period. So if you want to get in on a range trade until it breaks out, all the power to you. I don't see the trade that way, so I'll steer clear of it. I'm looking more for this ATRX continued breakdown or something to do with these big cappers. That's what I see at the moment. What else are people saying? Lambos or the Lambada? Lambos or Lambada? I think you'll take the Lambos. I'll just answer on your behalf. There, Neil Roberts, check out mRNA. Neil is eating. I'll let him know about that. Tesla making a double bottom, says G Trader. Yeah, okay. Now I tend to agree with that a little bit. Maybe a bit of a double bottom here brewing on Tesla. Let's bring that one in. Okay, so where was the original double bottom? Right here, you ask. That 128.25. Technically on the day, we're 128.18. Are we going to stop here or are we going to balance? We need to balance if it's going to be a double bottom. Clearly, we're making a newer low. We just made a newer low, but not all double bottoms are created equally. They don't all stop at the exact same area. It's not an exact science, guys, right? So what I will do is I'll look for the break of this V area, this neckline, that 130.5. Yeah, sure, it's $2.50 from here, but Tesla has a high of 136. 68, and we're down to 128. So that's $8 of range. I'll give up $2 if is going to be an actual sustained upgrade. The look right now, though, it looks like we're headed more south side. If a double bottom bruise here, I'll take it through that 130.50 break. Otherwise, I'll steer clear of that. And that is it for me. I don't see what else is going on. Is the chat up to here? Luca, the real Copenhagen cowboy.
Oh,
what does that mean?
I don't even know, but thank you so much for that one.
Copenhagen cowboy.
There was something that I wanted to quickly comment on. Somebody else was asking Luca or Sharif, but I'll just take this one. And guys, I am taking a whole bunch of fills here. I just need to quickly, so yeah, CVNA back to the downside, taking the fills on that, great. HKD, no problem with that one. Amazon, I was loading below 96 as per plan and just basically offering above. So now start the scalp game at the 96 level. Let's see the over-unders and how many times those want to work. Apple, I think I went long and then got out of that one. It was like, and this is, CVNA, that is not what I wanted to do. Now it's saying that I'm long here. So let me just
do that.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let me just, yeah, CVNA, no problem there. And Apple, that was, I was basically long, and then get out 50 period. But I sort of want to be back into this one in case we do go up. So let me just get back into that one there. And then Amazon, yeah, I'm going to keep adding this one here to see how this one wants to go. So anyways, the question that somebody was asking is, Luca, how do you know a reversal is kind of happening? I'm assuming you're saying like, I'm, whether you're in a position or not, stock moves, how do you confirm the reversal point? So there's two ways to look at it. You can basically use 50 periods, which doesn't necessarily give you the best price from a day trading perspective. So as an example, let's say for myself, long Amazon, and I was basically short this thing until we actually broke out, then I took the long. So with this long in play over here, I'm long, let's say at 97.70s, and now it's going like, where do I want to off this thing? Well, I could wait until it breaks short-term trend, and then say, okay, the trend reversed. But the trend didn't actually reverse. Like it reversed, it went down, then it went back up, made a new high, and then went up here, right? Then finally reversed again, and then broke the 50 period. So you could say to yourself, if it breaks the 50 period, intraday, this is a reversal. The problem with that is if I'm long at 70s and I wait until it actually breaks, I don't exactly make as much as I could. So for myself as a scalper, what I like to say is I don't even wait for confirmation. I basically do a whole different kind of look where I'm like getting in, getting out, getting in, getting out. Like as it's working for me, I'm always like selling the strength, averaging into the weakness or buying the highs, quickly offing it if it makes a new high. Awesome. My main thing is I always look for where volume takes place and where liquidity is and where can I like take shares and get in and out and recycle over and over and then potentially build a position for a move back in said direction. So as you guys can see with Amazon, I'm not really considering is this a reversal point or not. I'm just saying to myself, well, 96 was the level. There's probably going to be a lot of action below 96, above 96. And so whether it goes up or down, I don't necessarily care. I just think like load the longs and then as it works for me, which is right now it is working for me, I'm basically like selling the pops, right? So it's like I basically average in and load like 96, 91, 88s, and then it kind of reverses, quickly goes back in the money, and then as there's that volume and follow through to the upside, I like get out on the volume that's taking place. That's my strategy. So I don't actually wait for reversal confirmation. I mean, to confirm that this sell-off is done and then move back to the upside, I almost want to say like it would have to break like 97 almost, or even the 50 period where it actually can now go test VWAP and go to the upside. These kind of, broader looks on things, I almost want to say are better from swing trading perspectives as opposed to day trading perspectives. You could take like a BBBY as an example and then pull up the 15-minute and say to yourself, from a swing trade, at least for myself, it's like, oh, it's holding the 50 period on the 15. That is trend. It did not break. And then as soon as it did break, which was at like 460 on the 13th over there, that was break of trend, and then it never really went back above 5. Right? So it's like if you're in this trendy name, and I feel like small caps are more accurate, but anything kind of follows trend. It's like if you're in these trendy names, you kind of stick with it maybe until it shows you a break of trend, and then it breaks, it retests, then it actually fails. Okay, like now it fails to the downside, right? But again, this is a completely different from day trading. Day trading, I am getting in, I am getting out. I'm not looking for reversals or this or that. I'm just kind of recycling shares over and over again. Some people intraday swing, some people scalp a lot. There's a whole different types of strategies that you guys can look and take. Just make sure that it makes the most sense to you. I hear you saying, woo, so what do you got going on?
Yeah, I don't have anything. I'm not going to take this trade. CYAD, this is a continuation from yesterday. It is flying to the upside, guys. Where did it just top out there? The chat was yelling on this one. 272, retracing back now into the low 250s. So, wow, there we go, into the 40s. This one's super risky. I told Grant there in the chat, he let me know. I mean, I had been looking at it, but he's like, CYAD, I said to him, like, you know what, I'm not going to enter this one until there's some sort of discernible pattern that I can trade. But, you know, punching in at these highs, you know, it's you and your luck. So I'm not taking this one. You guys will recall CYAD was yesterday's move, I believe. This one showed up on our day. Yeah. So yesterday it was sub $1 to start their day. It was exactly at 99 cents. That's where it opened. And it topped out at 386, but it closed the day at that 188. So closed closer to the low than it did to the high. You never really want to see that for continuation. But there are no hard and fast rules in small cap crapper world where anything goes, and you know, the algos live and run wild. 273 high is what we just made. We're holding that 250 at the moment, up 32%, 31.5%. Yesterday's high, like I said, obviously probably an area of resistance we have to keep in mind is at 386, right? So we're still a ways away from that at the moment, about $1.30 away. Retracing, I wonder if this one's kind of, you know, made its move and it's going to start stair-stepping back down, now back into the 240s. I'm steering clear of this one. Renata Haddad saying, where is your out on space? Yeah, so my out, like, I don't know if you just joined, but my out is the break of 495. Now, this one did make a move.
Goes to the gym, drinks a Coke. No, sorry.
Oh, okay. So this guy, I mean, this stock makes a 505 move, but 5 pennies is just not enough for me to get interested. By the way, Renata, this is a quarter position. I'm risking 6 pennies, so it's a very negligible loss if it ends up being a loss. But it's holding 5. And that's the whole idea for the trade here. There seems to be buyers stepping in at 5. I don't think really it's reflected on the book, so it's got to be probably more of an iceberg hidden buyer order here, because there's not that much size to speak of here on the book at that level, unless I'm not seeing all the gateways, right? So anyway, ATLX is the other one that I keep harping on. It's continuing to make its move south. Careful with this one. Right now, it's a 15 penny spread on a $10 stock. You don't want to see that. It's done 3.4 million shares on the day. You know, wasn't this spready earlier, but as the day has gone on and the volume has dropped off, the spread really has opened up on this one. All right. Now I got to get back to the overall market, because it looks like on these big cappers, we are starting to make a move down again. I'm noticing some red coming in here on Meta, Amazon, and Microsoft. I was just singing the praise of Microsoft, saying how much it was stronger, this and that. Well, it's giving up the goods as well. This one's moving down. 236.89 is where we're at. Tesla's near low of days. Google as well. Apple's really the only thing that's just Amazon curling here secularly on its own. We just made a nice little move there on Apple, and Apple's flat on the day all of a sudden. Back to yesterday's close, 135.90s right now on Apple. So I don't know anybody long there. Maybe I don't know, ring the profit bells. I'm not taking anything around there. But the market is doing nothing. I mean, let's bring in the ES March contract here. Bubkiss, look at this 3-minute chart. We're actually below that 39.72. We're still holding that 39.60. 39.63
Why did we go up
is
like that?
Is the level that we've been talking about. That's the levels that Arun has been telling us for quite some time. They can hear you.
Huh?
They can hear you.
Oh yeah, sorry. No, I'm just. Yeah, sorry guys. I'm like now is the time to load the boat on Amazon. That's what I essentially said to myself. And as soon as I take the first fill on that idea, it instantly rips to the north side. Woo! And I'm like, why is it doing this? Maybe it's hit the awesome, hit the money on that.
Of course.
I love this Amazon level, man. I love this here. Let's see if I can get more fills down below for that pop up. I feel like we're gonna go to the upside. I have a gut feeling on that. So I'm gonna build this position out. I'll try to hold some, scalped a little bit. I'm gonna continue to add. I mean, I could still be wrong. You never want to think in certainties. When you're trading, you can always be wrong. So have a plan for both sides. So we'll see what happens on this one. Brandon Tay saying squeeze AMC. Let me quickly have a look at AMC.
Oh, 20-year bond auction, by the way, has just started.
Yeah, that's what somebody was saying. Maybe it was that.
Happy birthday, Dan.
Happy birthday, Dan.
Yeah, it was
Hopefully you're
Dan
having a
in the
great
chat,
day.
yeah.
AMC is not squeezing. They are getting destroyed. I'm actually, I quickly got out of it. That was, avoided a landslide on that one. Yeah, okay, so Amazon holding that 95.90 here for the time being. We'll see what happens. Jeff Ross saying, I like Amazon below 100 for a swing. It's definitely interesting. It's definitely interesting, that 100 level. I mean, you know, even though I'm long this name, like, it's obviously going down with the rest of the market, the short is easier to be had if you are the type of trader that likes to take few trades and then hold them. You know, maybe it will help you to kind of zoom out, you know, use the 30 minute as opposed to the 1 minute or the 5 minute, and you say, okay, 100 is a key level, 99 over under, and then if we break trend to the downside, you know, how low can we actually go to the downside, right? For myself, again, as a scalper, you know, I'm just kind of like trading a lot, recycling over and over again. So let's see where this Amazon trade wants to go. Market is pushing now 39.60 to the downside. I feel like 39.60 maybe is a bounce level here. So yeah, let me just add a little bit more on Microsoft or Amazon, sorry. I'm just saying the wrong prices, the wrong names.
Oh, it's all good.
But it doesn't matter, man. I don't have to be
When
making
you're
sense
printing
when I'm making
money.
dollars.
Exactly.
Just to quickly revisit this poll here, where do we see Bitcoin going by the end of the year? We have 3,000 people almost who voted on it, and 50% think 10,000 to 50,000. These are wide ranges, man. Like, when you make these polls, you gotta tighten up those red. That's like too easy. Come on. Even though I voted over 50,000, that's kind of my guess. But yeah, maybe 30% saying below 10K, 9% saying over 100K. I feel like all 9% of those voters have Bitcoin. It's hard to say that now, but I assume that
I put
if
10
we,
to 50. What did you put?
I put
Whatever, something to 50.
no, I put 50 to 100. I think easily.
By the end of the year?
Easily. Well, at some
Yeah,
point,
I mean,
yeah.
okay. If there's like
we'll see what happens.
Who knows?
Maybe
Yeah,
I'm dead wrong on
exactly. You heard some information come out of Japan today with respect to Coinbase shuttering their global operations there, but don't read too much into that. You know, a lot of these companies are cost cutting now. You heard Microsoft's going to lay more people off, and I guess that's probably the idea there is let's preserve capital and redeploy it where, you know, it's more effective, most effective. All right. TCBP, I want to talk quickly about that one, but before I do, I just want to mention the CYAD trade. Look at this. I mean, I hope nobody got stuck into this. This one moved all the way up to 273, retraced back all the way down to 226. So I don't know what kind of risk tolerance you've got if you have a sizable amount of shares on there. I got a cough. Yeah. But yeah, it's at least held out a little bit here at that 2.25, now retracing back into 235. I'm not going to trade this one to the long side. If anything, I'll wait till it breaks below VWAP around 215, 220 or so, and then we'll look short there. TCBP, this is one that I traded earlier. This one I missed out again. I got to set these alerts, man. Nice little retracement to VWAP there, rejects off VWAP, a down move, and then a sideways move from the down move, and then another down move. How many times do we see that? So I gotta be able to see these if I'm gonna trade them, so maybe alerts will work. TCBP though, kind of giving up the goods there and rejecting off VWAP to the south side. So this one looks like it could be a continued short. So what I'll do is I'll keep my eye out for a nice consolidation sideways and then maybe a move to test 6. Where do we stop last time? Yeah, it was that 580-ish area that gave us the problem here. And then we had that 6 level, obviously, and that's why we got out of that one. So TCBP, I'll keep my eye out on that one. What is everyone talking about? Bitcoin going down to 10K. I hope nobody's long Bitcoin who heard that. The hybrid trading cowboy, my spy, January 10th, 398. End puts are 500. Okay, we don't really trade too much in the options, but they're always good to know. Oh, I gotta manage my my space trade here because it is breaking down, and now it has broken down below that 5. So 494, I'm gonna be out. I mean, I can wait for the order to stop the trigger here, or I can punch out on my own. Let's see, 494 is holding for the minute, so I'll just let this trigger on its own, no biggie. Quickly, what was I looking at? Yeah, Goog. Okay, so we can have a look at Goog. You know, Goog is moving down with everything else, guys, so not much has been spared today. Goog's near low of days, 90.76 is low of day. I think we're trading at 79. So Goog's low. Goog's been weak lately. We've seen some headwinds come in for Goog with respect to the acquisition of Chat GPT by Microsoft and how all the implications of how that's going to change how search is done and how people acquire information from, automated servers, this and that. So, they seem to be a little bit, or their stock anyway, seems to be taking a hit as a result of that. So, Goog, not really on my radar today. We saw HKD. What's HKD up to? Is it doing anything here? I don't see it on my scanner. It means it probably moved down. Let's find out quick. HKD. Dude, what are you doing? This frustrates me. HKD. There we go.
Tesla. Give the bounce, baby.
All right. Luca's getting excited. Okay, HKD still up 10.17%, but below VWAP and kind of consolidating sideways. I've got no trade on this. Let's have a look here at the chart. Let's bring it in. Wow, that's an ugly chart if I've ever seen one. 14.25 top. Then you have a big move down. Shorts were printing large. I guess that's a more predictable move. I mean, to me anyway, it's more predictable to short to the south side. And here's why I say that. You get the big move up, right? And you're printing, you're breaking through that 10, let's say you're breaking through that $11 level, right? And then you're moving all the way up to 14.25. You don't really know where it's going to stop. I mean, I don't. You can maybe look at daily levels prior to see areas of resistance, but you're not really sure what's going to get blown up. But what you do know is it's probably going to retrace a little bit, right? For most of them. Obviously, some of them continue to go. I'm not trying to say it's a hard and fast rule, but you have a retracement and you have an idea where it's going to retrace to. Say you think it's going to retrace 66%, 50%. This one looks like it retraced quite a bit. Let's have a look here using the fibs as to where this one retraced. This is the breakout area here. That's the top. All right, it retraced down to that 23% level on the fib. So it even broke that 66.5. So even if you were quite conservative with where you thought it would retrace to, say to that 2/3 level at 61, you had a lot more downside potential. So I don't know. Depends on what your trading style is. I like to take these big ones south. It seems more predictable anyway to me. Anyway, what else? JJ saying that's so stupid to think ChatGPT will replace Goog. They are going to change for ChatGPT. So will people search for free or will they pay to search? I don't think it's stupid to say that because obviously a lot more intelligent people than us have seen that it's a headwind, and I've heard some great videos and read some great articles about how that's basically going to change things. So, don't be so declaratory in your thinking. Try to think from both sides of the coin. At least that's my suggestion to you anyway. But moving on from there, Luca, what are you looking at?
Guys, I was catching the falling knife there on Tesla, just in front of 127. I feel like it's come down so fast. It's a huge down move, even dollar level. I've seen this setup before where it's just like it's down so much, it comes down, there's a lot of selling. So I basically take the long in front of 127 and I'm going for like a quick 20, 30 cent pop. If I get the fill, great. If it keeps going down, I add to it, and then if it keeps going, then I just get out of it. So that was kind of the plan. It was a little bit of a bounce. I mean, it looks silly, right? It's just like I'll just I feel like it just, I'm providing liquidity to those who need it. So, there you go. In and out of that Tesla trade, nice little win, can't complain. At this point, I'm not going to try that again. It probably does break 127. So if anything, I'm going to wait for 126. Maybe 126.20. So let me put a bid out there because I actually like that idea. 126.20. If we dip down and fill me and then maybe you get the pop back, we'll see if that one wants to play itself out. Amazon, I was just kind of averaging in, waiting for this move. It took a little bit of time to get there, but now at the pop, basically offering it at break even. Now everything is profit, so pretty good. Same kind of plan. Now it's working for me. Probably going to end up printing 96s, and then you have the 50 period overhead. So I will be out of the majority of this position if it prints 96. I'm just having my order stacked here to see if I can get the fills and go from there. HKD, I'm still in this trade, guys. This is a product of small size, putting in the stop and saying to myself, if it triggers, it triggers. If it goes to the moon, I'll reevaluate. 2 longs on board. What is more dangerous, trade Tesla or drive Tesla, Thomas? That's a great question. I want to say trading Tesla is...
Have you driven one? They're great,
no.
Man. Yeah.
Trading Tesla is dangerous. Driving Tesla, from some of the articles that I read, is also dangerous. Prad's saying it's more dangerous to drive a Tesla than to trade Tesla, right? Is that what you're saying? Oh, he's saying it's more dangerous to trade Tesla than to
foot off the gas. and all of a sudden you're hitting the brake. So I mean, that's the only thing that kind of threw me. Otherwise, I felt it was super fast, especially in a straight line. Not much of a turner that car is. At least maybe the plaid mode is. I don't know if they did anything to the sport suspension there.
Yeah, and Luca, there's no ricotta in Amazon cannoli today. Yeah, no. I mean, I'm just, things are working. Things are working. Can't complain. Someone saying Luca loves Tesla. Well, not so much. I mean, because I was like in and out, right? So it was like a nil and bail, very quick trade for myself. I'm just looking back at the chat here, seeing if there's any questions. Luca the cannoli, get out of Amazon. No. Can't get me out that easily. Yeah, OTKR, I'll leave that for Sharif if he wants to get back to that one.
Which one?
Somebody, OTRK or whatever. I'm not really sure what that's doing, but I'm not. Yeah, Tesla 125 is like maybe a more interesting area that I'm going to wait for to see if it wants to do something there. Apple, I basically was long below 50 and kind of selling the pops there. Now we're actually getting back to the downside. I am going to go long. Let me just think this through. No, I'm not going to go long here. I'm going to try to get 135s. Closer to 135s. If we can dip through, fill 135s, I still like that idea, but now I like it less because it's spent a little bit of time. Now if it actually goes more of like a healthier move down, I want to get long here, but I also want to get long lower. Maybe I'll just get long less size. Yeah, let me do that. Let me get long Apple, see if this wants to fill me. For less size over here, if we go up, we go up, but I really wanted to go back closer to 135 for like a potential bounce play. So that is my idea on that one, and go from there. CVNA, I guess I'm fully, oh yeah, I keystroke into the long. That's what happened there. Where's this one? Oh, now we're down. So yeah, that was not really what I wanted to do. I wanted to cover some, but I guess I covered all and then flipped long, got out of it. But here would be probably my close to final cover if I was still in the trade. And then I would be holding some for the dream of the breakdown through 7 to 680. But yeah, not in the trade anymore. I mean, I made money on it, kind of butchered it, but it is what it is. No big deal there. MM saying, Luca, good time to long Tesla. And no, like, I mean, I already did and I was out. I'm just gonna, I'm waiting on that one.
What do they see that is a good idea to go long here? I mean, I see just lower lows. Maybe you can go short on the pop. I don't see anything really here. We've broken the major support area on the ES at 39.60 that Arun talked about a lot. Yeah, we didn't break it by much, 39.56.5, but we broke it and we're still heading south. So I don't understand where the long is here, except maybe just kind of gamble a little bit on some of these retracements. You've seen some of them nicely, like look at this. On Meta, some of these ones were kind of nice. You get a little retracement here and then you move south. Likewise, again, you retracement here, you move south, but that's not where I would go. What's this? What's going on here? Okay, yeah, so let's get to space. This one stopped me out. So the break of that 494 we talked about, so it cost me 6 pennies to find out a quarter position. Not worth writing home about, but this one's headed south. So anybody, you know, continuing or holding the short looks great. Let's see where we stop possibly on the daily here. Let's bring in the side chart and have a quick analysis here of the daily levels on space. It looks like we might find some support at, I would say, at that 475 area. There seems to be a lot of price action in and around there. But and there's the low from this day as well, 490 there, and then 475. So maybe an interesting buy zone there. Then the real move, though, came in on the 12th, where we kind of got off from that 420 low, and we made a 571 high. That was like the biggest candle in a while on space. The low there was 418. So you got, like, I would say to maybe $4. Obviously, space takes a lot more to move, being a bigger float and all. Not much in my world at the moment. Continue to watch these stocks do their thing, but I've got no trades on other than maybe to try to short some of these pops here on the futures. But small caps not really giving me anything either, Luca, and just kind of sitting on my hands at the moment.
Yeah, I might just off this Amazon position. I'm going to give it a little bit more time, but I am, it's now going down. I'm not as, I got these fills up here, so I was pretty good, and then I got the final part fill near the 50, and market is aiming for 39.50. Yeah, that's a pretty big down move. What do I want to do here? Maybe I long this again one more time. Yeah, you know what? Let's go long one more time here on Amazon. If it keeps going down at this point, I'm just going to off the full position. because, I mean, now at this point I'm playing with fire. But I just feel like it could be good one more time, so let's see what happens. Added a little bit of another small piece on Apple, but this one probably continues to go down. I'm going to try to get really close to 135 if we actually like sell off on that one. And yeah, Tesla, maybe let me just see, where is Tesla on this one? Oh yeah, still above 127 there. Okay, yeah, market is aiming for 39.57 on the ES here. You know, it's the shorts are good. The shorts are good. So if you guys were short all morning, like what a move, man. Reversal off of 40.30, breaking 4,000, giving you almost 50 points. Didn't look back. You know, the bounce plays are not good, and yet, I mean, my bounce plays were pretty good, but they were not easy, I'll say that much. But yeah, now here I am only in longs as the market keeps going down. I think, do I just sell this Amazon? I'm gonna give it like a few more moments. I think we get a pot. I'm pretty much at flat. My average is like 63s here. So if this wants to bounce, where does it bounce to? Maybe I'll get out at like 70s, mid 70s if we can get that. Somebody's saying, save yourself, Luca. Yeah, it's been working for me. That's why I keep doing it, just for the heads up. Like, I mean, it's been working for me. I just don't know if I have the mental capacity to keep going. I'm at 527 fills right now. Like, yeah, sometimes, I mean, it's like 120. You know, maybe I go for a little walk here and come back. Somebody's saying, what causes the downturn? So there's a Fed speaker talking. There was obviously PPI in the morning.
Retail.
You know, all these things, and then kind of breaking key levels on the ES to cover like overall market, breaking 4,000, you know, staying below 4,000, you know, people are now realizing, oh, wait a second, like I think we're actually going to go down. And let me drag over the daily on the market for everybody to see. Like we popped, this was the short-term bottom of 3,800. We popped to 4,000, and everybody's sort of waiting, like, do we break to the upside and then test 41, 41.50, 42, and then clear skies to the upside? This kind of looks like now we hard reject. We maybe are actually going to go into 3,800. We have earnings coming up. You know, the banks reported. We're waiting for Netflix, which is going to come tomorrow because today is Wednesday. Netflix is going to come out tomorrow, which is going to kickstart, you know, big tech and like all the other names that are going to report. We're looking at guidance to see, you know, what is going to happen. What do people think? Is the consumer strong? I don't think they are. I don't care what anybody says. I mean, people don't have money. And I just want to believe that once that reality kind of sets itself in, people are going to say, oh, wait a second, how are they going to afford all this stuff? So that's kind of my thoughts. You know, maybe I'm wrong on that. But yeah, Amazon now turning to the upside. So spin that money.
Oh,
this is the last long I'm going for. Like I'm not doing this again. Whew.
All right,
moving to the
guys.
upside. Let's go.
CYAD, we take that break south. There we go. We take that. Where do we get it short? We got in at 25s. We take a little bit here at 14s. Where we're holding like 50% of the position left. Nice little move down. This one breaks down below VWAP. If it can kind of reject VWAP from the bottom, that's what we're looking for here. Kind of front ran it a little bit, got real close to VWAP. I noticed that VWAP differed on a few charts, so I'm like, hey, you know what, let's just punch in here. We're just a couple of pennies above it anyway. So it ends up rewarding me. I had a resting order sitting there. Now we're gonna look for the break of 210. We're at printing 215s at the moment. There we go. Now we're getting into 13s. Let's take out some at 10 here. So we'll go ahead and cover this many at 10 if we can get down there. 2 penny spread at the moment. 13 on the bid, 15 on the ask. You got to assume there's going to be some volatility, maybe even a retracement back into VWAP here. I don't know if I'm going to let this one go against me. It was a full position, and now I'm holding a third. Yeah, I'm holding a third. I thought I held half. No, I'm holding a third of it. So yeah, we'll see. You know, a third still heavy-ish, especially for that kind of range. Dan Emmons says, not sure what that is, SESF. Okay, so yeah, okay, I see. The ES 39.55, 39.58 zone was very important last week. Bulls want to hold it or at least save it by the close. All right, so yeah, so we're real close to that level, saying 39.55, 39.58. 39.5650 is the low of day today on the ES March contract. So far we're holding it, you know, but every level before that was a level, the 70s, the 60s, they've all broken to the sell side. So, you know, I'm just going to see what the price action gives me. I'm not going to anticipate, at least today. It doesn't make sense to me. You heard Luca explaining it there. Looks like he's taking more of the down view, like the consumer's kind of at its wit's end financially, and that's going to be reflected in some of these earnings. We're going to find out whether some of these big tech plays are going to be what we call recession resistant. I posit some of them will be. I posit some of them won't be. It's going to be a stock picker's market. It's not going to be like 2020 and 2021 where you can punch long or short into an ETF and make all sorts of money. I think that was reflected very clearly yesterday, and especially in the bank earnings. You have some banks doing real well that were able to kind of make money through their investment banking wing, and you have some banks that really are not doing well. Their investment banking is not doing well, their deal making through IPOs is not doing well, and they're having to provision all this capital for possible losses because of bad mortgages. So, it's going to be a stock picker's market. I'm going to keep saying it. And, what I'd look for is inflationary proof business models, or for example, my buddy's been on this DPZ Domino's Pizza kick for a while. He's like, look, man, I'm long Domino's. The longer term trend is fantastic. Let's bring in DPZ so you guys can look at it here while I talk about it. The long term trend is fantastic. It's undervalued at the moment. He's a value investor, by the way, so he thinks in terms of that. What's going on? All right. So I said to him, I'm like, look, man, I wouldn't be so gung ho on that thesis, because they're going to feel a lot of headwinds from price pressures. A lot of their input costs, food, we continue to see is going up in inflation, despite the fact that overall inflation is down. Food inflation continues to go up. So they're going to obviously that's going to be a negative for them. Also, labor is continuing to be tight. They can't staff the stores and have people deliver the pizzas, etc. You guys get it. So I think that there was going to be headwinds to this one. So the idea here is to find ideas that are going to be good during an inflationary period. And the idea here for him was, pizzas, lower cost foods, more people are going to be thrifty during, tougher economic times. Let me get in on some fast food, and this is what he picked as his best player. I don't know about that. We'll see. I think that they may have a lot of cost pressures. So whatever you feel in the chat, put it in, and let's have a discussion about it. CYAD coming back up here into my entry point. So will I exit it here? I'm short 23s. So we'll get out there for a nice little winner on CYAD. So we take out, I think, like 66% here for a winner, and then another 33% kind of break even, Luca.
Yeah, thank you for that grand explanation there. And guys, I got out of Apple trade because I was like not feeling this anymore. Even though it's kind of curling back to the upside, doesn't matter, because I feel like Amazon is the better long there. Update on my Amazon trade, I said, okay, one more ad. Let's just give it this time and see what happens. Absolutely awesome, great ad there. So ripping back to the north side, basically scaling myself out in front of the 50 period. It's not ripping up. So I'm just wondering, okay, maybe I'll just take the win that I have on it right here. And now I'm okay on the position, pretty light on it, but I'm just waiting to see what does 96 do. If we now break through 96, when's the last time we broke the 50 period? It was at 12. And when we broke it, we broke 96.50 and we ran like 30 cents. So if we break 96 right now, I kind of feel like 96, we easily run to 96.20, 25-ish. So yeah, I'm gonna kind of wait to see how that one wants to play itself out. If we rip up, great. I'm gonna hold for that pop through 50 period. I feel like potential reversal to the upside, and I'm sort of convincing myself into this. But we sell off, big volume spike. That is the capitulation point. Dip, rip, back up. Now we go up. So what I was looking for before. Now this is like the dip, rip, now we go to the upside. So yeah, let's see if I can actually make a little bit more money on that one. I am scalping this like an absolute maniac. I have, let me just see here. I have tons of shares traded. Yeah, tons of fees on it too. And I don't even know how to look how many fills I have specifically on Amazon, but I am now at 543 fills for the day. Let's go. Definitely not gonna get to 1,000. Probably not. I'm pretty exhausted here, but I wanted to quickly comment on, because you were talking about recession and all that, and somebody in the chat was making me laugh, and who was it? It was trading PE, inflation proof, booze and cigarettes. I agree with you on that one.
Cigarettes
Haircuts.
are done though, man. Well, maybe vapes, but cigarette sales are down so aggressively.
Yeah, but
That's the old adage.
yeah.
I get it. I get
Yeah,
it. So
yeah, yeah.
addictions. You stick with the
And,
addiction stuff. Yeah.
And haircuts.
Oh, true.
You need haircuts.
Well, honestly, like I used to spring to get my beard done. Now I'm doing it at home. I figured I can do it well. So I've been getting my hair cut and I've been kind of frilling, not spending as much at the barber. I still give the same amount of tip though. He shouldn't have to suffer for that. But
Pizza.
well, I was just talking about that.
Yeah, pizza.
Domino's,
yeah. Oh,
right?
yeah.
People were saying
And
yeah, I get it. I get the whole inflation-proof thing. I think that's a good idea.
And my favorite 401k trader, Spros.
There you go. Of course, bro. That
I will
goes without saying. We
single-handedly
don't even have to
keep
mention
the
that.
espresso industry alive for the amount of espresso that I drink. Yeah, for sure. People were asking me what's my go-to espresso. I've been getting some messages on Instagram. So I buy the beans and grind them myself because I just feel like when I grind them, they're fresh, and then you really get a nice. It tastes so much better.
Yeah.
But my go-to is Lavazza, and I switch it up from time to time. But yeah, Lavazza and Ely when I can afford it. It's a little more expensive, I want to say. Ely's really good too. But the thing that makes good Spros is when the machine is hot and pumping them out like there's no tomorrow. That's why you go to the.
Is this machine good?
It's good.
It's good?
It's
Okay.
not
Yeah.
amazing.
Okay.
I'll be honest. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah, you
amazing.
gotta be fair, yeah.
But the thing is when it comes to espresso, what makes it really good, you want to go somewhere where they're serving like lots of espresso, so they're just banging out like 20, 30 Spros. That's why like you go to Italy, you go to these little bars, and they're just banging out all these Spros, and you're like, oh, that espresso that I had that one time was so good.
Yeah.
Well, it's because it's a good machine, first of all.
Okay.
Always going to make consistent coffee, obviously. But also making a lot, so then the coffees come out, they're super consistent, they're
got
hot.
you.
That's what makes for good espresso. You know, at home, I obviously have my espresso machine, but when I make one, it's not the same as if I make 10 when my family comes over, then
course.
I have the 11. So every time my family comes over, I'll be like, yeah, you guys want espresso? Yeah,
course.
I'll take an espresso. Don't worry, I'll have mine after. I'll make you first.
'Cause
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
better.
yeah. Because the best one is the last one. So
I like it.
that's kind of where I go on that one. But yeah, guys.
Life hacks, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. Amazon, just a heads up here. Amazon 96, little bit of a short-term rejection, but I do want to hold on to this to see if I can get like 96 15s or 20s. That's kind of the area that I'm gunning for. My average is 54 on the last piece. So like this is basically last piece average. I did scalp the majority out over here. So let's see where that one wants to go. Hopefully runs and continues to pay me to the north side. Yeah, someone's saying Luca coffee is for traders only. Well, here I am, 543 trades later. So yeah, you know, I feel like I had a couple Spros. And that one HKD trade that, you know, continues to hold for whatever reason. I mean, I'm probably going to sell this. I'm not going to let it stop myself out. You know, if show ends, I'm not walking away with my stop there just because imagine they go bankrupt and I just lose 100% of that trade. You know, that's what worries me. So, yeah, we'll see what happens on this one. The volume is always the tell. Volume is now dead. I mean, it's holding 1150, but it's not really going up. So I might get out of that in the next like 20 minutes. You know, if it doesn't do anything for the time being.
All right,
here.
we're long Microsoft, and we're printing nicely on Microsoft here. Just took out another little piece. Long 72s, just took some out in the high 80s. Could we get a 237 test? We're curling a little bit on Microsoft and on the market in general, but you know, you must be suspicious of these uptrends, and at least for me, until I see different, I'm going to scalp the you know what out of them. In fact, let's take out another little piece here. Do we get anything out there? No. Okay, so there we go. Now we get a little top wick, and let's see if this one can run into 237. I'm long 72, so a bit of a buffer going at the moment. Do I give this one room to go against me now that I've scalped it? Yeah, you know, now that I've banked in the profits, I can kind of give it a few pennies here and there, but the market kind of bouncing off that 56 that was called by Dan. Dan said again here, if long and holding runners, I'd look for HVNs as targets. That 39.55, 39.58 zone was given an hour ago. Looks to be responsive again, now trading almost 10 points higher. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm seeing that level. I tend to agree at the moment. I'm seeing a lot of stuff curling here. Meta's curling, Amazon's curling, Apple's curling. But you know, we've seen this curl before, and it kind of turned out to be a bit, as you call fugazi, right? Because it's just like, you know, it's the general move is a downtrend. So I'm going to scalp these uptrends. that's just the way I'm going to play it. I'm kind of just trying to get into something for the sake of getting into something here. How much do I have left? Yeah, no, I can't scalp out anymore without using specific orders here. So we'll wait for this one. I think I'm going to give it to 72s, and I'm talking about my 70s. I'm talking about Microsoft here as we print in the mid 70s on this one. There we go. I'll get out for the remaining portion, break even, profitable trade on Microsoft. Now my only loser on the day is Space, and I don't typically trade this many stocks. I've traded CYAD, Meta, Microsoft, NRGV, OTRK, Space, TCBP, Tesla. Positive on all of them except Space, and that was a tiny little loser. How many stocks is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Very unusual for me to trade that many stocks, to be honest with you. And as I suspected, Meta retracing a little bit now. This might, do we even hold the $0.50 here? And that's why I kind of got out. I had a feeling that this was going to break, so we would take the last little, I want to say 25% of the trade out, break even. It may run, but it's going to have to run without me. What's the chat up to here? FFIE up and AMD. Okay, let's have a look at those. I'll bring in the side chart. Oh, jeez.
Before, as you set that up, let me just say very quickly. So, guys, when I say trades, I'm just like loosely referring to, trades. It has a trade counter on P-Pro. It's 543 for anybody that could see that. But it is basically all these arrows is what I refer to as trades. So it's like sell, 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 buy, 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 sell, 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 buy, buy, buy. So that is like trade counter overall for anybody wondering that. So every single arrow that you guys see takes a little bit more energy out of me, and that's why I like to drink Spros to keep me fueled for the day. Shout out to Lavazza. And shout out to Spros to Go. Somebody in the chat was like, yeah, Spros to Go from Woodbridge, great place. If you're in the vicinity, feel free to go there and drink as many Spros as your heart desires. They got a good machine over there. I am not affiliated, but great place, been there. And I think I just missed the top wick there on Amazon. I think it went to 11s, and I'm offering like 19. So unfortunate that I did miss that just a little bit there, but I feel like we could probably come back. I'm kind of chilling now. We got like 25 minutes to go. Just nursing this final Amazon long and HKD. Definitely can't complain. Yeah, 543 fills. Absolute demon today. Amazon atop my list. And what is at the bottom? I think it's Microsoft. Yeah, that was a dumb Microsoft loss there. I play it off. I'm like, yeah, no big deal, small loss. Meanwhile, I'm just like, damn it, this thing. But now that it's in the past is behind us. We can only move forward. Choose to smile. Choose to be happy. That's all I'll say on that one there. And sorry to cut you off, Sharif.
Oh no, I'm trying to look for some of the explanations here. So if you want to go on, I'm basically seeing some interesting news articles. Markets fully price in. Quarter point interest rate cut in February as inflation slows. Doesn't really explain much. The Treasury yield here, yields are down, Luca. Usually yields are up when equities are down. We're getting both of them.
I feel like the market's side. Yeah, I feel like the market's broken though ever since.
Yeah.
It's like
the bond market continues to go higher, right?
Yeah.
Guys, in case you're just kind of getting started in your trading career, when bond prices go up, yields go down, and the inverse is also true. When yields go up, bonds are going down, and therefore you have to compensate for the decline in the bond price by offering more yield, right? So that's the whole idea there, and they're basically inversely related to equities as well. So as bond moves and yields move, the opposite is true for equities. So I mean, at the moment, so sometimes we see that where yields are down and the market's down. Not really sure what that is about. Trying to look for an explanation here. Usually we get one after the bell, after we've been able to digest the majority of the move. Not seeing one at the moment. Okay, so Microsoft making another leg higher. I don't want to call this the bottom of today's move on the futures, 39.56, but we are seeing a bit more of a sustained move up in Microsoft and some of these other big tech names. Simultaneously, TCBP just broke. There we go. It's a NASDAQ stock. Just broke through VWAP quite nicely, made a new high. And here's why we're interested in that, because it had bounced off VWAP, rejected, created a bit of a double top, retraced back to the 200, now reclaimed VWAP and blew through 7 and made a new high. Right, this is going to be really volatile, but I think we may have an interesting uptrend here. I'm personally not going to try to punch in at day's highs. I'm going to be looking for a retracement, maybe into 7, maybe into 695. I definitely want to see if that 7 holds It doesn't have to hold exactly, but it breaks down 694, 695, then breaks right back up to 7 because buyers step in. That's kind of what you're looking for there. So keep your eye on the tape and the book for that. Yeah, TCBP looking like could be an interesting little long candidate if it cooperates here. M. Rosel, I hope I don't butcher your name. M. Rosel says 2022 was the first year since the 1880s where both equities and bond prices were down. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I know. I hear about that all the time. You hear about the what's it called when the 5-year or the 2-year and the 10-year cross. What is that called again?
Sorry?
Like when the 10-year and the 2-year.
Like an inversion of yield?
Yeah. Like when one is supposed to be higher than the other and ends up being.
Oh, yeah, yield inversion. Yeah,
yield inversion. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah.
We've seen that happen several times, and it's supposed to be a predictor of recessions with like a very high accuracy of like 90-something%. So there has been like all these like conflicting economic indicators coming in. All right, back to Microsoft here as we look at TCBP as well. Microsoft definitely just created a newer high there, now punching through 237. The market is not really bouncing much. So if any sustained up move here is going to have to be supported by the market in general, and you're not really seeing that. So be careful with these longs. If anything, just ride them and then maybe short the pops. I won't be participating probably in this because it's a little too volatile for me, but definitely some curling up here on some of these big six, Luca.
Yeah, yield inversion is not fun. I was mentioning this before, but before COVID 2019, yield spreads were starting to drop. And I turned to my brother one day and I said, bro, the yield spreads are dropping. The end is near. And he started laughing. He's like, I don't know what you're saying.
Eh?
And I thought, I'll just keep my thoughts to myself. But essentially, yes, yield spreads should not be inverted because it's basically investors piling into short-term money or short-term debt, I should say, because they don't have faith in the long term. So that's never a good thing, man. That's never a good thing when investors lose faith in the ability for U.S. government to pay their long-term debts. That's basically what it's saying in a nutshell. I am stopped out of HKD, I'm pretty sure. Let's just have this look here. HKD on New York. I am officially stopped. That was a long trade. And Dan Emmons, if you're still watching this, you said if Luca could just hold his trades longer, he would make way more money. I held this trade from 11:45 to right now, and I lost. So I held it for longer, and I lost. I didn't hold Amazon at all. It's atop my list. So, Dan, I will lean into my strengths. All love, man. I'm just having a good time, enjoying myself. Luca, when did you start trading? I was actually born with a phone in my hand, and then I pressed the buy button. I just sold too early. That's when I probably should have held. No, I'm just kidding. I have been day trading now for almost a couple years. It's been a ride, man. It's been a ride. It's been a grind. We are mental athletes as day traders, so you definitely catch a beating. But I will say, no pain, no gain. So if you are feeling the pain, understand that there's a lot of people feeling the pain with you. It is a zero-sum game, so just make sure that you are building something that is repeatable so that you can make money over and over again in the future. It is not an easy business. I have no idea. I mean, I got into trading the same way everybody else got into it. Super excited. I think I can be the best. Let's see where this goes. I'm going to put in the work. And now, after like 2 years of I don't even know how many fills I have, probably like 1 million. But, after all this time, I just think to myself, why would anyone want to be a day trader? Like, the pain is just so bad. But then at the same time, here we are every single day trading, 500, 1,000 times. I love it, and I know you guys do too. That's why you're here. So hit that like button. We got 2,300 likes right now. We're almost at 400,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
And I think I joined the show when it was at like 280 or 290.
When did you start watching the show? Do you remember the time?
When I was here.
Oh, yeah?
I was like, I remember like the original days of the show. I don't even know how to get back to those first episodes, but I would love to watch it then and then to see where it is now.
You know what? Like the show was running. Like sometimes on my old desk, I'd have the show running so I could see the position of Neil and Sean. And so it started looping old videos. And there was like this was during COVID.
Oh, yeah.
There was a desk over here where I guess Neil or Sean was. Ms. V was in the middle, and then there was another desk over there, and you guys were separated. You may forget that, but there's video of that I just saw the other day. Yeah, the COVID separation, because nobody could be like near anybody. So the whole setup here was completely different. I started watching the show December 2020. That's when I started watching it.
Yeah, I started watching And I was like, you know what? I don't even know how to find those old episodes, but that would be awesome if we could.
On there.
Neil in the chat saying, don't talk about the original episodes. Guys, it's like, you're gonna be the worst at trading your first day of trading because you can hopefully only get better and learn from your mistakes.
So true.
Your worst episode, your worst content that you guys release, if you're into releasing content and all that, will be the first set of content
exactly.
that you release.
You're still finding out who you are.
You basically, you get better as time goes on. Again, the show is so much more than me sitting here, Sharif sitting here, and talking and trading. There's a lot that goes into it. I've seen how far it's come and how far it developed. It's crazy to watch, man. It's crazy to watch. I'm super interested to see where this thing goes. 375,000 almost subscribers right now. Can this get to 1 million, 2 million, 5 million? I mean, I have no idea. It's definitely interesting. I mean, I show people the stream, my friends and stuff, and we have this conversation. They're like, "Wait a second, you're on YouTube? You're streaming?" I go, "Yeah, I'm streaming. I'm
baby.
trading stocks, recycling shares, having a good time." And there's the saying, "Who is the least likely to be a streamer?" I've had friends who've tried to stream video games and stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, here I am on YouTube, having a good time with everybody. There's like 5,000 people that watch, and they're like, 5,000? I was like, why, is that a lot? I have no idea here. But yeah, definitely the best stream for trading on YouTube.
The morning's more too. The morning gets up to like
the
11,
morning is like,
right
I've done the morning show trading a couple times, different beast. Obviously in the afternoon I can, there's not that many crazy sharp moves, so I can, take the time to say what I'm saying right now. Obviously, in the morning, it's things are moving, man. Hats off to Sean and Neil for trading. Brendo coming in with the news. It is not easy, and they do it so well. So, yeah, hats off to them. That's why we say in the afternoon, hit that like button as you guys are enjoying the show. Yeah, man, those old videos, there's something else there. Amazon now finally popping to the north side.
Baby.
Market actually getting through that 39.69. Nice. I'm going to take some off of Amazon over here. In case it doesn't want to continue to pop. Let's see if this can get to, I know Beige Book coming out at 2 o'clock, so 15 minutes to go in the show. Beige Book coming out at 2. I should probably be, I'm deep in the money now, so I don't really have to worry about getting flat before that number. But let me see if I can get out of this position if we actually want to go, 96, 30s, 40s, 50s. I'm just going to kind of scale my orders up there, see if I can get lucky and get those hits. And if not, no big deal. I'll reevaluate in the next 10 minutes and see where that one wants to go. Trader TV, G Trader saying Trader TV better than OnlyFans.
And no subscription fees.
No subscription fees. Different than OnlyFans.
Yeah, I hope so.
I'm not here, trading, taking my shirt off or anything.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's lots of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just kidding around, guys. Yeah.
Yep.
No, we're not disrespecting it. But yeah, all right, guys. We're long here. Microsoft scalping, long 25, scalped into the 35s there, Looking for that, I want to call it a little bit of a move. I tried to get short there. That went against me. It punched long. So made that back up. I'm going to hold, how much am I holding here? I'm holding about 15% of the position. No, this is more. It's like 25% of the position. I'll hold longer here. I'm looking for maybe a test of the $0.50. We're printing more green candles on the futures, guys. So what reason is there for me to punch out of this other than greed and fear? And I don't want to give in to both. So the chart's telling me to hold. I'm going to continue to hold. I'm looking for a $0.50. In fact, let's go and put a profit taker at 237. We'll put 49. We'll put that many shares. So if it makes its way up there, we will print. We're seeing 41s, 42s now on the ask. We're going to be met with some resistance. Obviously, we've had a big move down. So it's going to be a lot of bag holding, whether for, day traders or people who are just spooked out of the market, whatever the reason is, moving back through levels that you made earlier in the day is always a little bit tougher. And it requires a lot of volume. So good little pattern forming here on some of these big cappers, except Meta. Meta seems to be the weakest of the bunch. Sucks to be me because I'm long this name. So long in the personal account. Meta right now, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at you.
It's all good. It's all good. I see the bigger picture. I know this one's relatively strong. I'm riding the wave on this one. Basically, the idea right now, Amazon curling up, Apple a little bit of a curl, Microsoft definitely the strongest of the bunch, but you're seeing similar shapes taking place on Google and Tesla here, where they are curling up as well. Woo! Microsoft just flushed down as we kind of made a bit of a a topping tail candle here on the futures. Look at this. This is the candle of death. You never want to see it close like this. A 3-minute candle, so it hasn't closed quite yet. But this is a reversal candle. Basically, it's telling you the market went all the way up and then rejected. So if this one ends up red, it could be a nice little short, whether on the futures or some of these big cap names. I don't know. Never trust these moves long in a down day, but we'll hold. We're not out of the money yet, so we're going to be a little bit patient on this Microsoft trade in case we just get shaken out here. The candle ended up closing as I said it would. Oh, this is going to flush. Okay, so this is probably going to be a short if I've ever seen one. So I'm going to punch short here on Microsoft. Let's go with this many shares. Let's see if we can get that 270. 237 break short Microsoft. Let's see what this one does. Luca.
Yeah, I'm reading the chat, and where's Neil? Is he here right now? Somebody brought up, does anyone remember when Neil would say good afternoon, good evening, and good night? Because we're broadcasting to everywhere.
Everywhere.
He's in the back. I don't know if he hears me, but I remember that. I was beside him when he was saying that. That was OG, man. That was back in the day. Thanks for being a viewer for all that time. Yeah, seeing the show come along from where it was is definitely an experience to watch and be a part of. And again, with that meta, I'm not laughing. I'm just laughing because you're like, meta, it's going down the pain in my personal.
I get it. Like, by the way, I just want to explain that, guys. I'm riding this meta wave for a couple of reasons. One, I feel like it was grossly oversold. I mean, obviously, it's going to have problems with its advertising base, and as money gets tighter, you're not going to be advertising to as many people because there's not going to be as many purchasers. I get all that. The whole tailwind that I'm riding here is the TikTok tailwind, which my thesis is this, is that you're going to see this corollary effect where governmental institutions, academic institutions at the university level, et cetera, they're going to all start taking aggressive positions about censorship with respect to TikTok. And, as the war rages, the economic war rages between China and the United States, you're going to see more of that. We've seen several legislative bodies ban it. We've seen several academic bodies ban it. And, maybe somewhere along the line there's an App Store ban or a Google Play ban. Who knows? Just throwing ideas out there. The idea is there's a headwind, and who stands to benefit from that headwind? Obviously, it's TikTok's competitor, which is Meta, via Instagram, via Facebook. You guys know the story. And so that's why I feel like Meta stands to benefit from any TikTok headwind, Meta tailwind. That's my thinking there. And, I'm looking obviously at the price action. The chart on Meta looked decent, Let's bring it in here. With respect to some of the other ones, it had been relatively strong. Let's bring in, there we go. On Meta, there we go. So this is the daily. Obviously, that's where it kind of bottomed off 187. Then you had a bit of a reversal up. I think we have to really break that 140 and hold above it if it's going to be a nice sustained move. But I think that will depend on a lot of the economic conditions that we see, right? How bad is CPI going to come in next month? How much are they going to raise, et cetera? You guys know the drill. And yeah, that's my thinking on that one. If you have a different opinion, at me. Let's have a discussion about it, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I am just basically patiently waiting. Again, just a reminder, Beige Book coming out at 2. Yeah. So the market might, rip up, rip down, rip back up. There's going to be a lot of chop. This is a very extended move to the downside on the market. Sort of bottoming out just below 39.60, now getting back to the upside. Kind of back into this sort of range over here. I sort of want to remove these lines, but actually maybe I'll just leave them there. 4,000 line, I'll just remove that one. But I have no idea what to expect. I just think that there is going to be some chop, some volatility. So, as much as I want to get Amazon up top, I'm just kind of slowly selling it as it's not really popping into my favor. I was trying to get, 35s and 45s. But it is slow and stopping. So, is what it is. I'm going to most likely be out of the full trade come 2 o'clock. The long was from down here, scalped it out, slowly selling it, and moving on and going from there. Andy's saying, getting tight, man, thanks. Oh, no, I don't know what's, Neil is a gentleman. Neil is definitely a gentleman. Where is he? Oh, he's not here. Okay, never mind. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. I was trying to score some brownie points here. Yeah, no, it's Logan saying I'm thinking Beige Book rips. I mean, I kind of feel like we
2 o'clock?
Yeah, 2 o'clock. Yeah, I think we dip down, dip back up, and then rip up. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So maybe I'll hold like that last piece of Amazon through the dip as long as it doesn't keep on dipping. And then, yeah, maybe we go up from there. So I kind of agree with you, Logan, but we're going to have to see. Obviously, I'm just going to be kind of reacting to what happens there and go from there. Yeah, I'm not going to get into any other trades. I'm very happy with this afternoon. Yeah, over 550 fills for the day, I'll say. I should just rephrase it to fills. Canceling my Tesla bid, which I wanted 126, below 126.50. I'm just canceling that one because at this point now we're just kind of floating.
Explain what the beige book is to our viewers and to myself a little bit. The Federal Reserve Beige Book is a report on current economic conditions in each of the 12 federal districts in the U.S. It gives a picture of economic trends and challenges in the U.S. It is released 8 times a year, 2 weeks before each federal open market committee meeting. The report is used by the FOMC in their decision on short-term interest rates. So an optimistic outlook should be taken as positive bullish for the U.S. dollar, while a pessimistic outlook should be taken as negative bearish for the U.S. dollar. Now, obviously, we're kind of like in one of those weird economic climates where good is bad and bad is good because of the interest rate factor in all of that. So when it says there an optimistic outlook should be looked as positive for U.S. dollar, well, basically the idea here is you're looking for the opposite. Otherwise, interest rates are going to continue to go higher. Let's see some people here. Gain asks, what do you think of Lyft? My humble request to look at Lyft. All right, Luca, you want to have a look at Lyft for Mr. Gain, or should I?
Yeah, you go
okay,
right
let's
ahead.
have a look at here. TCBP. Whoa, TCBP. Wow, what a flush. Would have been loved to be involved in that, but no such luck.
Pull.
Yeah, what a rug pull that was. Okay, so we're going to look at LYFT. Is that New York? I think it is, right? No, it's not. It's NASDAQ, of course, LYFT. NQ, let's have a look at the daily. It's not my favorite chart to use for the daily, but let's go to the 1 day here. What are we looking at for Lyft? All right, let's load, baby, load. Okay, so obviously, you know, we've been in a bit of a downtrend with Lyft. You've seen some headwinds with respect to, you know, labor, some of the drivers now being, I know this applied to Uber, but it obviously applies equally to Lyft. Some of the drivers being categorized as employees as opposed to independent contractors. That obviously increases the risk factor for investors and for the company in general. Like, I mean, it doesn't look good. Look at Lyft going back to here, April 2021. I mean, I don't got to keep going back. Obviously, it's a downtrend. Where do we break the trend? Where do we see? I mean, obviously, we broke out here. We've been on a nice little move off that $10 bottom, I want to say, popping up into 14.5. A newer high would definitely be at that 1650. If we can print over 1650, that's a bit of a newer high. 19.5 is where the 200 EMA is. A lot of these, a lot of analysts and a lot of mechanical trading systems that, you know, they hold for like 3, 4, 5 months at a time. They use the 200 period moving average. So a reclaim of the 200 moving average here would be interesting. Definitely maybe signal a trend change. But until then, you know, kind of in the limbo, kind of in no man's land. So I'll steer clear of it. Not really that great of a day trade, to be honest. Having a look here today, what it's done, the range is super tight. I mean, 415 to the bottom, 1415 to the bottom, 1419 to the top. You know, not much range to speak of. So I'll steer clear of Lyft, Luca. But what is the market? Looks like the market is rejecting off that 39.72, and so is Microsoft and some of these other ones that were moving up. But Apple looks like it's continuing to be green, at least for the moment. Now retracing into the 200 period moving average on the 3-minute chart. So Apple making a bit of a move up here. I don't know what's going on with Apple. All right, we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, just to quickly say thank you, Phil, for that call out saying, Luca, Baba, I'm having a look here. I'm not going to take a fill on it, but one thing that stands out to me is the fact that it ran to 114. It kind of was holding this area right before, then ran up, quickly rejected 114. Now it's back at 114. So obviously Alibaba had, you know, a big down move. And let me bring over the daily just to kind of refresh myself and everybody else. Having the strong up move, now, you know, do we actually pull back into the 110, the 108, and then kind of go from there? I have no idea what happens next. I'm not going to take a trade on it, but I just feel like intraday that 114 level is interesting. You know, if we break, yeah, maybe we curl back. A lot of the next move in the next 3 minutes will have to do with beige book, so we'll see what happens. I am lightening up on the rest of the Amazon position as it moves to the north side. Just kind of taking my fills as time passes, seeing if I can get top wick out. I probably hold if I don't get those right now because I am light on that position. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. But yeah, no more trades. Just basically waiting now to see what happens, what this market wants to do. But I'm sure Neil and Sean will be coming in hot with tons of positions, tons of fire. This going into the rest of the day is going to be interesting because the overall market had a big move down. Do we pop and then drop and test the lows again? We will see. We will see what happens next. But yeah, guys, hopefully you did enjoy the show. Feel free to hit the like button. Fruits of Deeds, nice name. Oh, there was somebody else with a funny name. Ponzi Fonzie. That's a kind of funny name, saying, what's the trade, bros? I'm basically getting out of this Amazon, and now I'm done. So, yeah, Neil and Sean will come at you with more banger trades in the next few minutes here as we wrap it up. I think Sharif did a really good job at answering that lift question there. I am basically nursing this 401k trader saying I missed the story. When did you start with Trader TV? So me and Sharif recently, I think for myself, it was summer of last year, late summer of last year.
Same.
So you around the same
August, mid-August.
Yeah. So it's been however long that's been. What is that? 5 months, 6 months, something like that.
Going on that.
Yeah, and it's nice to see subscriber growth. I mean, it's almost over 100,000 subscribers gained since I started. So it's nice to see the community kind of grow and get bigger and bigger. I see a lot of familiar names. I shouldn't say faces. A lot of names in the chat. And it's nice to see, man. Trading is a very lonely thing. So it's nice to kind of have a community, share the wins, share the losses. I mean, I'm not sitting here and winning every single trade. Where's Microsoft here? Microsoft smoked. I was like, I'm not trading that again. Let's get that off the screen. But Amazon doing well, so I'm like continuing to scalp it over and over again. But yeah, man, fun to be a part of the community and put on the show for everybody watching. So, hit that like button if you are enjoying the show. You should be transferred over to the closing show. If not, you can always do your thing and find it again. Yeah, guys, hopefully everything is well on your side of things. And that is all for now. You got any last comments there, Sharif?
No, that's it, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Obviously, keep a watch out for that beige book that hits in like 1 second. So we should be getting possibly a market move now. Let's see what the market is doing before we send you off to the big show. Nothing yet. Maybe Brendo can help us out with that. He's at the big desk waiting. Take care, guys.
See you guys.
Patiently, yeah, guys. We're also getting some comments coming through here from Feds George, scheduled actually for earlier, so a little bit late. May have different ideas about what the Fed should do, but the Fed has committed to 2% inflation. So they're still talking about the overall target.